Parismita Singh, Rohin Chakravarti. We will also have another speaker, Kenneth Thankyo. Most of us know him as Bar Comics, who will be joining us a bit later. I request the speakers to kindly come and take your seats. The moderator, Joshua Rinja, is an assistant professor teaching English literature and language. He is an avid fan of comics and graphic novels and has worked on several as a script writer and editor. He has also served as a guest lecturer and resource person on comics and graphic novels. I now hand over the session to you, Bajishwa.
I would first like to thank the organizers for this opportunity of having comic books and graphic novels as a category in the literary festival. It's sometimes forgotten, it's sometimes overlooked, but it's a very good opportunity that we have today. And hopefully, this trend of giving importance to comics and graphic stories and images will continue in future literary festivals as well. So before we proceed, just a few words on the topic. We have images, words, and stories, graphic novels, and comics. I would first like to start with the idea of the image, that the image is something which is very primordial. The image is something that is connected to our evolution as a human species, evolution of our civilization. So before we have the written word, before we have text and so on, we have images in the form of cave paintings. That is our first step to art and culture in civilization. Then you also have this idea where the image is not connected to any kind of structure in language. Anyone can understand an image. So that is why it is so appealing, whether with different age groups, from children to adults, or in different communities also. They can connect easily with an image because there is none of that complication that comes with symbols and structures of languages. So the image, now the second part before we proceed is this connection between the image and the word. And so here we have this connection between images and the spoken word rather than the written word. So in tribal societies, we start not with the written word, we give more importance to the spoken word. That is our oral literature. So what we have in oral literature is very similar to what you have in images. Okay, so in oral literature, we create the image through sound. So we have different stories, our folk tales, our legends and myths, and all of these create images, but they create it through sound. Whereas here, we have images with lines. So there's a kind of a natural harmonious connection between the images of lines and the images of sound. So that progresses accordingly. So with that, I would like to proceed. I'm very thankful that we have a wide variety of artists and resource persons and experts coming from overseas, from here in the Northeast, from India itself, who will be sharing their expertise, who will be sharing their journey in graphic novels and comic books. In the beginning, I would first like to call upon Parasmita Singh. She is a writer, a graphic novelist, and an educationist. Her publications include the graphic novels The Hotel at the End of the World, Mara and the Clay Cows, Crab Chronicles, and a collection of short stories, Peace Has Come. She helped conceptualize the power and theology of comics and has edited Centerpiece, New Writings and Art Form from Northeast India. She also works in education. Ms. Parimista will be starting our session, and I request that the audience, what we will do, the format is that all the resource persons, our guests, will give their presentations. I request the audience just to note down whatever questions and queries you have. And then at the end of the session, we will have an interactive session. So I now hand over the stage to Ms. Parasmita.
Right. So you stopped me at 10 minutes. Yeah. Right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Joshua. And it's really a privilege to be here amongst the community of comic artists, comic book artists. Also, because I think we come from such different spaces of work, as not just geographically, but also in terms of content and form. And so, what I'm going to do, and we've sort of have an agreement that we're going to. We are not going to present for very long so that we have an opportunity to have a little bit of a conversation amongst ourselves uh, and take questions and so on. Right. So, yes, so I'm going to, it's been a real pleasure to see a very early work of mine, Hotel at the End of the World, in the bookshops here, because it was a very early work, 2009. And so I thought I would take the opportunity to revisit that briefly and then dwell again very briefly on the kind of nonfiction work that one of the nonfiction projects that I've done and the difference and the learnings and the interplay between the two. Right. This is, what is this? Yeah, no? This one, no? Okay. Yes. Thank you. And I move it to this? This one. Right? Middle one, yes. Where do I point it here? Is it on? No, it's- it's not. I think the battery. I think the battery. Should I just should I just speak without the images? Yes. Okay. Or you have a presentation without. Okay, it's working. Great. Okay. Okay, you just keep moving. Okay. Right. So just to begin, with with Hotel at the End of the World. I started working on this book at a time when I did not feel like there were a lot of clear, that I did not feel that there were too many traditions that I could draw upon. And so, the next slide, please. Yes. So, for instance, what this that's huge marker, and yes, and it's a privilege to have Amar Chitakata here as well, right? And so, but again, it's also interesting to note that when I began working in 2000, for this first book, I actually took a conscious position to defy some of these influences and to not and because and to find and to come up with a vocabulary that would set that did not depend upon the kind of books that were in the comics that were in the market and that I had read too. So yes, so at one level beginning work was also a refusal of kinds because I did not see a reflection of the kind of stories I wanted to tell in the kind of comics that were available to me at that point. Yes, so the other option, the other comics that were also familiar in my childhood, I'm not sure if they're even around now, were these Commander comics, which again, which also had a reference to the Northeast often, especially Imphal and Nagaland and the theater of the Second World War, but depicted the natives, which is us, in this really, they just had these like side roles. So as a child you feel very excited to suddenly see someone, a Naga person or an Imphal person, but they were either like the loyal, they were like very loyal to the British, or they were like the spies of the Japanese or something. But they had really small roles, but their roles were very sometimes demeaning, but often very problematic. So when I began working on this comic, there was really a very conscious refusal of a lot of the kind of comics traditions that were around me, and I tried to come up with a vocabulary somewhat where I was looking for stories that were of people who the stories of the Second World War that circulated among people, among the communities of the Northeast in Northeast India, especially Imphal, Nagaland, Arunachal, all the regions that I was sort of. I don't name them because it is fiction, so I do world making a certain way, but it was definitely inspired by other voices and other images and other worldviews of this region and of its histories. Yes. So, for instance, and the inspiration was all over, especially for those of you who are going to begin working and hope to write your own comics. For instance, we still have World War II tanks just lying around our things. So a lot of these stories, then so some of these tanks literally just moved into my story. With I literally just moved them very literally into the story and sort of spun my world around them. Yes. So then again, there was also a reaching out towards other art traditions of the region, and also a sense of like how to do it respectfully and how to incorporate it into my story, and at the same time come up. So really, it was the first book was very much a struggle for a certain kind of vocabulary of images and storytelling that would reflect that would reflect the world that I knew. Yes, and so to jump from that, that was an early. So I'm just going to dwell on three things. The other wonderful opportunity I had was in 2017 to edit a book, which allowed me to, because I work across genres, it allowed me to move from the image purely as a graphic novel text, as a graphic novel form, to also move and see how I could explore it through the community of writers and poets and artists, and also at the level of form, to see what it was be like to sort of invite people to come in and open out the form in terms of text, in terms of photographs, and in terms of sketches or poetry, and but around fiction and non-fiction journalistic work, but around the theme of this region and women's work. Yeah. And then to conclude, so the other big project that I think has been very, very influential to my work. Because I work in prose and I work in graphic novels, but what has been very that made a big impression, I think, on my practice, on my own reflection of my work, was this project that I did with the graphic novel narrative form, working on a couple of visual essays, 2018-20 for Huffington Post India, which, of course, as most of you know, does not exist any longer. But there were a series of essays where non-fiction essays on on the political situation or on a particular political moment in Assam. So this was a huge, huge, huge change from Hotel at the End of the World, which was fiction and where I really had a lot of liberty to be able to move across styles, to move across stories, and really craft and really sort of very steadily hone and craft a particular kind of story that I want to tell. And so with the nonfiction graphic narratives, and I feel such regret that in a country like India, we do not have an opportunity to do more work of this kind. Because then again, I should quickly say here, and I'm sure Rohan and Joshua and everyone else get it, everyone else, I'm talking about the people in this country, understand that so much of the work we produce is also contingent upon people who are willing to carry the work for us, the funds that are going to come into the work. So Joshua and I, we just had a conversation a few minutes earlier about how so much of his work is published independently, and that often produces great work and fine work. But the next step, we do need to have this, we do need a media ecosystem that supports different form of comics, especially nonfiction writing, especially nonfiction comics. So it was a great experience because I was able to, because it involved reporting from the field, sketches in the field. So the sketches are not great, they're not, I was a little bit conscious initially of not having these perfect sketches, but you have deadlines and you have to do this, you have to get the story out really quickly. But at the same time, this was a huge experience for me on how the graphic novel form can be used, and its strengths as well as its as well as its limitations, and how we work around these limitations, how we push these, and how essentially we make it our own for our own stories, and the kind of very and the kind of sort of and the kind of and the kind of risk that this kind of storytelling carries, the kind of ethical questions that this kind of reporting comes with it. So I'm not going to go into detail about this project. We can speak about it later. But with nonfiction, but the nonfiction comics for me was a very important was very important to my practice, because for questions of ethics, reporting, images, the power of images, as well as the ability to as well as the risk that comes from portraying stories in the images, and a whole lot of other factors like that, right? So on this note, I'm going to yes. So I'm going to conclude on this note, so we have some time for a conversation later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Parismita. So we'll move straight on to our next. As I said earlier, I request the audience to please note down their questions, observations, which they would want to share later on at the end of the session. So to save time, we'll move on to our next expert. Our guest is Mr. Rohan Chakraborty. So Mr. Chakraborty is, as he says, notorious for rolling up into a ball like a pangolin to avoid meeting people. So he's a cartoonist, illustrator, and the creator of Green Humor, a series of cartoons, comics, and illustrations on wildlife and nature conservation. Cartoons from Green Humor appear periodically in newspaper columns, magazines, and journals. Illustrations from Green Humor have been used for several projects and campaigns on wildlife awareness and conservation. Rohan is also the author of Green Humor for a Greying Planet and Naturalist Rudy, and has won awards by UNDP, WWF International, the Royal Bank of Scotland, the Bangalore and Green Literature Festivals for his work. Mr. Rohan, please.
Thanks, Joshua. And I'm really proud to be a part of such a diverse set of artists. I guess only Kenneth and I are cartoonists and comic strip artists here, so that makes us the jokers among aces. It's true, I roll up into a ball like a pangolin to avoid socializing. I'm bad at it. Fake a smile, fake a smile. All right, I won't waste much time. My idea was to discuss each of the context of the cartoons I'm going to display to you, but what I'm going to do to save time is just let them appear on screen, read them out to you, and if they spark any questions among all of you, I'll be happy to take them at the end of the presentation. So my work is called Green Humor. It's a collection of cartoons, comics, illustrations on wildlife and nature conservation, and various aspects of communication that come along with them, which I'm going to discuss with you now. So here's a cartoon about deforestation, for example. A tiger overlooking a deforested piece of forest says, "Hey, wait a second, I don't remember signing any clearance papers." Plastic pollution, both in the marine and the freshwater context. Good morning, everyone. I'm a marine biologist. I welcome you all to the Marine Environment Awareness Program. All set for your first activity. What's the activity? I'm going to shove plastic waste down your throats and you'll tell me how it feels. I'm sure all of you can identify the person on the left. I'm not going to take any names, but my dear tribal people, we have decided to turn your pristine island into a megacity like Singapore and Hong Kong. But sir, Singapore and Hong Kong do not have tribal residents. Exactly. Bycatch is an issue that I've produced a lot of work on. Bycatch is all the discarded animals that are caught and discarded as part of commercial industrialized fishing. For example, just for a plate of garlic shrimp, you get all those animals that you see on the right panel. They could include stingrays, sharks, octopuses, dolphins, turtles, etc. So what's happening here? A visibly rich man goes to a high-end restaurant to order a plate of shrimp. A fisherwoman comes and dumps all the bycatch on his plate and says, "Enjoy your meal, the bycatch is complimentary." Not all of my work is gloom and doom. Some is also to highlight lesser known animals and lesser known parts of ecology in a fun way. So here's a comic strip about all the things that moths can do, but I can't. Sustain an entire ecosystem. Wear gaudy clothing and look good. Wear drab clothing and look good. Pretend to be bird poop to avoid unwanted company, something I would really want to learn to do, especially at family gatherings. Not be ashamed of teenage pictures and actually apply mathematics to life. This moth you see, called the Luna moth, has specialized appendages to deflect the sonar of bats. So moths are able to actually apply mathematics to life. And I've grown to believe that cartoons are anthropomorphism, a tool we use so often to attribute human qualities to non-human subjects, has helped me form an instant connect between my subjects and my readers. Here's a dolphin communicating with her father in sonar, much like a baby would. And I also use humor and satire to tackle misconceptions propagated by the media about wild animals. If you compare the statistics about how many sharks are killed by humans versus the other way around, you'll find a staggering difference. And the politics of conservation is also something I discuss quite often in my work, especially when there is a collision of environmental issues and governance. One such example is this cartoon on the draft TIA when it came out in 2020. Its purpose, even though it came from the Environment Ministry, its purpose was to dilute the process of environmental impact assessment. This particular visual became one of the online faces of the movement against the draft TIA, which eventually gathered 6 lakh signatures and pushed the government on the back foot. And that's when I really realized that this art form has both a power and a responsibility. I also highlight discoveries that go unnoticed in mainstream media. This one is special because it's from Meghalaya. It's called the thick-thumbed bat, and it was discovered from your state, your beautiful state, in 2022. And it says two thick thumbs up, one for bats and another from bamboos where it lives. And a lot of my cartoons are also based on personal observations and experiences. Here's an owl looking at a tiger pissing on the tree it lives on and says, the only reason why I don't complain is that it smells of buttered popcorn. I was in the Western Ghats walking through Nagarhole Tiger Reserve, and among all the smells that the forest offers, I suddenly smelled buttered popcorn out of nowhere. And I asked the forest guards, what's happening? Where's this coming from? And they pointed at a trail of urine left behind by a tigress. So it changed my opinion of popcorn forever, and I hope all of you go through this experience as well. Some of my publishers that run my work, Go Comics is the online wing of the Universal Press Syndicate. Round Glass is an online wildlife magazine. The Hindu reaches various households, especially in South India, every Sunday with my work. DW is a German news channel that has a column, a fortnightly column for my work online. And I also publish in Hindi with Chakmak that comes out of Bhopal. Just a quick run through of all my books. Green Humor for a Graying Planet, my first compilation of all the comics that you've seen. Bird Business is a book about bird behavior. Making Friends with Snakes is a book for children to equip them with the knowledge to identify venomous snakes and avoid snake bite. Natural Study, I've already spoken about at a panel, so I won't elaborate much upon it. All these books are available at the bookstores. The Penguin titles, that is. And Pug Marks and Carbon Footprints is my latest compilation of my gag cartoons and comic strips. Other than comics and cartoons, I also do illustrations, some of which look like these. This is the wildlife map of India. And I've also been lucky to draw one for Assam, all of its wildlife, and I hope a project for Meghalaya, a similar project for Meghalaya comes around soon. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Rohan, for that concise and very informative presentation. I hope that our audience will have questions ready for him once the session ends. So we move on to our next group of artists. This is Clément Xavier and Lisa Lucra from France. So I'll introduce Clément Xavier. Was born in Maputo in 1981. After studying at the Angoulême School of Comics, he founded a small publishing house called Na, bringing out comics and photo novels. His graphic novels, Yekini, Lewa de Aren, published by Philip, I think, won the 2015 Angoulême Festival Revelation Prize. Geronimo, this is Mémoire du Résistant Apache, and Judith Suffragettes, I hope I pronounced that right, won the 2021 Chateau du Cheverny Prize for Historical Comics published by Delcourt. Lisa Lugrin, after studying anthropology and cinema, Lisa went on to study comics. After graduating from the Angoulême School of Comics, she founded Na Editions with her fellow traveler, Clément Xavier. She won the Revelation Prize at the Angoulême Festival in 2015 for Yekini, published by Philip, and the Prize of Historical Comics at the Chateau du Cheverny in 2021 for Judith Suffragettes. So I leave the floor to you.
Thank you. It works. Thank you very much. We are very glad to be here, and thanks for the invitation. And sorry, our English is not as good as the Indian people. We are from France. Yes, we can speak about our comics. So we made a lot of non-fiction comics. One about a Senegalese wrestler, one about Geronimo, as you told, one about the Jiu-Jitsu suffragettes. It's suffragists that fought for the right of vote for women. And there were a lot of violence in the demonstrations. So they had the idea to learn how to defend themselves. So it was the beginning of the woman self-defense that we still have today. And it was 100 years ago. And yes, we often speak about real stories, but we try to tell them as fiction. We try to speak about real stories, but that the readers can read it as if it was a fiction, and we want it to be amazing and yes, to be pleasant to read too.
No, your English is perfect. No, in fact, we are here in India with Villa Swagatam. Is a great project between France and India. A lot of residences in all the India, and I'm very, very lucky because I am in Varanasi, in a fantastic institute, Bonheur, and I can work for 1 month about our next project. I'm sorry if you don't understand. Please, no, okay. And we try to invent a story about Ganga, a kind of biography of this holy river, because maybe you want to.
Yes, because so the next book will take place in India, and it will be about the Ganges, because you did some very interesting things. That you some people told that the Ganges River is a moral person. You know about it. And it's very interesting for us because we are all over the world. We are trying to find a way to defend the nature. And it seems a very good idea and a very clever way and pacifical way to defend nature. And in France too, we are trying to make the same things for very small rivers compared to Ganges. But yes, it's very inspiring us, what you did here. So that is our next book.
So I'd just like to explain a few of their works since they did not go through the slides. Just briefly. So the first one is Yekini. So this is a story about wrestling in Sudan, Somalia, or Sudan?
It's Senegalese.
Senegalese.
Right.
So it's about a wrestling. We have these 3 top wrestlers who are vying for King of the Ring. So you have that setting there, and then at the same time you have this, the 2 things taking place. You have this traditional wrestling, and then you have this presence of money, modernity, and so on. So that is Yekini. Then the second is Geronimo. So Geronimo looks at the status of Native Americans in India. So, in America, not in India. So you have Geronimo, who's an Apache leader. So he leads his people, and so the story is about him. Then you have jujitsu suffragettes. So this word, it's a play on two words. It's suffragettes, which talks about women's rights, the rights of women, and how they fought to get the right of for voting in England. And then it combines that with this word jujitsu, which is a martial arts. So you have a combination of two things: the politics of voting, and you have also the women's independence, their power, and their strength. So they combine these two together. So that's just to give you a brief idea of what their work is based on. So
And maybe just something. Yes, we speak about politics, but we don't know, we don't have the answers. We don't know what we have to do. We just trying to check what other people did, and that maybe there is good ideas and what they did, and so just trying to give some informations to the readers. And you also saw my next comic book will be about the Zapatistas in Mexico. There are some people living in Mexico here, and yes, it's very interesting to speak about what happens in other countries than in France and in other times, like the judicial suffragettes 100 years ago, because in our country it's very hard to think about political things because there is all political people and a lot of I don't know, lobbies and many people that have many interests. And it's very hard to, for instance, we had a lot of social movement in France, and it's very hard to speak about it because if you say that, people say no, it's very hard. But if you take just a little step away, yes, you can say a lot of things. For instance, what the ladies said 100 years ago, it's still very actual here now, still very interesting now, but we can't say what they said, we can't say it in France. If you say the same, everybody will say no, but it will be too hard. And so it's very interesting.
would you like to add anything else? It's fine. It's fine. Okay, thank you, Clement and Lisa. So we now move on to our last presentation. This is by our own Bart Comics from Meghalaya, Bart Kenneth. So Bart Kenneth is a comic book artist. He's an educator, a musician, and radio announcer. And Bart Comics stands out for comics and memes that capture the frustration of the people, including the contradictions of life in Shillong City. So I'll now give the floor to Bart Kenneth for Bart.
Well, a very good morning to one and all. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the Shillong Literary Festival for this opportunity. And unfortunately, my family couldn't be here. So, secondly, I'm a bit, I apologize for my tardiness. I should have been here earlier. And yeah, I want to thank God and my family who've always been supporting me right from when I was young, when I started scribbling on walls and notebooks and wherever I could find. And obviously, my comics, my content will only be circling around humor that is localized, and things that happen in and around Shillong. And even in this place, I've had a lot of memories. The fondest memory I could think of when I think of this place was entering this place illegally from one opening over there, where my friends and I would go under the bridge, under the boat over there, and drink some alcohol. Okay, so yesterday was, in a after a long time, I think in the span of 14 to 15 years since I've been here. Being a Shillongite, it's a surprise, to hear that. But yeah, so I won't be taking too much time and seeing the work of a lot of panel members here. I feel like a very, a very, standing in the midst of giants actually, based on their published works. Unfortunately, don't have any published work as yet. It's still on the, it's still going on. And what I've been doing so far was collecting these jokes from in and around Shillong, from different communities, not from different communities as well, but from different localities. Actually, that's what I want to say. Different localities where these jokes are usually told in weddings and funerals, and mostly in funerals, and especially when you go to the graveyard, when you have to to dig the holes for the ones who have gone or passed away. That's where most of the good jokes come from. And for me, being, I wanted to, I wanted to um, collect these jokes, and my first intention was to translate these jokes into English, but that is unfortunately impossible. So these are some of the things that I'm doing. Uh, just uh, I hope that you can just read what's on the screen right now. It's just the things that we usually see in Shillong, and of course the VIP cars, which always goes by, you know, interrupting all the traffic, and even ambulances have to stop for them. So next slide. And this is regarding a few years, I think it was last year. This is vultures who, I don't know where they came from, but they just sort of landed in Meghalaya. This was at the time where there were a lot of dead bodies recovered in and around the area in Meghalaya. So just the timing of the vultures landing in Meghalaya was very, very, you know, funny in a sense, because when you look at it, it's the seriousness of it. It's very, it's very a serious issue, but you know, I don't know. There's some sort of funny, element to it. So, all right, gang, we'll hang here for tonight, and then we go scavenging for dead bodies. I hear this place is quite a hotbed for dead bodies. So, moving on. And this has always been an issue with Shillong, with tribals and non-tribals. And this is regarding who is more hygienic, the Khasis, the locals, or what we call the Dakhars. Okay, so I'm sorry for using that word, but that's what we call people who are not from Meghalaya. And this is usually like a mirror, being held up against our people only, who've always thought that we're more hygienic, you know, we're more sanitary compared to the next alumuri maker. I will not, you know. Uh, this is regarding one of the most pristine rivers that was once a pristine river that even, poems have been written about it. But if you go through this river right now, if you pass by, you could actually get the smell and the pollution that you can see. So this is some sort of a satirical joke. It's all because of those non-tribals, says concerned resident whose toilet flows directly into the Umkhra River. So you've seen a lot of these houses that's all around near Jayao and Maulai, where all these houses are all placed near these rivers. And when you talk about how unclean the rivers of Shillong are, the first response will always be it's because of the non-tribals. So I just want to at least put some perspective into the people, into our own people, that we are also at fault with this when it comes to, you know, saving Meghalaya and also, conserving the environment. My mouth is a little bit dry. I think I'm nervous. Just have a sip of water. I made a mistake of adding too many slides. I should have just 2 or 3 slides would have been enough. But okay, let's go on to the next slide. And this is regarding the number of vloggers that have suddenly popped up all around Meghalaya. And usually there are honest vloggers, then some of them are just, cloud chasers. So what I call, so this is the abode of cloud chasers, the abode of clouds. All right, the play of words there. So next slide. Okay, this is one of the most controversial topic, and I got a lot of flack for this from comments from Instagram and from Facebook page. And this is regarding, this is when the Manipur the tribal conflicts happened, and at that time the media was not covering it that much, and I just got this idea while browsing through the net, and I kept getting these requests to accept all cookies. So just imagine that there's a Meitei man who's sitting somewhere with a computer, and he was browsing the news, and he saw that accept all cookies. So he would- so my intention was to put some focus on what's happening in Manipur, but not a lot of people were talking about it. So that's that. So can you go on to the next slide? I think it's the last slide, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. All right. Excuse me. This is another jab at YouTubers. So there's this sort of not a trend, but I sort of made it a trend. I just saw a pattern. Not that it's a trend. I just saw a pattern. The pattern was that YouTubers who are vloggers who usually have interracial marriages, they do a lot well when it comes to comes to you know for viewership. When they vlog, they talk about, this is my first time eating turumbai. Then suddenly 1 lakh views for that. Should say this is my first time trying putharos, and people are intrigued by that. I don't know, Shillong people, they want to see that. You want to see a foreigner have some the taste of Shillong, and they like outside opinions. Okay, when it comes to Shillong, people, especially the Khasi community, if you say, hey, you look exactly like a Khasi, they will not accept it. They won't say, I look like Khasi. But in fact, if you tell them, when I was looking at you, I thought you were an outsider. They feel good. They feel like, you look like a Korean, you look American, anything besides Khasi, it's always, when you say you look truly Khasi, they don't accept that. So, next slide. Okay, I just want you to read this. Take a look at it. So I have to wrap it up in a short while. So this is, I think you can, it's self-explanatory. I don't have to. Okay, next slide. And this is also about our civic sense here in Shillong. It's based on that song, I Can Do It, I Can Do It, I Can Do It, but I'm only Indian. And he's bad. Next slide. Okay, so this is as a context here in Shillong. Whenever there's some sort of, this is muscle memory, okay? So whenever there's some sort of chaos going on, the first shops to be attacked will always be the non-tribal shops. So whenever they hear some commotion somewhere, they'll always They're always ready to pull down the shutters. So this is a you know, muscle memory. That's what you say. Okay, next. Yeah, I only have a minute now. Is that it? I'll lose the end of the slides. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bar Comics, on ending our session on such a humorous and light-hearted note. So we don't have much time, so I would like to first ask the audience if they have any questions, any comments on the presentation they've seen so far. Anyone from the audience? Yeah.
Thank you so much. That was so enjoyable. I can't wait to get your books, Rohan. Thank you for bringing sort of, you know, issues of climate change and the environmental crisis to us in this way that is sort of away from the doom and gloom narrative that we are, you know, sort of imposed with quite a lot. Bar Comics, I have to, you know, check out more of your work. My question though is for Parismita. Just to go back to what you were saying right at the beginning of the session, I was intrigued by the work that you brought up right at the end about the nonfiction reportage uh, um, images that you made. You know, we tend to think of reportage as something very urgent, very immediate. And so we have, you know, cameras capturing the decisive moment. Everything needs to be updated sort of here and now, and the opinions must be posted here and now. And I was just wondering what the intention was to actually flip that with the kind of work that you were doing with the reportage through sketches, through you know, this much more, it seemed to me at least, a much more slowed down version of the kind of traditional reportage that we're used to, and what that intention was and what that really did to reportage for you. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much for the question. So it's a little bit, so, you know, so for so many of us who work on books, like for me to take 5 years over a book, it's nothing. So so even within, so even if there's a deadline of like a month or 15 days, I begin to panic a little bit and feel much. So there is that even though it is even though the graphic novel pieces were not working to the day by day byline thing, but at the same time, if you're see, it was a graphic narrative project, the graphic narrative essays, which I did. I mean, the pieces did appear as events were unfolding. So which was a very which was a great experience, because one, I was working more or less in tandem with journalists on the field. Because again, and this is something that, you know, for those of you who are going to work on comics, so if from based in the Northeast, there isn't, and you know, of course, Janice, you will know that too, there isn't that much secondary material available. So often we have to go down, we have to go to the field and do those primary interviews as well as check all the secondary material. It isn't, you know, a lot of work isn't easily Google, you know, you can't just go on Google and get all this information and then do the piece and have it ready. Yes, so one was that I was more or less working in step with journalists who were going into because the NRC the stories were on the NRC, which was which is a citizenship test that took place in Assam 2018, 2020, around then. So yes, so one was that the story was unfolding as I was reporting. So there was a lot of reaching out to different communities, and so two is, yes, your question is, is spot on, because it really made me reflect on a lot of the news I too have consumed without much thought in the past, and especially so, for instance, one of the things that really moved me very much was this particular journalistic photograph that was very much a part of some amount of the NRC reporting. And of course, the NRC reporting was also a very complex issue I won't go into now, but one of this was this witnessing was often accompanied by a photograph of like the people who were, say, who had problems with their papers, or who were in this who were in trouble. women who didn't have their papers and were at risk of losing citizenship, or families. Often there would be this, in order to sort of authenticate the story as a part of the journalistic work, there would be these photographs where they would be standing there, against the field or against their house or against the homestead, and this photograph. And I've always wondered how much of this, and how much the whole question of consent. And it's not a very simple question of consent, because it's not simply that, may I take your photograph? It is also a question of how that photograph is going to circulate, and what the implications of this is going to be with the kind of internet situation we have now. This photograph may stay there forever. It may come back, as it is happening now. It may come back to haunt you 5 years, 10 years down the line, so on. So this was something I began to think of. And I tried to find a way out of that with, this whole other, this thing of slow journalism, where you slow down. And yes, you are right. Using the mode of sketching. I didn't use a tablet. I used a diary. It's a sketch pad. I used a sketch pad with a pencil. One, because I was going into communities which were often already quite besieged, so to go in with all this technology, sometimes it was much easier to, got me better access and more trust. So yes, this whole idea of the sketch, live sketches, using it in the stories, trying to see, maybe trying to work out a certain amount of protection for the people you're writing about, as well as trying to get the news. There was a lot of, I'm not sure how successful I was, but it was definitely got me thinking of a lot of these questions. So thank you so much for this.
I had a question for Parismita, if I'm allowed. I was reading Hotel at the End of the World. I'm here. As an illustrator, I've been looking to incorporate more indigenous elements from indigenous tribal art and even folklore and mythology into my illustrations. And I was blown away when I flipped to the chapter of Pema and I saw everything illustrated in a Thangka-esque art form. As a graphic novelist, as an illustrator, and as a writer, what do you make of incorporating these elements in your work? Is it your way of paying homage, or is it something larger?
So I'm usually a little nervous about questions about my first book, because it was in some ways a lot of, I think I largely went by instinct. And sometimes that's a good thing. It helps you take risks, but at the same time, it is also it's also dicey how it is. But but I can only answer your question from where I stand today, not from where I stood in 2009, in some sense. So my process I have really reviewed a lot of the way I'm going to incorporate other cultures, other art styles, and so on. Also because I've looked a little bit, I've spent some time looking at textiles and design and so on, particularly with in the context of the Northeast. Right? So it is really so many of our design culture. So I'm just going to sort of step into the question of design, because I think it illustrates the question of art styles a little bit. I have looked for answers there. So I often find, so for instance, a lot of our traditional designs, and all of you here will know that, come from very specific contexts. So designers often who come from traditional communities cannot just pick up a design and incorporate it into a textile that they want to design or modernize and so on. There is the community, there are all these, there are a lot of norms and cultures that, so I have learned, so this, I still don't have an answer on how to engage, how to respectfully pay tribute and use other art, use other art traditions, while being mindful with questions of privilege, which again comes into the forefront, especially because I write in English, unfortunately, and because, and also, because I think sometimes maybe I can just get away with taking something and no one will question me about it, So things like that, I have to be very, I'm trying to build that into my process now. So there are no easy answers. So for instance, I'm like, say, the Warli art or something like that. I'm very say, if you just use a piece like that without crediting which particular culture, which particular artist, that is very problematic. So even if it is going to be, yes, so I still haven't figured it out, but I'm looking at the way our designers and our communities are looking at using the traditional and modernizing with And there are whole and so there are also stories and styles that I may want to use, but I won't if I feel that I can't find a safe way to negotiate this. So it's work in progress. Thank you.
Uh, I have a question for each of you, actually. Joshua, you began by saying thank you for including graphic novels and comics in a literary festival. And so I'm just wondering, like, what your thoughts are on why that is so, and if you felt that it's come from somewhere, obviously. Because honestly, for me, as a curator of literary events, I don't see that genre differently from the rest of other genres in books. But it'll be interesting to understand where that's coming from within our city or elsewhere. So if I may, I'm just going to address one question to each of you. Rohan, I'm really interested because a couple of years ago I found this book which is the Meta Mouse, and so what it is actually, so Mouse the graphic novel, and then there is Meta Mouse, which is actually like double the size of the number of pages of Mouse, and it's a process of the writing of Mouse, and it was what was left out. And I've actually never thought of like this process of actually editing in the graphic novel, so I would love to understand that bit of the things you leave out, if I may. And Clement and Lisa, you spoke, and I thought that was very interesting, but I think I missed what you were trying to say about things that were said 100 years ago, which are still relevant today, and therefore, but you can't say it today. Could you expand a little bit on that? Bar comics, you spoke about, and we've had many conversations, and I'm so happy to have you here, really. You've when we've had conversations before this as well, and now about your plans to do a book, what would that mean to you? What are the stories? Because a book is like, as opposed to like one strip, it's going to be many things. And how do you see that for yourself? Parismita, like I know you in so many different avatars. I think it all comes together, and even if it's not coming together, it's many things. And so much respect for the work that you do as an educator, as a storyteller. In your collection of short stories, Peace Has Come, which I'm personally like, I love that book, and your graphic novel work. So, how do you place yourself in all of these different forms and these different identities? Anyone can go first.
I'll start, so I'll keep it brief so that the others will have time. So why I said that comics and graphic novels have this platform now, basically I do not say that they are ignored, but it's more or less to bring it into the limelight, to bring it into the main picture of literary festivals. For example, our own local artists, comics, whom we all know online, but now it's part of the literary festival. So I think that was my main point, that it be taken as being part of the mainstream. And from this onwards, basically, it's about the impact on the younger generation to more or less give some, if not inspiration, but some kind of guidance, some kind of, we can say, point of reference with regards to their work. So that is my main point only. Thank you so much.
I'll answer a bit of the question you asked, Joshua, because I'm somebody who's an outsider to literature festivals. I'm not used to the culture of literature festivals. And at the risk of being thrown out of here, I would say that authors coming and reading out passages from their books put me to sleep. And which is why I feel that graphic novels must be a part of literature festivals naturally, because images are where the spice is. And Meghalaya loves its spice, right? Coming to your question, yes, editing of comics is a serious business. If my own process is looked at, I also use a sketchpad for most of my drafts, and I'm not familiar with the iPad or tablets, but my work is digital in an old school way. Only 25% of each of the notebooks I use for drafts is actually used, to make a final product. 75% is something that never makes it to a publication, and that's because the striking of the right balance between humor and scientific accuracy, in my case about ecology and even about political issues whenever I'm talking about them, of my if I'm presenting an opinion of so for that opinion to be sound and well researched, that is very important. So I follow a few general rules, which is that if a cartoon has made me smile, I would assume that it would make my reader smile as well. If I have learned something new out of working on a cartoon, I would assume that it would have the same impact on my reader, because I generally consider myself dumber than my audience.
Thank you for your question. Yes, for instance, we were very surprised when we learned, when we get documentation about the suffragists, because they said very clever things. For instance, here it is, she's called Emmeline Pankhurst, and she says, we suffragists have a great mission, the greatest the world has never known, to free half of humanity. So I thought it was interesting, this way of seeing. And she also says that because they were violent at this time, and the men, political men, said, you are too violent. But she says, you are violent because you don't mind of killing people in the wars, but we don't kill people. But the thing that we do, and that you can't, that is too much for you, is that we strike private property, because they used to strike windows, or and yes, this kind of things. It can be told today in the demonstrations, in social demonstrations in France too, for instance. And also the fact that the woman said, if you don't protect us, to the policemen and to the men, we will protect ourselves. And it seems to me very actual too.
Okay, ma'am. All right. Regarding what I said earlier regarding the book that I'm about to, it's not actually. It's like it's in a comic book format, but these jokes that I collected, there will be in another you know, kind of series. But the ones that I'm focusing now is based on the stories and childhood traumas when I was a child, the punishments we receive. When you look back at that, it's humorous now, but when at that particular time, it was quite traumatic for me as a child. And you know, these end of the world kind of scenarios, and there are these subjects that I will stress upon, uh, mostly on, you know, my childhood obsession with funerals. And whenever I hear the bell tolls, when if it's not a weekend but it's the weekday, you know, other people would find it a little bit, shocked or sad, or you know, expecting bad news. But to me, it's music to my ears, because that'll be a day off from school. So I would run quickly to my mother and ask her who died. If it's uh, if it's a relative, then it's 1 week off from school. So that's so that's how, like, it's really funny. Even I used to tell my students that one day when I go away, when I die, a lot of you will be sad, but most of the time you'll be, you know, a little bit excited also. When you you know, with Khasi funerals, it's with the Khasi funerals, there's a lot of ritual. There's a little bit of celebratory part to it, you know, with the tea and the serving of food and all that. You tend to forget, and it's in a nice way. You know, you forget your troubles. Yeah, the people gathering all around you, you don't remember, you not remember, but you tend to, you know, be a little bit comforted from that experience. So those are the things that I will stress upon on the books. And also these apocalyptic things that, you know, when I was a child, that going to church and this trauma of, you know, not trauma, I mean, it's like a end of the world thing. You know, the world's going to end soon, and you see the signs of wars and all that. Even, you know, nowadays there's this rumors of wars going on. And when I was a child, whenever you know, when I'm alone in bed, when I wake up too late, I used to be, you know, I used to get anxiety attacks, you know. So I will search around for my mother and my brother. If they're not around, I thought that I was left behind. So I'll be the only one, and all the holy people are flying off to heaven, and I'm the only one. So those are the things that I want to stress upon, the childhood memories and all that. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. Thank you.
Quickly, yes, I too feel more than speaking, responding to the question. I almost feel like saying I'm really looking forward to this book. From from what little you've told us about it. Yes, I think no. Thank you so much for the question, Mary. So when I actually began, when I realized I was going to write this book of prose, this book of stories, at the back of my mind, I did feel, I was like, this is so bad for my career. Because I because the way publishing works, you should get a book out every few years. That wasn't happening. And then here I had written a graphic novel, I had a little bit of a readership, and then you move on to prose and so on. But I think and of course then I've also done nonfiction and all of that. But here but I think now at this point, when I think about this question, I think so much of, and this is also, the conversations I've had with Joshua, Kenneth's work, so much of our work is also, I think, shaped by the political and economic and the social conditions of the world we live in, because we don't have a very robust comic support ecosystem so often, which is a good thing, and maybe, which is not a good thing, of course, but it can also be, maybe it also shapes our work differently, because we keep working, but our works may not take the traditional form it may have taken if we didn't have all our troubles, right? So I think it is a little bit, I think I've also done a lot of the shape shifting, because the material that I've been confronted it have demanded different forms, they have demanded different mediums of expression. So thank you.
Thank you, Joshua, Clement, Bar Comics, Lisa, Parismita, and Rohan, for such an enlightening session into the world of comics and graphic novels. I would now like to request the festival director, Kong Mary Kurukalang, to present the speakers with remembrances from the Shillong Literary Festival. Thank you, everyone. I would now like to request everyone to remain seated. We will immediately begin the next session.
immediately our next session, Migrants, the Story in All of Us, which is bound to be an insightful and thought-provoking session, for which I invite renowned author Sam Miller, who will be talking to fellow writer Janice Pariat. Sam and Janice, please come up on stage. Sam Miller was born and brought up in London, but has spent much of his adult life on the move. He is a former BBC correspondent in India and continues to work on and off for the BBC's international charity, BBC Media Action. He is the author of 2 books about India, Delhi, Adventures in a Mega City and a Strange Kind of Paradise, India Through Foreign Eyes, as well as a family memoir, Fathers. His latest book is Migrants, the Story of Us All. Janice Pariat is the author of Boats on Land, a collection of short stories, and Seahorse, a novel. She was awarded the Young Writer Award from the Sahitya Academy and the Crossword Book Award for Fiction in 2013. Her novella, The Nine-Chambered Heart, best-selling in India, was published in the UK and in 10 other languages. She studied English literature at St. Stephen's College, Delhi, and history of art at the School of Oriental and African Studies, London. Her work, including art reviews, book reviews, fiction, and poetry, has featured in a wide selection of national magazines and newspapers. She was a Charles Wallace Creative Writing Fellow and a writer-in-residence at the Toji Residency in South Korea. Her latest novel, Everything the Light Touches, is published by HarperCollins India, Burrow Press UK, and Harper via USA. It won the Author Award for the Best Fiction in 2023. It was longlisted for the JCB Prize, shortlisted for the Tata Lit Life Book of the Year Award, and was listed in the New Yorker's Best Books of 2022. Currently, Janice lives between Shillong and New Delhi with a cat of many names. I now hand over to you, Janice.
Thank you so much. I feel like I need to shorten that bio. It's very long. It goes on for ages. I'm so sorry you had to sit through that 3 times at this festival. But good morning to everyone. Is it still morning? I feel like maybe it might be just past 12. So good afternoon to everyone. And it's so lovely to have you here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up. This is a really, really special moment for Sam and me. Shall I leave you to tell the stories? But it truly is, and as the session unfolds, you will understand why. It is also very special because this is a book very, very close to my heart. It's a very important, very timely, very urgent book, I think, for all of us here and beyond to be reading. And beyond all of that, it's so lovely to have Sam and Shillong. We're very old friends, and this feels like, everything has just fallen into the absolutely right place. So welcome, Sam.
Thank you, Janice. Can you all hear me? Good. Yeah, I am slightly nervous, I think, because this is actually, I've done a number of events for this book, I've done events for previous books, but this one stands out. And it stands out for a very particular reason that I'll explain to begin with. This book, it's my sort of biggest book yet, not hugely long, and it's got a few notes on the end, so it's actually shorter than it looks. But it's a very wide-ranging book. It covers many centuries and many places, every continent. There are stories from all over the world. I was just looking in the index. It runs from Afghanistan to Zanzibar. But the first place name in this book is, can you guess where? Shillong. And the reason that Shillong is the first place name in the book is because this book is dedicated in part to someone I know as the Butcher of Shillong. Now, the Butcher of Shillong, I must explain, is the person now sitting next to me. And it's not because she's bloodthirsty or anything like that. It's because she is, as well as being, if I may coin a phrase, a stunningly good writer, she's also an exceptional editor. We met in a London pub about five years ago.
2018,
in
the summer of
2018.
2018. Yeah.
And we both finished our last books. We'd done our round of Lit Fests, not Shillong at that time, sadly. And we were both telling each other about our possible plans, the books we had in mind. And it was that discussion that made me go for this rather than any other project. So that is why this occasion is so special. And it went on from there. It wasn't just Janet saying to me, that's the one you should do. And you did, very clearly, and you were right. But it went on for all of those years in between of us editing each other's texts. Previously, I'd been edited by my father, who died in 2014, and the book that followed was largely about him. So I'd been, I think, a little lost in terms of who do I show my work to? Who do I work alongside? And the Butcher of Shillong appeared. And she gave me a very hard time back then, and that she still does, because I wrote a guidebook to India in which Shillong is barely mentioned. And I'm ashamed of that, and ashamed that I haven't been in Shillong before. And now, through a kind of complicated chain of events, involving my old friend Mary, who I can see back there, and involving my son and his girlfriend, who is sitting in the front row here, that I'm here, and absolutely delighted to be here. I really am.
Oh, and it really was this very intense couple of years that followed that conversation in the pub, because Sam would edit Everything the Light Touches, and I was editing Migrants. And at some moment, we discovered that, hang on, we're possibly writing about the same thing. We're writing about stillness and movement, the need to settle and the need to wander, the need to categorize and the need to set free. And it was this rather powerful moment of realizing that we were approaching our stories and the world in very, very similar ways, but through very different books. So really, when the stars align, they really do align. But to your beautiful book, which, as I just said, is so timely, so important for all of us to be reading, to be talking about. And I'd like to begin, just to lay out some context for our audience here, I'd like to begin with your very brief definition of a migrant, right? This is what Sam offers us in the introduction to the book. And it's a definition that he borrows from a psychologist named Greg Madison. And he says, a migrant is someone who has moved from one culture to another, where the second culture is experienced as significantly different from the first, and for a sufficient duration that the person engages in daily activities and is challenged to undergo some adjustment to the new place, right? So what Sam goes on to say is that he likes this particular definition of a migrant because it doesn't bring up political borders. It doesn't bring up distance. You could sometimes move within the same city and feel like a migrant because you have experienced a drastic shift in culture. You could move within the same country, here to Bangalore, here to Delhi, and feel like you have traveled entire planets. Um, but could you hold out for us, or could you paint a picture for us of the modern migrant and how actually this image of the modern migrant has traveled very far from the definition that your book offers? Traveled very far in our heads, in our imaginations, and also in actual tangible image.
So I think the modern migrant is a much diminished concept in the sense that we've compartmentalized into lots of different types who fit into that definition. So it could be refugees, it could be migrant workers, it could be people who've retired somewhere, it could be migrant workers, and it could be expats. Those two words, for instance, are very interesting, and I write about them because an expat is usually seen as someone who tends to be white, has a high-paid job in often a developing country. But actually, if you look at it, they're no different in any fundamental way from a migrant worker. And yet those terms hide the similarity of their common experience. And I want to, in a way, try and demystify the language we use now, often, more than often, to demonize migrants. We are all migrants, or we're descended from migrants. That is as true now as it was 10,000 years ago when agriculture begins and we first begin settling. And a recognition of that should be something that we all have. And it's a great leveler in that sense. All of these different categories, yes, they fit within the world of what a migrant might be, but in the end, it's about human beings and something that we have done. We human beings have settled almost all the earth. We have reached every part of the globe. I use the example of an alien coming down to this earth and trying to categorize, as we might, or as empires might, the species they find there. And I think the first thing they would say about humans is that they're everywhere. And they would notice that our closest evolutionary cousins, gorillas, chimpanzees, they haven't moved from the part of Africa where we left them 8 million years ago. And it's important that we occasionally take that broad look at who we are and see what that might mean for us today.
Mm. Your story, for example, and it's a story that we become quite familiar and intimate with in the book, because Sam writes history very interestingly, and we'll get to a discussion of that in just a moment. But your story of travel and being a migrant and a nomad, which is the word that you prefer, I think. This is also prompted by things like love and curiosity, right? This is why you set off, because in some ways your family is very settled. They are settled in London, in Livingston Street, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they didn't quite wander the globe as you have done. So is this the starting point for, you know, the inspiration, the idea for the book, your own life, your own wanderings around around the planet? Because you have lived in, and it's a very long list. I won't read it all out, but it's a very long list of many countries that you've been in.
It's funny, this business. There's sometimes I sit down and I talk to people and I talk about my life and how I want to be in lots of different places. And I describe the excitement and challenging nature of a new place. And about 90% of people look at me like I'm a bit mad. And then about 10% look at me and say, oh God, how lovely, I feel just like that. And so I'm in a minority. I'm an outlier. I know that. And I'm not unhappy with that. But I think it connects to something still that we all have, a curiosity for the world, a desire to make sense of us in our place and us as individuals outside our place. Yes, I had a relatively settled upbringing in London. I think from a very early age, I was obsessed with maps. I stared at maps and learnt the capitals of countries. And one of my favorite books as a child was the Dr. Dolittle series. And at the beginning of that, of one of them, Dr. Dolittle spins the globe and then just puts his finger on the globe. And that's where he's going. And I remember reading that as a child, and that just delighting me as an idea and thinking I would want to do it. There's a problem if you do it, you end up in the sea most of the time because, of course, 70% of this planet is water. You need to try several times, and then you find yourself back at home.
But you take your love for wandering, you know, very much into the book, because the book wanders, and in the most sort of wonderful ways, at the level of where it was written to begin with, because Sam wrote this book in different places, and then of course ironically was stuck in London during the COVID years and couldn't move anywhere while writing a book about migrants. You know, that's the universe for you. But it is a book that has traveled quite physically. You know, it traveled between us, you know, from Delhi and London, but within its contents as well, it travels centuries and geographies, and Sam picks up certain narratives, certain stories, and looks at them, interrogates them, shifts them through the lens of migration, through the story of movement. And I'd just like to ask very quickly why these particular stories, so our audience knows which stories you've picked up and why, and also what shifted when you looked at them through the lens of migration. Was there a particular story that stood out to you because of the way that you approached it?
I think one of the ones that I think it struck me quite a long time ago that it should be read as a migration story. I think it was about 20 years ago, I decided I must read all the great religious classic books through, and that this was part of my education. And reading the Old Testament through, I realized that you can read this extraordinary book in a very different way. It can be read as a migration handbook. That it's one of those rare examples in human literature where the migrant is center stage, where those early chapters, the departure from Eden, the dispersing of human beings after the flood, the movement across to Israel and Palestine, multiple attempts then and now to settle those lands, the Exodus, the then the exiles, the two great exiles to uh, the Assyrian and the Babylonian exiles. These are what the story of the Bible contains. I'm not here to talk about it as a religious book. That's for others to do. But for me, it is an extraordinary tale of migration, and a tale of migration that continues into the modern day. We think about stories about the lost tribes of Israel. And in the 19th century, in Britain, it was widely believed that the British were one of those lost tribes, the lost tribe of Dan. It's a forgotten belief now, and it's forgotten, in my view, largely because the British don't want to be seen as migrants themselves anymore. They want to be seen as having been settled there in Britain for all eternity.
And that's not just the British, as we know. We have people across the globe, in some ways, editing their past, editing their origin stories to say that we have always been here from time immemorial. Our origins are lost in the mists of time, but this land has always been ours. And it intrigues me, this obsession with being settled, because you cannot talk about migration and moving without thinking of its antithesis. You cannot have that discussion without the other. And where do you think this need, this obsession with being settled and in one place, and crafting our stories in such a way that it constantly bolsters that narrative, where do you think that comes from, Sam?
Well, it's relatively recent, and we can see that from literature. I think someone said that until about 400 years ago, less than half the world was settled, i.e., had a year-round home. It was normal for the vast majority of human existence not to have a permanent home. It's a modern invention. I think what's even more modern is the creation of borders that are supposed to connect in some way to ethnicity or sometimes language. These are far more modern. And I think it's then that people have felt the need to deny their own migratory past. They forget the stories that they used to tell, or put them aside as fantasy and fairy stories. A lot of them were probably fantasies and fairy stories, like the British one I've just mentioned, but they were critical to how communities saw themselves, that they were people who had been on the move and were no longer. They had settled. And settlement, of course, went with agriculture and cities and everything that followed from that. And from that point, from agriculture, from cities, we have the dividing up of the land, the grabbing, the first owner of each spot of land. Do ask that question. How did they get it? How did the bit of land which you now have title to, how did that first person get that land? We don't ask that question enough.
We really don't. In fact, we were having this conversation just yesterday about, do Khasis here have stories of migration or origin myths that pertain to any kind of great migration? But our origin myths are about us being celestial people, having come down from the heavens and being land bound. And then our other friend Sam brings up this very tiny story about how we might still have this remnant of a memory of us Khasis coming from the Himalayas. But that story has really been lost. I'm not sure whether it's a story that we tell ourselves very often. So it does go to show that in some ways we feel as though we need to prove that we belong, that we are here, that this belongs to us, that we own it. And it intrigues me, this, this tussle, because and there's this lovely quote that you have on this page. Just give me one moment, where you say, here we go. Mm, There is bound to be, in most cases, a combination of possible local reasons for migration, including climate change, resources, territorial disputes. But these could apply to any species, and no other land mammal, apart from possibly the rat, has shown such a disposition to travel the globe. And therefore, I'm tempted by the idea that for some humans, at least, and perhaps some rats, there is a deep-rooted, ancient, instinctive, perhaps genetic desire to move. So Sam has already, told us how being settled is actually the smallest part of our history as a species. We've only ever been in one place for the past 10,000, 12,000 years. And if there is, Sam, this deep, instinctive, inherent need in us as a species to move, because that is what the universe does. It moves, it changes, it transforms, as does the natural world around us. Then what do you think, or might there have been a deeply sort of psychological effect on us as a species being settled in this way, or being in some ways expected or forced to settle in this way? Are we cabin fevered? Are we restless? Are we, are we raring to sort of break out of these constraints in some way? Do you think that it has this kind of collective, effect on us as a species?
I think it does. I mentioned being part of the 10% who really wants to be wandering all the time. I'd say there's another 10% at the other end who never want to leave home. But there's an 80% in the middle, the vast majority of humans. And I think things like pilgrimages and holidays perform some of that role. They're almost proxies for what we used to be, for the normality of travel and exploration and seeing things that are different. So yes, I think it is very deep-rooted. There are some geneticists who say they can spot the specific genetic code which is more likely to make you go on the move. And they've seen it in particular groups of people who have traveled furthest. I think it's quite hard to authenticate that. It may be that genetic discoveries will enable us to do that more. But I certainly think there is a deep-seated desire among many of us simply to be on the move.
And of course, along with that, the deep desire to embed more boundaries and more borders as well, which is why I find it such an interesting and, sort of a tussle that is so at odds, right? One of the things that I particularly love about this book, and it's a trait that a lot of books that I love share, is that migrants employs what I like to call the long perspective, right? And what is the long perspective? The long perspective is to take a particular issue that seems very pressing and very contemporary, a crisis even that seems to have cropped up here and now and is pressing upon our imaginations in a very urgent and immediate manner, and taking that issue and placing it within a really wide context, right? A very, very long perspective in a timeline of geological time, right? So if we take something like the environment, climate change, if we contextualize that within the very long perspective, we see that its roots lie perhaps, as long ago as the European Enlightenment. And what Sam so marvelously does here is he unfolds for us the various waves of migration that have constantly taken place through the history of the world, and hurls us back to a point, I don't even know how many million, billion years ago it was, that these little lobsterpedes first traveled from the sea, where all life began, onto land. And we don't know why they migrated. For love, for wanderlust. Maybe they just like the sun on their backs. But when Sam does that in this book, it really places us in a position of feeling very small, very humble, and looking at migration for what it is, a continuous story. So I love that the long perspective allows you to do this, Sam. And I was wondering, now that you've taken a look back at the lobsterpedes, does the long perspective also, offer you any tools to look into the future? Because what we see now is a lot of turmoil around land, borders, political borders, who owns what, who belongs where, who is allowed where. And it seems to, in some ways, almost be, almost like a crescendo to a crisis. And I was just wondering if you could take a look into the deep future. These are stories of the past, and you've stopped at a very particular point in your book, I know. But if you could hurl us into the future, are there things that you could imagine? Are we heading to Mars? Because as a species, we really are deeply nomadic.
I certainly think we're in trouble as a species, and quite a lot of people are realizing that. And some of the problems that trouble us certainly relate to migration. So in most of our lifetimes, I think we're going to see climate change cause very significant shifts in population around the world. I think there's little doubt in that the idea that people are going to stay on land that is no longer fertile, and a lot of other governments will try and keep those people out, and it's going to be very nasty unless people are realistic about migration. The other side to it, which is in a way should help the process of migration, is a recognition that in most developed countries, populations are aging and aging fast. There aren't going to be enough younger people to do everyday daily tasks. Computers, robots are simply not going to be able to do most of them. And those countries, despite what most of them say at the moment, will, for very good economic reasons, need migrants. So
then it's okay, of course.
Well, yeah.
For economic reasons.
No, and then they'll say things like you can come for 2 or 3 years,
Yes.
as say the Germans did in the 60s, and famously people stayed.
Yes.
I think there is a utopian or rather dystopian attitude towards migration that will become more and more apparent in the years that come. We see it already in a lot of places. The whole debate in Europe is pretty nasty, but it's also cloud cuckoo land. It's nonsense. I love this quote from, in fact, a governor of the American state of Arizona, Janet Napolitano, who I think later became an attorney general. Anyway, she said of her state, which has a long border with Mexico, she said, "Show me a 50-foot wall and I'll show you a 51-foot ladder." And, forget it. You can try and manage migration. You can't stop it. If an island like Britain, separated by the freezing sea, cannot keep migrants out, what hope is there for bordered countries where there are land crossings in a million places? It's not possible. You can try and manage it, you can build incentives. The only real way of keeping migrants out, in my view, is to make your country so horrible that no one wants to live in it. That's what North Korea has very successfully done. You don't hear about them having a migration problem. No one wants to live there. And that, in my view, is the only way of actually implementing a successful no migrants policy.
Speaking of bordered spaces and very densely bordered spaces brings me, of course, to here, right here, where we are, where we're having this literary festival, and of course, the region around it. And I've been thinking, how does one speak about migration in a region which has been historically shaped as a frontier that has been carved and recarved in terms of its political borders, and consequently a region where local populations feel quite precarious about being marginalized, about being relegated to a minority, about demographic shifts, about loss of representation, politically, linguistically. So how does one speak about migration in the manner that you do in your book in a region like that? And I'm not saying that the world isn't like that. It is very difficult to speak of migration in this empathetic, generous, compassionate way anywhere in the world, but there are certain spaces that are even more tricky and even more prickly. So how does one bring up the idea of no borders in a space that is extremely bordered and policed?
I mean, I think I don't. It's for people who live here to do so. All I'm saying is that you need to do it in a realistic sense. Janice and I, we went down to the Bangladesh border the other day.
Exactly a week today.
A week today. And part of it is heavily fenced. And then you come to a bit of a border where the river runs through and it's unfenced. And at this time of year, the water is rather low. So anyone who wants to can move back and forth either way. In a way, my argument is governments need to be realistic about migration, and people do as well. The idea at the other extreme of holding on to the purity of a particular ethnic group, or if you look in detail, it's a chimera in the first place. It's not real. We're all, again, if you look in that deep history, we're all out of Africa, unless you don't believe in evolution. But if you believe in evolution, we're all out of Africa. The greatest ethnic diversity in the world is in Africa, not all of the rest of us who left Africa. We are from a particular group that left, or a series of groups who left. Now, what that means here is it's a very complicated situation, but that's not new. What interests me about the Northeast is it's one of those few places in the world where you get 4 different major language families meeting. And that means that you have all been dealing with these problems for a very long time. Not always brilliantly, but you've been dealing with it. And it's actually much more complicated than the situation in Europe because of that. Northeast China is another similar area where you get several completely different language groups. And that's important, in my view, because it means there's no continuum of language. You can build a continuum with mixed languages between, say, Kasi and Garo, as I've learned, but they're fundamentally different language groups. Actually, you can walk from Persia, from Iran to Assam, and it's a continuum. It's very hard to actually say when one language ends and another doesn't. But when you get to the Northeast, you're suddenly in different territory because of all of these different language groups.
Yeah. Could we have you reading from your book, from a yeah?
Yeah, I'll do that. So one of the things that's interesting is who tells the story of migration as part of their foundation myth. Now, the country that doesn't at all disguise those migration myths, they're proud of them, is obviously America. America plays with a series of different foundation stories, and I talk about some of those, and they're almost competing foundation myths. Now, this is a short reading. I heard someone say earlier, oh God, it's terrible when
authors read their books. That's
from
Rohan
their books.
sitting
But
right
this,
there.
listen to this. Don't switch off because I'm reading, because it's interactive. I need an answer for you. And if you know the answer already to this, don't speak out. But if you do, tell me at the end. Try this. Sorry, glasses needed. Try this. Tell a friend the story of Joseph Kearney, for he was an Irishman, a middle-aged shoemaker in the tiny village of Moneygall in County Offaly, born and brought up there in the late 18th century. And like hundreds of thousands of other people from Ireland, Kearney migrated to America during the Great Famine, settling in the Midwestern state of Ohio. Once there, he sent back home for his family, his wife and 3 children, and they all came to Ohio and became citizens of the USA in the days when it was easier to do such things. Joseph Kearney died an American. Now, tell your friend that a descendant of Joseph Kearney of the Irish village of Moneygall became President of the United States. And then ask your friend to guess the name of the president. Do any of you have any ideas who that president might be? Joe Biden?
Joe Biden.
Anyone else?
Anyone else? Come on.
Any American presidents might be descended from an Irishman?
Just to let you. Okay.
Reagan, did I hear? Anyone else? None of those are right so far.
I love that we know no US presidents.
No.
Donald Trump, someone said.
No. Occasionally. Most people get it wrong again and again. They try Clinton or the Bushes or Reagan or Kennedy or Biden or even Donald Trump. The answer is Barack Obama, who was a great, 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 great grandson of Joseph Kearney, the shoemaker from Moneygall. And there's a point to that story, which I go on to discuss, but it's about how we compartmentalize race and ancestry. And it's deeply part of it. And it's something that Barack Obama actually writes about incredibly intelligently, how at a certain point in his life, he had to choose who he was. And he chose to be black, even if lots of black Americans were going around saying, he's not really black, because he's not descended from slaves. He's not black enough. But he made that decision. And once he had made that decision, then for the rest of us, he is that. And we forget that he had a white mother and that she was descended from Joseph Kearney from Moneygall. And just as a final line on that, I mentioned how there was a very, some black Americans say, is he really black? Obama isn't black, explaining that black in our political and social reality means those descended from West African slaves. It's a very powerful argument, except he was descended from slaves through his mother, through his white mother, who was not entirely white, who was descended from the person who many think was probably the first black slave in America, who married a white woman. So just let us remember in all of these discussions of ethnicity, how complicated these issues are.
Thank you for that, Sam. I have so many more questions, Mary, but I will be compassionate and open this up to the audience, but without losing an opportunity to say this is just the most accessible history book to read, and again just so pertinent and so important for our time. So please do pick up a copy. They're available at the bookstore, the National Book Agency, right there, and Sam is here, very happy to sign all your copies for you. But questions, please. That's not working.
The microphone's not.
That was a great session, and I just want to share two things. I'm a daughter of a migrant who came from Sylhet, and of course my mother's Khasi, very traditional family. And now I'm a migrant in Dehradun. But I just feel wonderful that I have this fluidity, I inherited this fluidity, and I enjoy it very much. But my father, though he came up to Shillong from Sylhet when he was 7 years old, and you read it in the book, which is in the stalls from Sylhet to Shillong. And he knew Khasi very well, and he spoke Khasi better than many Khasis. He was always made to feel that you are a Sylheti. But then he told me later, I don't mind it. That's what I am. There's nothing to feel bad about. Of course, if there's political turbulence, I'm sure it created a lot of turbulence in his mind, but he never let it affect him. He loved Shillong, and that's what he was, Another thing about the origin of the Khasis, of course, folk tales, there are so many versions of folk tales and of folklore. So we are supposed to have descended from there were 16 families above in the Blue Realm, and 7 families came down to the earth to cultivate, and we're supposed to have descended from them, the Kinyotrep. And there's a legend in Cambodia which says that 16 boats set out, and 7 disappeared. So this is all about migration. And the Khasi language, they have many words which are very common to the Mon Khmer dialects. So this is what I wanted to share with you about the Khasi migration and me being the daughter of a migrant.
Thank you. Thank you, Auntie. This gentleman here, and then Mary.
Yeah, hi Sam, very enlightening. My question is that having lived and worked in the Indian subcontinent and having vast reportage experience, what is your assessment about Indian migration in the sense that we are 28 states, we're 8 union territories, and we have a population of 1.4 billion people. And due to economic necessities, there's always, a rapid migration from the rural to the urban areas. And all the focus of the pressure is on the major metropolises, whether it's Mumbai, whether it's Delhi or Bangalore. So what is your And you would have the migration crisis really, the migrant worker crisis really came full bloom during COVID. You'd have seen. I mean, they had gone. So, what is your assessment, and what do you think is the solution to this? Because everybody just wants to move to the urban areas, and nobody's wanting to stick on. Yeah.
Well, you need first of all to make rural economies function better. That's part of it. But I also think you can't stop them, and you need to be realistic about them. My first book was about Delhi, and it was very much exploring how successive administrations had behaved as though it was a city of 1 million, when it was by then a city of 20 million and is now a city of 30 million. And that's why so much went wrong with Delhi. It was a failure to be realistic.
A very quick question from Mary. We can't
Yeah,
deny.
say no to Mary.
Yes, we can't say no to Mary.
Thank you. Sam, I received the book on Monday, so I haven't read it, full disclosure. But the title, Migrants, a Story of Us All. And I think today, in today's world, this idea of migration, there is a privileged story, and then there are those that is the exact opposite of that. Have you spoken about that in your book?
So I've deliberately avoided the very current debates. I've touched on them, often side on, simply because certainly in my country, to a degree in this country as well, some of the arguments are so toxic and so unpleasant that there's no possibility of serious conversation. And that, in a way, prompted a book which reaches back into deep history to create a kind of common ground, a starting point where we can have a different kind of conversation about migration.
Super. Thank you, Sam. And thank you to you all for being here.
Thank you, Sam and Janice, for that absolutely riveting, so compelling that conversation. And I'm sure Migrants, the story of, in all of us, will be an important read for all of us here and anywhere else. Mary, may I invite you to hand over festival mementos, remembrances of the Shillong Literary Festival to Sam and Janice. Thank you. I invite Desmond Karmau Flang on stage to moderate the discussion, as well as our speakers, Ian A. Lingdor, Massimo Wargline, and Naba Bhattacharjee. Please come up on stage. I request the speakers to please come up on stage and take your seats. Usually we're having our moderator in the middle, so anywhere except it's really difficult to find a middle. A middle, there's a middle, exactly. So anywhere. Desmond L. Karmauflang is a poet and folklorist. He also writes short stories. He has published collections of poetry and books on folklore and folkloristics. He has also collected, compiled, and edited folk narratives and folk songs of Northeast India. An associate member of the Folklore Fellows instituted by the Finnish Academy of Science and Letters, Helsinki. He has held teaching positions as visiting professor at various universities in India and abroad. He teaches folkloristics at Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, India. He is principal investigator of the project Protecting Endangered Heritage in the Abode of Clouds, in collaboration with Melbourne University and sponsored by the British Library. He is also principal investigator of the project Folklore, Wildlife and Nature, a study on their interrelationships sponsored by the North-Eastern Council, Government of India. I now hand over the session to you, Desmond. Thank you.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for agreeing to have this panel. When I first had a conversation with Mary and I suggested this rather intimidating panel with an intimidating name, she was excited about it and said yes, she has also deep interest in some of the dimensions that this particular topic would hopefully cover. So with that, we agreed on the title and we also agreed on the names of the panelists, and I will be introducing them in short order. I would like to start by introducing Ian Lingdor, who is seated to my left. He teaches applied tourism at Shillong Commerce College and the Indian Institute of Travel and Tourism Management. He is also the General Secretary of the Meghalaya Tourism Development Forum, the Swimming Association of Meghalaya, and he is Vice President of the Meghalaya State Olympic Association. He is known as the maker of the widely acclaimed, television program, which has something like 115 episodes, I believe, called A Day in a Village. He authored this book, the book Finding the Root Bridges of Meghalaya. And this is something that we will start. This book will hopefully will provoke a discussion in the first round. The time allotted to us has been a little uh, we a little limited, but then we shall try to cover uh, the business that we have at hand. To my right, Nava Bhattacharjee needs no introduction. Born and brought up in Shillong, he joined the Indian Forest Service and left the service after 2 decades, right? In order to blaze a trail on his own as what he calls impact assessment specialist. He has about 100 publications on environment and natural resources to his credit, and he serves as advisor on many panels and committees on subjects of the environment and resources. We will also be talking about Naba's book in the second part of the uh, panel discussion that we will be having. Next, I would like to introduce Professor Massimo Woglin, a very good friend of mine who teaches at Ca' Foscari University in Venice. He describes himself as uh, following a research path of compulsive disciplinary nomadism syndrome. I'm sure he will be able to explain what he means by that. But to my understanding, he is somewhat of a polymath, which means he has a lot of fields that he has specialized in, and he constantly moves from one discipline to another, bringing about or maybe creating a labyrinth of network, in his pursuit of knowledge. He has worked on human organizations, and he has pioneered the use of neural networks in economics. He has also done laboratory experimentation on the emergence of language and grammar. So we see him as a linguist as well. And he has also done geometric modeling of semantics. He has written extensively on habits and routines, the spontaneous division of labor, collective memory, and interpretation. He has been associated as visiting professor at many universities. The notable ones I'm mentioning are Stanford, Harvard, the University of Michigan, Southern Denmark University, and JNU. More recently, his research interest has been migrating towards environmental humanities and the study of interactions among species. Now, this is something that has brought him to Meghalaya, and we will invite him to talk about that aspect of his experience as well. So, having introduced the panelists, I would like to first invite Ian to give us a very brief outline about the work, the book that he has authored, and the experiences that he had writing the book, and obviously the experiences that he accumulated, in order to pen down this book. So, Ian. Whichever you're comfortable.
Hi everyone. A very good afternoon. Uh, so this is the book, which is a kind of a labor of love. It took me about 10 years and multiple treks and journeys across the Riwar landscape in Meghalaya. So it all started in a village called Nongblai. So we went down to Nongblai with a group of guides and friends, and they said that there were 16 living root bridges in Nongblai. And this was quite amazing because the bridges are not so numerous in a single village. Nongblai is a small hamlet with about 30 households, and it's quite a distance going down. And I mean, forget the going down. Coming up was really tiring, and so we went down and found out these 16 organisms. I call them super organisms because the Ficus elastica tree, being an organism, has been transformed into a super organism, a structure which facilitated the economy of that village. So it started there, and if you look at this presentation, the map, you can see that the dots out there. This is the area where the root bridges. It's not only root bridges; it's structures. So this area is basically Riwar Mingi, Riwar Sepngi, and War Jaintia areas. And these are the areas where you find these living root structures and nowhere else in Meghalaya. This was something which the forefathers of the War people, through their ingenuity, constructed them for the next generation. I was thought about having a name for this book. So when I thought about it, 5,500 miles south of this area, the Riwar area, about 560 kilometers east of this area, there's a living root bridge in Nagaland. It's a very rudimentary structure, just a log of wood with with the roots being extended from one end to the other end. It's a very simple, not as complicated and complex like the root structures that we have. If you go north thousands and thousands of kilometers, you will not find any living root structures, or west. It's only in Sumatra, 5,500 kilometers from the location, that you'll find a root bridge, but it's only 25 meters. There are about 3 root bridges in Indonesia, in the island of Sumatra. And not as numerous as in the Riwar area. So it's something unique. It's about a civilization. It's about a culture. It's a ficus culture. And these indigenous people made these structures. So what we see, what is popular is the bridges, but in my journeys, I found out that it had something to do with religion. The ficus tree is a sacred tree in some villages. It is used in religion, and it's considered as the guardian of the forest, because it is in that tree that so many living organisms live, and in the tree that kept the soil together, and the tree that facilitated the people to cross these, when how much rain we get in the southern slopes of the Khasi Hills. It's like the highest rainfall area all along, from Dauki, from War Jaintia to Mausanram. So these bridges took them across to their fields. Without these bridges, the backbone of the economy would have been severed. So, and when you talk about the other structures, we found out that they had ledges along the cliff face. The whole of the Riwar area is landscape, amazingly landscape, with the betel nut groves, the beaten up leaves, the oranges plantations, the broom grass. It's basically a horticultural, agricultural, community. And the landscape, if you look from afar, you'll just see a forest, but every inch of the land. So this book is about my experiences there, and the structures that I found out was steps, steep areas, slopes where you cannot, during a heavy downpour, you cannot, it's impossible to walk down to the fields. They carve steps and railings out of these, out of the roots of the tree. Then you have the retaining walls, the trails. We have so many trails, ancient trails, where people walk from one village to the other. They go all the way to Silhet, from Joai, from Peninsula, from Lalinkot, all these trails. Along these trails, some of these trails, you'll find remnants. And these trails would not be surviving today if not for the roots of the ficus tree, which held the soil together, which held the, and of course, some bioengineering, very basic bioengineering, but they understood the world around them. The forefathers understood the world around them. Incidentally, my grandfather comes from a village called Riwai, where you have the famous Riwai Bridge connecting Norwet. So the retaining walls were very interesting. Then you have the platforms in a village called Umnyotmar. There's a platform on top. So I wondered, why did they need to have a platform? It's very close to the border of Bangladesh. So probably to look out for, if there were any thieves or animals that would destroy their crops. So they put themselves up on a platform and keep a watch. Then you have ladders. Ladders across the slip, about the height of this, this structure. And these roots were living. They could outlive any iron bridge. We've seen the iron bridges in the, in the areas that we journeyed. And after 15, 20 years, they just rust. But the bridges, they go on. Of course, but they have to be, nourished. They have to be looked after. So the name of the book, they title it Ficus Cassiana. Ficus because of the ficus tree, and Cassiana because it's from the Khasi Hills. And it's another pseudonym for the living root bridges and the living root structures. And when it comes to the religious part, in Nongblai, they have, in the second part. Okay, yeah. So that's in a nutshell what this book is about, but it's also about our civilization, about our matrilineal, a bit of matrilineal, where we come from. We don't. The first time this was mentioned was by young Lieutenant Henry Yule, and mentioned it in the book, that he had gone across, and for the first time he saw this living root bridge. And we traced the trail. I call it the Henry Yule Trail. It's from Ring Ot to Latyam. So it's a trail that goes down. And we found the exact location of the bridge, but the bridge is no more. And they have a steel structure across that goes all the way to the other side of Latyam. But we still had the trees there. The tree was still there, of course, broken down, but it was still there. And he was the first one who mentioned in the Asiatic Journal. That was the only source written that I could find from my research, that I came upon this bridge, and I have never seen such a structure before. But he never elaborated on that because he was part of the engineer corps of the British in 1840 something. And they were looking for roads, make roads in the Khasi Hills, in the Cherrapunji area. Yeah, so Desmond is a bit, yeah. So, anyway.
Thank you, Ian. And I strongly recommend that you grab a copy of this book because he has just given us a very abridged version of what you can find here. You know, the very significant information about our root bridges. It's interesting also that he used it as an example, which brings us to this point where we engage with living artifacts. Um, this is a classic example of a living artifact, and you know, to elaborate on the concept, to elaborate on the theory of living artifact, I shall turn to Professor Massimo Waglen, uh, where you know I will perhaps uh, try to seek from you, you know, what is it, what are the factors, what are the aspects and dimensions of you know of uh, dimensions that are responsible for imbuing, responsible for animating, you know, structures like the living root bridge, and to qualify these examples, you know, as really splendid examples of living artifacts. I'm drawn also to the kind of comparison that we have in my discipline, which is folkloristics, where we talk about the phenomena, we talk about the lore, and we mostly neglect and ignore and forget, you know, the folk that's actually responsible for imbuing, you know, the lore with that sense of you know, with that spirit, with that animation that makes it again, you know, very very animated and very alive. So, Professor Massimo, please.
Thanks. And hello to everybody. Um, okay, it's almost embarrassing for me to be here and talking about things which are so deeply felt and embedded in the life of anybody. I'm not just coming from outside. But I'm very grateful, I must say, to Ian for writing his book. I avidly read it in the last days as I could get it in my hotel. Because it really gives us not only, I would say, a lot of interesting knowledge about how the whole system of ficus cassia, right, works really, but also the emotion of the experience of reporting, creating, transmitting this knowledge. This is wonderful, and it's great. Now, the interesting question, I think, is why should someone coming from outside be interested in those wonderful examples of structure or of living architecture, or whatever you want to call it? And you know, the first time I came here, my first impact was actually Mauripur is here, Horimika was there. They brought me in and to see my first exemplar, basically, right, in Soka. And the first reaction was simply, oh, it's amazing. But then my soul of researcher took, in a way, over. And I started asking myself, should I study these kind of things? Why are they so interesting? Why they bring so many thoughts? And I think the most strong reaction was, this is really interesting, not only because it shows a deep culture of interaction with nature and so on, but there's also the other side, which is very interesting, which is the huge contribution of a living creature, the tree, to such a surprising infrastructure or artifact, right? It's a beautiful example, I think, in which you have an important infrastructure, which is to a large extent created by a living entity, not by the manipulation of passive dead materials. In a way, I think what strikes me a lot is that you don't build a living root bridge, you grow a bridge, which is an entirely different practice for building a bridge. It implies different attitude, it's thinking differently. It's beautiful. When I had some beautiful experience in villages, staying there, even in Nongblai, talking to people. When you talk to people growing bridges, such bridges, they don't really have in mind a shape. They think about how the plant will react, what are the moves, how to interact with the plant, how to drive it, how to provide incentives to the plant to do this and that. It's really a kind of social interaction that you have with another player who is equally contributing to it. And the shape of the bridge is not just in the mind of the designer, it's really also in the strategies and the behavior of the plant. This is really beautiful, and that makes it such an extraordinary example of what has become now a little bit fashionable when you talk about design practice, thinking about living artifacts, artifacts in which living entities contribute to the design and to the life of the artifact. I would like just to point to a couple of things that strikes me a lot as well. One is that it's a cooperation between the tree and the humans, but it's not just a cooperation. There's a lot of negotiation, of bargaining. It's interesting that many people that work on these bridges are a little bit afraid of doing it. There's a potential threat. You know that young people shouldn't do it, or maybe families with daughters shouldn't do it, and so on, because the plant can be also overwhelming you. It's so strong, has such a strong agency, such capability to shape things, that it might really overwhelm your own capability of controlling and so on. I think that's another big and interesting issue. How do we negotiate our environment with other entities? And that's fundamental. I'm sure we will talk more about that. So I want to be short. It's lovely. I'm so grateful that this book has been written. I hope another book will be written another day that will tell the same story from the point of view of the tree. Because we know too little yet about how plants live this experience, how they interact with humans, what are their strategies, what pushes them to do this or that, how they respond, how that affects their well-being. We don't know very much about that. I think this is vital, not only to better know, but also to preserve in the future not only those plants, but our interaction with those plants, which is the key point, I think. Okay, so thanks again, Jan, for your fantastic work.
Thank you, Massimo, for making those very telling comments on the concept of living artifacts. And what struck me particularly was your use of the phrase, these bridges are not built, but these bridges grow. So there is, that very elemental dimension of life that is inherent, in the creation of these living root bridges. Ian also earlier had referred to them as structures, although in a very special sense. Now I would like to invite Barnaba, with your vast experience in forestry, in forest administration, as a member of the Indian Forest Service, and also your vast experience in dealing with natural resources. When we pick up these two key points made by Ian and Massimo on structure, I think we need to revisit this idea of technology, because the common perception of technology now is that, oh, it's machine, but actually it is not. Technology is inherent in the kind of change that we bring about to the environment, to the kind of change that we bring about to the social system, and so on. Technology infers, a very careful and a very precise use of a calculus of measurements, I think. So how would you respond to this idea of so-called technology of the root bridges?
Thank you, Badasman. Good afternoon to all present here. Yeah, I think when you talk of living root bridge or artifacts, they are very much an innate and integral part of our biodiversity. And this living root bridge or these artifacts has emanated from our biodiversity itself. It's one of the byproducts. Now, what we have seen there has to be a harmony between technology, what you said, and the tradition. Now, these living root bridges are something which we consider as something a wonder of nature. It definitely is. But when you see the uniqueness of these bridges, we need to go back to our tradition. You see, these bridges, Bayan has written on these bridges, but they have not emerged overnight. You see, the forefathers, the tradition has nurtured. They realized the value of those bridges, and at the same time, they were definitely used for purposes like your transport, bridges as we call them, moving from one village to other. That was the necessity at that period. Now, what has happened, which we had also discussed a number of times, that these living root bridges also, today we are talking of conservation of those bridges because of various anthropologists factors impinging on them. So here, how do you protect? You cannot protect them with the same traditional concept and approach. Why? Number one, because those bridges that time were used by very few people. And that is why day before somewhere I had talked to, I think Abhash is here, that we need, once we have opened for tourism, the footprints, even we are today talking of carbon footprints, we need to tone it down. In 2004-5 with Ivan, Deepak, we had visited Molenong. And that time we could see hardly 10, 15 people going there. Today we have in thousands. So this is one of the aspects where conservation comes from regulation and restriction. So tomorrow, to reclaim those bridges, which we'll talk later how we are reclaiming other components of nature, you will have to take the use of technology, and it will not have the same essence like which nature has given. So we are destroying what nature has bestowed on us, and even if we use technology to revive it, it will not have the same importance and traditional value which our living bridges have today.
Thank you, Nava, for engaging with the technological aspect of the living root bridges. And we will turn again to Ian for a brief comment on an issue that I've been engaging with in my work as a professional folklorist, and that is the existing continuum of human nature and culture. And these bridges, they are magnificent examples of this continuum, rather this interdependency that exists between human nature and culture. These bridges were created by humans, but then it was also through the collaboration that humans received from nature. And we also have a manifestation of great and extremely rich cultural practices, the stories that have been woven around these bridges, the ceremonies dedicated to these bridges, and so on. So briefly, if you could talk about this.
Yeah, Desmond. So basically, by writing this book, I wanted to open a window to understand our civilization, our culture, of the people, of the Khasis, of the War people. If you look at the North Khasi Hills, we have the cherry blossom, which is another tree. I don't know whether it's endemic in Meghalaya, but it has put us in the world map for obvious reasons, for tourism. But coming back to the living root structures, I call them structures because it's not only bridges, there are other structures. And there are two parts to it. There's the living root structures, like I mentioned, the bridges, the ladders, the retaining walls, the steps, and there's the Ficus elastica tree, or dangeri, which we call it the dangeri. So before we go to the structures, we have to talk about the dangeri. There are 20 or more ways to look at a dangeri. 20 more ways, or you can make it 30 more ways. Recently, I read that you can tie a knot, a tie, in 1,000 ways. So there's no end to it. And there are more than 20 ways or 30 ways to look at a Ficus elastica tree, a dangeri. When I probed deeper, so we went to Nong Blai, so we saw this tree. He said, this is a place where we have our sacrifices. It's near a small stream. There's a stone, and they used to have an annual sacrifice. I'm talking, of course, about our indigenous religion. A religion which is a household religion. It was not a, corporate. There was no church. There was no, it's household. And they did the sacrifices there, and that got me thinking, okay, how sacred is this tree? Then I went to a village called Nongjeri. It's one of the bastions of our indigenous religion. So religion and our culture is deeply woven. You can't separate one from the other. It's something which, unfortunately, or has through the years has been neglected. But for many reasons. There's a tree in Nongjeri right in the middle of the village which grows there. At the base of the trunk of the tree, there's a hollow which is made out to be an altar where they perform their rituals and rites. In Nongjeri, you have a lingdo, that is an administrative head, and a religious head, a religious lingdo. So one of the unique places. And they perform their sacrifices there, rites and rituals once in a year, once in 2 years, in fact, because Nongjeri is related to Sobar. Sobar on the other side of the river Waro. So every 2 years, they have their religious ceremonies. Once in Sobar, after 2 years, have it in Nongjeri. This year is going to happen in Nongjeri. The last 2 years, it happened in Sobar. Sobar is also one of the places where we found a very depleted looking, a small structure. And in fact, the villagers never knew this structure. And we just pointed out, this is your heritage. Please protect it and look after it. This is where your forefathers, started this civilization, this culture. So this tree in Nongjeri, what happened is, nobody is allowed to take a photograph of the tree. We could not, we took our cameras, but we could not shoot the tree because it's not allowed. It's sacred. And the branches of the tree cannot be brought down, or the leaves or anything. It's so sacred that you're not allowed to cut the branches, or even though the branches have intruded into the house, into the roofs of the village. So this was something fascinating. And what Massimo said, when I went to War Giantia, they were even, War Giantia is, I think, culturally, the Khasis, if you want to know your culture, you go to War Giantia, where you have the ossuaries, the Thep Mao Shing, which is still being practiced now. And you have your, so many things to do with the culture. I think even the language too. They say that Khasi language originated from the War Jaintia dialect. That's what they said. And when I went there, they told me that young people are not allowed to, especially men, they're not allowed to grow these bridges. So I kept wondered why. But there was a practical side to it. The practical side was it was dangerous to make these bridges across, gorges, across You should see the bridge in, it's called Jingking Muir in Nongbak Maushut, across the river Sora. It's about more than 100 meters up, and it's certainly very dangerous to make that bridge. It's the highest bridge, root bridge, about 25 to 30 meters, and it's about 100 meters, and a drop from there would just, I mean, what is amazing is how did they propagate those roots to the other side. So it has become a way of life for these cultures, a way of life where the tree, was a part of their, everyday life, and they used the roots, they grew the roots, like Massimo said, and till today, now that it has gained recognition all over, you have the double-decker bridge. It's become more of a tourism fascination. And the original purpose, sometimes it's unfortunate to say that there are places where you have these concrete structures made by the Block Development Office, where the original bridge has been neglected and just rotted away. So, but the amazing thing is, I just want to share with you is that we have an oral tradition. We don't have a script. So our forefathers were innovative, they were ingenious, they invented many things without a script, without knowing maths, without knowing science. They were masters with the ecosystem that they live in. They invented the bridges, the structures, the drip irrigation, which I mentioned in the book. Bamboo drip irrigation, where they take water, channelize it through bamboo to the plantations and the groves. And the monoliths and the secret groves. We are educated, but we are not being innovative as much as our forefathers.
Thank you, Ian, for commenting on the issue that I had raised, that I had tried to provoke, and you have given wonderful examples, citing from the experiences that you've had. I think our ancestors or the old ones knew a far superior science, a far superior mathematics, a far superior, technology even, and which brings me again to Massimo at this point of time, to comment on, the ecological makeup of the bridges, in the sense that, we, in trying to build a context for the bridges, we also need streams and rivers, obviously, otherwise, it becomes a futile and an incomplete exercise. So in your experience, working or collecting information of the root bridges, perhaps you could also comment, on streams and rivers and water bodies, because this would provide a prologue, to Barnabas' book here, who has written extensively on river systems and water bodies. So, and since Massimo, you also had the community project in Venice that is dedicated to the study of and the perception of tides. Perhaps you could comment on this.
Sorry, okay. Again, I hope I can be very short, responding to such a long question in a way. But yes, of course, when you look at those bridges, you cannot even imagine them without the water, without the stones and everything. This is, of course, they are part, by definition, I would say, bridge is relating different things in an environment, including humans. So that's part of it. And the water part of it is extremely important, of course. That's what the bridge does about, and also the water falling from the sky, because it would be very hard to imagine those bridges without the key role of monsoons in the ecology of the whole system and so on. And yes, I think the other thing which struck me a lot in my naive experience as a visitor was the huge importance that the livelihood of water plays in beliefs and also in how you think about the bridge. Just one single notation that I found very surprising. I asked about who's the owner of a bridge, of a living bridge. And the answer was surprising to me because once, that was in Ongbly, I think, they told me, okay, you know, if the bridge is connecting to areas of the Bree which are owned by a family or a clan, whatever, then the clan is the owner of the two parts of the bridge, grasping in a way the bank, but the center of the bridge is owned by the river. And it was really beautiful, I think, the idea that you have also this sort of ownership by another living entity, which is the water of the bridge, was very deep and very interesting. That brings me back to my own city. I live in a water city, as Desmond recalled, Venice. It's a very famous water city. It's also very famous for its complex relationship with the water and the tides. Water has been the source of life and wealth for the city, but is also, in last years, a source of dramatic high tides, flooding, and so on. Here again, I think my experience has been that trying to remedy to the most threatening part of tides, the high tides and so on, the technology response was in a way to stop the tides, which preserve the city, of course, from the high tides at the same time has been sort of slowly killing the culture we have, the attitudes we have in understanding the role of tides as a vital thing in the life of the lagoon in which my city is embedded, of the sea, and especially losing the sense of how water is a lively thing, the livelihood of water. And I think this is a general problem of many cities, many places. I was talking also with friends, we do design, urban design in the UK, they have the same problem. Once you want to revive rivers, as we want to revive the lagoon, understand how it interacts with the city, the first obstacle is that people have lost a sense of the livelihood of water. The livelihood of water is the fundamental element connecting us to the water as an agent, as again playing an active role. And I think to learn to preserve water or environments in which water plays a key role, we also have to develop this sort of, let's say, animistic intelligence, understand that water is a living thing, not just H2O. And I think that's a fundamental thing. I want to close with an episode not from Nong Blai, but from a small village in my lagoon. A teacher was teaching, that's a fisherman, small village, and a teacher was teaching to elementary school kids about chemistry, the beginnings of chemistry, and started introducing H2O. And one student raised his hand and said, "Come on, maestra, teacher, what is it now? H2O, it's a living thing, it moves, it breathes." I think we have to go back to this kind of knowledge to better understand how we interact with our environments, which are all based on water.
Thank you, Massimo, and thank you for sharing that discovery of yours when you heard, in Nong Blai, about a river owning at least a section of the bridge. Okay, I mean this is the creation of an epistemology which is profoundly breathtaking, I think. Which brings me, to Barnabas' book here. He has authored a book entitled "Withering Forests, Dying Rivers." It's a very, it's. I haven't read the book, but the title, gives us an idea about the kind of predicament that we find ourselves in, especially in Shillong, and could you please talk about the book, and what are you trying to advocate? What are you trying to articulate in the book? Is there? I'm sure there must be some message that you want to put across. So if you could talk about it briefly.
Yeah, the book which I have written, or rather it's a collection of various publications picked up from there. Actually, the journey for writing this book started at Umiam Lake. After my service period, I was, as the preface will highlights. I was returning home, and many of you may be aware that there's an old road where the earlier Shillong Guwahati road used to be. So usually we used to travel coming home, going back, and about 20 years after my college, I was out of Shillong, coming in and out. So I thought, yeah, during our school days, we used to go for hiking to this old road, which was one of the vantage point for hikers like us. So when I went there, I was absolutely shocked. The volume of trash, which all of you subsequently know, the total denigration of this artificial reservoir, which is about 10.27 square kilometers, and it caters to a catchment of almost 250 square kilometers. So Umiam virtually acts as a septic tank for almost 300 square kilometers of area. So that is where, with my forestry background, I realized that if one component of nature is affected adversely, it has a cascading impact on all other parameters. We talked of the living root bridges, which is an artifact. So is an insect, which is also an artifact of nature. The springs, the rivers, all, whatever is the creation of nature. So from there, I took the journey up, and I wanted to decipher what are the reasons for the denigration of this lake. And to my horror, I found that it was a collection of various factors impinging on our biodiversity, starting from quarrying in the catchment areas, the faulty and unregulated and unplanned construction activities which is going on, the extraction of fossil fuels. Then we have the pollution, the improper waste management, a gamut of issues in a holistic manner, in a comprehensive manner, and tied to each other, was affecting our biodiversity and our environment. There was hardly any action. So my book or my intervention was to flag these issues and bring it to the public domain more as an advocacy and awareness, because I saw that people were just comfortable with the situation. These are not very major impacts which are happening. Those were, I'm talking about 2006-07. So, but I felt that these factors were gradually evolving into major catastrophes, impending dangers to our entire ecosystem. And this is how I started. Now we talk of rivers. The rivers always tells the story of the civilization of a race. Waumkra Umshirpi also tells this story. I used to sit with Kong Silverin Swear. Like my friend, my elder sister Bijoya said, we may have our roots in Sylhet, but we are no less part and integral part of this Khasi community. Being married now, but we are very much an integral part, and we thought that it is our duty to bring to the fore what ails our environment. I have seen the catchment areas, which are sources of water, are being defiled. The last vestige of catchments which we have is the Riyat Laban and Raid Laban forest areas, where I came up with the idea of integrating the 7 sources which has source in those Riyad Laban forests to integrate them. And I can tell you that these sources today are supplying the major chunk of water which goes to major parts of Shillong. So these are the issues. Then we went for mining. We saw what destruction mining was doing to our environment. So this basically were the issues which has been flagged by me. And not only issues, it's very easy to highlight issues, but once we raise issues, we need to come up with viable solutions also. Because only flagging issues and doing nothing about it, like by Jan or Massimo, we have gone to the grassroots to find a solution to all these problems. So the book generally highlights a number of parameters. It has taken this short time. That's why I was requesting Mary that from next year, we need to have a different section altogether, maybe if it's possible, for climate change, biodiversity, and environment, which is very, very important. And climate change is no more a fallacy, no more to be taken casually. It is a reality and it is staring us in the face. We have seen the devastation which is happening in the Eastern Himalayas, and Eastern Himalayas includes Uttarakhand, your Himachal. We have seen what has happened to Sikkim and covers all the other 7 northeastern states. We are in the same fault zone, and this is the time to undertake the vulnerability index study, the pollution capacity study, the carrying capacity, and this cannot be done only by the government or government agencies. It has to be a partnership between the people and the government. Government can only do so much. And finally, I would like to say that please, we have moved so much away from our traditional wisdom, which the forefathers here had or which they followed. Today we talk of catchments. We have the Lao Shnong, the Lao Lingdo, the Lao Niam, the Lao Kintang. These are all traditional wisdom where in the villages these were maintained. But now, unfortunately, today we do not have that division of land. The people who have land are becoming landless, and some people who can afford are purchasing and buying into this land. So soon we'll have a great disparity like we have in the mainland, the landless and the zamindars. Unfortunately, Meghalaya is witnessing the zamindari system, which is very, very detrimental for the entire community. So, and the insensitivity. I had been with the National Green Tribunal as a commissioner. Then I also appeared in the National Green Tribunal. The sensitivity of the people is very much important. So all of us must rise to the occasion, and the base of the pyramid are our grassroots population in the rural areas. I'll leave with you with a question. I have raised a lot of issues from 2005. Some have been solved, some unheeded. But the government today is looking into these issues. And one of this is what we have, the compensation for maintaining your forest, which was not done earlier. And people rightly said that the land belongs to me. What do I gain by maintaining those trees? I need to cut down because they were all low-hanging fruits. I sell 1 or 2 trees and I look after 1-2 months of my expenses. So the government also has come forward to compensate that you preserve your forest, you get paid in some retribution is given to you. So my appeal is that let us all work together, and climate change, the dangers, are a real phenomena. Unless we wake up now, it will be too late. And I'm not trying to be a person who's alarmist, but I tell you, we do not want a Uttarakhand or a Sikkim or a Himachal being repeated here. And I leave all of you with a question. Can you imagine? I've done a study. If there is a breach in Umiam Reservoir, can you imagine what will happen? We will no more have the Reboy district and beyond. Thank you, Kublai.
Thank you, Nava. Uh, this is the book that Banaba has authored, and I sincerely hope that it is not only designed to flag very pertinent and disturbing issues, but I hope that the government also takes it as a policy support. So, with these words, and Bulbul is flagging me also to say that we are completely out of time. So, I would like to first of all thank the panelists Ian Lingdo, Massimo Waglin, and Nava Bhattacharjee for really enriching this panel with very animated discussion. The points that the issues that you have flagged, the issues that you have raised, and the discussion that you have provoked would resound and resonate for a long time to come. And I thank the organizers for again agreeing to have this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ian, Massimo, Nava, and Desmond, for such an interesting conversation. Mary will now be presenting the speakers with Literary Festival remembrances, and I request everyone to also remain seated. We will shortly begin our next session.
Okay, I think we can pair people up. You can pair up on your own if you'd like. All right. Anyone else who doesn't have a partner yet? No one? We're good? We're good to start? All right. Okay, that's team one. All right. That's team one, of course. That's team two. And then team three, team four, team five, team six. Please write down the number of your team. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's right. And 10 then. Perfect. Team, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. That's 10. Great. If anyone wants to participate, last call. Yes, brilliant. We have team 11, the back. Okay. Yeah, I think we can do 3. Team 11, if you could sit at the backs, just so that we can, just behind them, just behind team 10. Yeah. And please write down the name of your team on your sheets. Team 12, brilliant. Okay. Okay, please again write down the name of your team. Yeah, the number of your team. Sorry, not the name. The number of your team on your sheets. Okay, yeah, we'll remember that. Yeah. Okay, so some of you have participated in our quizzes before, so you know how this works. We follow a bounce and bounce format. What bounce means is we will be directing questions. Say we will ask a question to team 1, and once we ask them, team 1 isn't going to answer immediately. We're going to open up the question to everyone. So anyone who can answer can raise up their hands and write their answer on their sheet of paper, and we'll come and check it. And after we've checked all the pounces, you can pounce on an answer, we will come back and take team 1's answer. And then it will bounce to the next team if they can't answer. And every time a team answers that question, it will go to the next team in sequence. So we don't control who the next direct question is. So the rules are up there. So every correct answer, whether on bounce or on pounce, gets you plus 10 points, right? But if you pounce because you're answering out of turn, where you lift up your hand and we check your answer, you will get a -5 if you get it wrong. That's the only caveat to this. But apart from that, you can answer every single question in this round. I think you'll get the hang of it as we go along. All I'll say is don't shout out the answer if an answer is directed to you, and we'll handle the rest, right? With that, we'll start, right? Okay. All the best. Yeah. Okay, first question. And I just forgot to mention, this is a Shillong Literary Fest quiz. So it's either related to Shillong or it's related to literature, right? So these images of the Maharaja of M, which is blanked out, in Odisha, and the Rani of B in Assam, uh, they have a certain connection with Shillong, and their legacy is indirect on the educational institutions in the city and beyond it. So you have to tell us, what is their contribution to education in Shillong? It's an indirect contribution, and this is directed to team 1. So we're opening it up to pounce. Anyone can raise their hands and answer this question if they think they know the answer. Yeah, write down the answers, right? Don't shout out the answers. So it's open to pounce Anyone can answer this question right now. So any hands, anyone wants to take a guess? I think I see a bounce at the back. Bounce? No, please don't shout out the answer. Just raise your hand if you'd like to bounce.
Yeah, team 12 plus 10.
Okay, so we have the first points on the scorecard. That's plus 10 to team 12. Anyone else wants to bounce? I think we'll close it at this point. We'll come to team 1. No answer? No, not even a guess? Okay, team 2. Do you have an answer? There's no negative on direct questions because right now it's bouncing. We've closed bounce, right? So no negatives now. You can answer on a direct without any negatives.
School or college has been opened by them.
No, that's not the right answer, but in the right direction. We'll go to team 4.
Team 3.
Team 3, sorry, team 3. Any guesses? No? Team 4?
SSLC and HSSLC.
No, that's not correct. Team 5?
Sorry.
No? Team 6? Team 7? Would you like to try?
The former campus for Nehu, Mayurbanj.
That's correct. And the other one? Okay. That's part of the question. That's true. We'll give you +5 for that. And if you can fill in the other blank. So what he's just told us is that the first image is of the Maharaja of Mayurbanj, which is the campus for IIM right now and has been the campus for Nehu previously. So we need the second part, which is the Rani of B. You have to fill in the blanks.
It was Arpit. It was team 7, right? Team 7.
Brahmaputra.
Sorry? No, sorry, not the right answer. It's a place in Shillong that we're all familiar with. Yeah, no, you can't now. Too late. Next time. No?
Bakmara. Burma.
Not the right answer.
That's a bounce. That's direct. You already got +10 for the one you've written.
Okay, we're done. We're closing this round. The answer, of course. Okay, yeah, so we can go to the audience actually. Does anyone know the answer? Sorry, it's not Bishnupur, but it's good try. It's Bijni. That's right. It's the Bijni campus where we have NIT Shillong right now. Okay, so this is a visual question. I hope everyone can see this image more or less. This is the gravestone of a Welsh missionary in the Scottish cemetery in Kolkata, renovated by the Khasi Jaintia Presbyterian Synod. You just have to tell us who the person is and what their achievement. I see a few bounces. I see 3, 4.
Team 9 plus 10.
And his achievement.
Team 10 plus 10. Team 8 plus 10.
Team 8 plus 10. Yep. Okay.
Team 11 plus 10.
I think team 7, you'd answered one part of the previous question. So the next, so this direct
Team
is
12 plus 10.
Team 1. All right. Okay. So we close bounces and we come to team 1 again. Nope. No guesses. Okay. Team 2. Team 3. 4.
never good to pass a question as a quizzer, so I'm going to guess he brought out the first book in Kashi language.
You're very close. I'll give you a chance to.
Dictionary.
I'll give you another chance to improve your answer.
The Bible in Kashi language?
No, sorry, I can't give you that. Very close though.
Dr. Samuel.
Not correct. Team 7.
Thomas Jones.
Thomas Jones is the right answer. And what did he do?
He was the first missionary. It was who landed in Sharapanji in 1841, June
That's
22nd, 1841.
Absolutely. But we need what his achievement is. What's written on the gravestone that's blacked out? No, we'll have to pass, and we'll give you 5 points for that. So great answer. That is Thomas Jones. And now we just need the second part of the answer.
That's team 7, right?
Yeah,
who
team
just
7.
answered. Yeah.
Introduce Christianity.
Okay, we close that. We'll send it to the audience. Does anyone know? Yeah, you can shout out the answer. You can shout out the answer. It is the Khasi script. It is the Latinized version of the Khasi script. That is the right answer. He also taught the locals how to distill alcohol better. So we have a lot to be thankful for. So yeah, that is Thomas Jones, father of the Khasi alphabet. We move on to question number 3. The XY, that is 2 different words. The XY is a predator that is said to have its breeding ground at the X River, which is the world's 10th longest river, flowing at the border between the Russian Far East and the northeastern China. In autumn, the XYs leave their breeding grounds and start their journey south. First, they head south to around the Himalayas, and then they stop in Nagaland, which is our neighbor. When leaving Nagaland, they head south again, either crossing Manipur and then over the Bay of Bengal, or taking an inland route over Meghalaya to reach the Western Ghats. Okay, I see your pounce already.
Yeah.
Anyone else pouncing?
Team 12 plus 10. Team 1 direct. Team 1 direct.
Team 1 direct.
Team
Team
1's
1 direct. No, team 1, it's a direct question to team 1.
Yeah. Team 5 plus 10. Team
All right.
5 and team 12 plus 10 so far.
Okay, anyone else bouncing? I'll close bounces. Then we'll go to team 1, of course, who gives us the right answer.
The Amur Falcon?
The Amur Falcon Festival. The festival that's named after it. Absolutely, the Amur Falcon. So Amur is the name of the river, and of course the falcon, predatory bird. Okay, we'll move on to question number 4. The creation of what we know today as polo grounds is pretty well documented. We know that it was conceived in 1901 by a group of 6 wealthy British men through a resolution that created the Shillong Recreation Ground Trust, which we know today as well, mainly to be used for horse racing. Though raising funds and buying land was pretty simple, building the ground required a huge engineering effort, right? Because there was a very specific problem that they had to solve. And the former Meghalaya DGP, BK De Saoyan, described this engineering effort as such. You can imagine the feat of engineering during that time. I don't think the engineers are capable to do these things today with little wherewithal and technology and machinery. So what you have to tell us is what was the engineering problem that they solved, basically. What is the engineering feat? It's a direct to question number 2. We'll open it up to pounces. Any pounces? Think about where Polo Ground is, think about how it is today, and what the engineering feat would have had to have completed. Any pounces? No? If I don't see pounces, I'll have to close. Pouncing? Unsure? Okay, fine. I'll close pounces. We'll go to team 2.
Sir, it is a hilly area, so we have to cut the lines and they have to make it plain.
That's not the right. It was actually a valley. So that was the Polo Valley. So it wasn't really hilly. But good attempt. Yeah.
Is it diverting the flow of the Umkhra River?
Absolutely. Perfect. That plus 10 to team 3? 3. Okay. Great answer. They had to shift the course of the Umkhra River. Perfect answer. Yeah. Okay. This is an interesting one. This is an alternative script. So this is not the script that's usually used in this language. And we've only captured a small part of the script. And it was invented in 1979 as a way to write a particular language spoken in India as well as in Bangladesh. The names of these letters were taken from natural phenomenon. So all these letters somehow symbolize natural phenomenon. The script is used to some extent in the village of Bhabanipur in northwestern Bangladesh. In India, the speakers of this language usually use the Latin script in writing. So direct to team 4, and we'll open it up to pounds. Does anyone know what the language is that this script is used to write? Any takers? Remember, guys, all the questions are themed. Sure? Unsure? Take a chance. Yeah, please. We have 1 pounds. Pounds?
Team 12 minus 5.
The language that this script is.
Team 1 plus 10.
Plus 10 to team 1. Team
Minus 5. Team
okay.
12.
All right. I think I'll close pounce if nobody else is pouncing. All right. We go to team 4.
Garo language.
Garo language. It is the Garo language is correct. It's actually called the Achik Tokbirim script. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but yeah, this is an alternative script that was invented in 1979.
Jonah,
right.
it's a team 4, right?
Sorry.
Jonah, team 4.
I think Anirban's feeling a bit tired, so we'll switch a little bit, and Anirban will take us through the rest of the script.
All right. Direct question to team 5. Is the audio working? Is the audio working?
Yeah.
All right.
विश्व में फहराएंगे गर्व से तिरंगा हम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम सर को ऊंचा और भी देश का करेंगे हम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम हौसले नहीं है कम जीत के ही लेंगे दम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम दिल से
All right. So, simple question. We need to identify the Shillong connection. Couple of hands already up for pouncing. Plenty, almost everyone, I guess.
Yeah, so team 9 and 11 plus 10. Arsh, I need your team. Is it 13? Okay, the last team plus 10. Yeah. Team 10 plus 10. Sorry, no, team 8 minus 5, unfortunately. Yeah, team 4 plus 10. And team 3 plus, sorry, minus 5 to team 3.
All right. Couple of people have pounced, so I guess we will close off pounce. So it's direct to team number 5. Yeah, it's your direct.
No, why pass? Yeah, no negatives. No negatives. Never pass in a quiz.
Yep,
Okay.
please, no negatives.
For want of something to say, I'm going to say the music director is from Shillong.
It's a Shillong theme quiz, so that's quite generic. We can't take that answer.
I mean, I don't know the name, obviously. It's either the music director or the songwriter would be from Shillong. I can't give it. Sorry.
All right, team number
Okay,
6.
we'll move on. Team 7, do you have an answer? No? Team 8 has already guessed. Team... Oh, you already guessed? Yeah, okay. And Team 10, Team 11. You've already guessed. Team 12. No answer. Sorry, 10. No minus.
All right, team 12 not taking a chance.
Can we replay the ad?
Replay the ad. Okay. All right, we can just replay it once again.
Yes. Team 12 plus 10, they
All
get the right
all right.
answer.
Team 12 finally gets it. It's the rendition by Shillong Chamber Choir for Asian Games 2023.
Team 3 plus 10.
All right. Direct question to team number 1. Oh, sorry, team number 13. Yeah, team 13, direct question. All right. What you can see on the screen, I hope it's visible. If it's not, like, please feel free to come forward and check the newspaper cutout. But this is a newspaper cutout of Fusakichi Omori, who was a professor at the Tokyo Imperial University, a well-known professor at those times. He visited Shillong following certain observations made by Richard Dixon Oldham, who himself was a pioneer in his own field. Omori worked closely with engineers to come up with something that has stood the test of time and remains an integral part of Shillong's cityscape. The newspaper cutout is significant, so you can focus on the cutout. Team 12 has pounced. It's open for pounces. All of you would have seen it. The newspaper cutout is significant.
Plus 10 to Team 12.
Team 4 has pounced. Team 5 is pouncing. Or not pouncing? Okay. That was intuitive. All right. Team 4.
Plus 10 to Team 4. Anyone else? Okay. No, sorry. Minus 5 to Team 9, but good guess.
All right. We will close pounces. Pouncing? Can you know the timeline? Timeline is not significant.
No, it is significant. We can't tell you that. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, for the answer, not significant enough. But
no, sorry. Minus 5 to Team 10, but good guess.
right.
Minus 5 to Team
We'll
10.
close pounces in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Direct question to team number 13.
Pass. We go to Team 1, I guess.
Team 1.
No.
Team 1's not taking any chances. Team 2.
No negative.
No negatives. Take a chance. Go for it.
I'll just think once.
Nothing to lose.
The Umiam Lake Bridge.
Umiam Lake Bridge. No.
But no negative.
Probably would have been better if you built it. But team 3.
Is it the BSNL building in IGP?
No. No. That's not the correct answer. Team 4
Team 4
bounces. Team 4 pounced. Team 5.
Umiam Dam. Umiam Dam.
Not Umiam Dam. Team 6.
Same? Okay.
Team 7.
No? Pass? Okay.
Team 8.
Team 8?
I think this is what's Lake Bridge.
No, it's not.
No.
Good guess, not the Wards Lake Bridge.
Team 9.
Team 9 pounced.
Team 9 pounds. Team 9 pounds. Team 9 pounds.
Team 9 pounced.
Team 9 pounds.
Oh, sorry. Okay, Team 10.
Team 10.
Team 10 also pounced.
Sorry?
Team
Oh,
10
you-
pounds.
Okay.
11.
Detect the earthquake. Detect earthquake. Detect of earthquake. Earthquake.
Team 12
Pounced. Team 12
pounced.
pounced.
Team 12 pounced. Team 13's direct. Team 13's direct. Yeah.
Done. I think that's it, right? Yeah.
All right. Audience?
I think somebody gave the answer.
From the audience. Yeah. Couple of hands. 2 hands from the audible.
It is the Assam type house.
Yeah. It is. It is the design of what we know as the Assam type house. All right. Since nobody got it, we go back to team number 13 once again. All right, team number 13, here's your direct. Okay. Fairly easy question, Shillong related. Bertha Dakar in 2010 was awarded with the Padma Shri, India's 4th highest civilian award, for her contribution to education, but particularly for a certain contribution of hers to the local community. She was born with retinitis pigmentosa, a disease which caused degeneration of her retina, and without means to support herself, she abandoned college and sold fruits in the market for a living. Bertha Dakar later became the headmistress of Jyoti Sroth School. She's no longer the headmistress, but she served for a significant period of time. So what was her contribution for which she was awarded the Padma Shri? All right, couple of pounces.
Yeah, I see that.
Pounces open. There's a pounce there.
Which team is sponsored?
All right, team number 5 is pouncing.
Yeah, plus 10 to team 11.
Team number 5 plus 10.
Yeah, plus 10 to team 12.
Pounce. Yeah, team 7 gets a plus 10. All right, closing pounces in 5.
Plus 10 to team 8.
4, 3, 2, 1. All right, pounce closed, direct to team number 13.
Minus 5 to team 14.
Team 13, direct.
Blind schools? Blind schools? No, the blind school is not the right answer.
Team 1.
Pounced. We'll come back to you later.
Bethany Society?
Not Bethany Society. Team 2. Team
Pass.
2 passes. Team 3.
She worked for the upliftment of the visually challenged in the local communities.
No, that's not the answer we're looking for. Team 4.
Self-help groups.
Team
Not self-help
5
groups.
pounced. Team 6.
Transcribe the textbooks into Braille. Khasi?
Correct.
Yeah, that's
she,
the correct answer.
Yeah.
That is the correct answer.
Can you just show the slide? Yeah,
So-
so she created the Khasi script, in Braille.
That's
Yes.
team.
Team number?
6.
That's team number 6. Team plus 10. All right. We come to team number 7. That's your direct now. All right. Team number 7. This is a fairly broader question, not necessarily related to Shillong. So a stained glass window in this iconic German town's church is the earliest reference to a popular story. We all know the story. We've heard it. We've read about it. The earliest written record in the town chronicles is from 1384, which says it is 100 years since our children left. While no one really knows what happened, theories link the disappearance to the plague and the death leading souls away into the afterlife, mass psychogenic illness in the form of dancing mania, which was social phenomenon in mainland Europe in the Middle Ages, where thousands of people danced erratically. Though the original stained glass window was destroyed, modern artists have attempted to recreate the original artwork. Right? So what we are talking about is a famous story, and we need you to name the famous story. Team 12 has a pounce. Team 3 has a pounce.
Plus 10 to team 9, plus 10 to team 8. And okay. Plus 10 to team 3.
Team 5.
Please, I've already said. Team 5 plus 10. Yeah. Plus 10 to team 6.
Team 12 pounds. Famous story.
Plus 10 to team 12.
Team 1 pounds.
Plus 10 to team 1.
All right. Closing pounces in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Pounces closed. Team 7. Direct. Any guesses? Famous story. You've heard about it. You know it. You've read about it for sure.
Pied Piper.
Pied Piper of Hamelin is the correct answer. The Pied Piper of Hamelin is the correct answer. Plus 10 to team number 7. Direct to team number 8. All right. Very interesting question. Everyone should attempt for sure. Shouldn't leave this even on passes. We need you to find the common connection. I will read it out. Oracle Bones, Little Richard and the Small Fries, Blood and Thunder, Super Sound Factory, The Ace of Spades, The Great Society. There is a common connection between all of them that you see on the screen.
Plus 10 to team 12. Plus 10 to team 1. Everyone revealing their age.
No more pounces. We'll
Kidding.
keep pounce open for another 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Closing pounce direct to team 8. All right, since everybody is pounced and we are on bounce, do any teams require hints? All right, okay, we will give you a hint on bounce. All right.
Okay.
Snow White bun.
No. Team 9.
You say it. Is it Jimi Hendrix?
Oh, not Jimi Hendrix. No.
In the ballpark. In the ballpark.
Team
Okay.
10. No, not taking chances. Team 11.
No.
Team 12 has pounced. Team 13. Team 14. Team 1 has pounced. Team 2. Any attempts, Team 2? Not taking chances. Team 3. Team 4.
They are all songs by Lumajao.
No. Team 5. No. Team 5.
I think we can give him a chance to improve.
I think it's unfair after the hint, so I think we just move on.
It's the name of all the bands that that gentleman has been part of. The only musician from this parts I know is Lou Majab.
Okay, could you say that again?
Lou Majab, all the names of all the bands that he had been part of historically.
Yeah, that's more or less about
Yeah,
the
I
answer,
think
but we can give the points to you. Basically, these are bands founded by Lumajao.
Yeah.
These are the bands which were founded by Lumajao, right? But close enough, so we'll give you points for that. Direct 6, team 6. All right, final question. Final question of the quiz. All right. Sorry. Okay. Okay, final question of the quiz, probably the easiest of the entire quiz, right? In contemporary Japanese history, Edo was a town and port where the ruling shogunate meaning rulers of the country of Japan, were stationed during the 1850s and 1860s, right? After 1868, it was renamed as Tokyo. However, the English-speaking populace could not pronounce the name of the town in the correct Japanese way. The bad pronunciation made the British change a certain decision when it came to a different city, right? So what was the change of decision? And minus five to team 5. Pounces open.
Anyone else?
What was the change of decision?
Not the right answer. -5 to team 8.
Teammate.
Yeah, so no other bounces.
Okay, pounces closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pounds closed. Direct team 6. Last question. Nothing to lose. No negatives and bounce. Take an attempt. Team 6. What was the change of decision? Go for it.
Town Hokkaido.
Not related to Hokkaido.
Team 7. Team 7. Team 7 passes. Team 8.
Okay.
Team 9. Team 10. Team 11.
Sorry, what's that? No, Tofogu is not the right answer.
Team 12.
They mistake Kyoto.
Not Kyoto.
Team
Yeah, that's very popular answer.
13.
Which track's that? Yep.
Team 14. Team 1. Team 2. Team 2. Team 3. Team 4. And Team 5.
Team 5.
All right, audience? Anyone from the audience? All right. Nathaniel sir is trying.
I don't think this is right, but was it the change to Shillong, the name?
That's the
right.
correct answer.
It's Yodo to Shillong.
That's the correct answer. The capital city of then unified Assam was named as Shillong rather than Yodo or Yodo as we know today because the British felt it sounded similar to Yodo.
All right. I think we can just announce the scores really quickly. We can announce who the winners are, and then we'll gather outside for the winners to take their prizes. Thank you so much, and we'll just announce. Yeah, just top 5. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll be announcing the top 5 positions, top 5 scorers. So at the fifth position, we have Team 9 with 25 points, followed by a couple of teams at 4th position, Team 3, Team 4, and Team 7, and also Team 11. 1 second. Yeah, with 30 points. Then we have Team 5 and Team 8 with 35 points at the 3rd position. Then at the 2nd position, we have Team 1 with 40 points.
Hey.
And finally, our winners for the day, Team 12 with a winning by a huge margin with 75 points.
Congratulations to Team 1.
Congratulations. And Team
Congratulations,
12.
Team 1. Sorry, Team 12.
All right, so we'll just gather outside whoever the top 3 teams. Please collect your prizes from right over here. And thank you all for coming. It was really fun.
I thank the Shillong Quizzing Society and all who participated for that very entertaining and knowledgeable session. I request everyone to remain seated. We will immediately begin the next session.
For the next session, we have a panel discussion titled Unpacking the Archive, for which I invite Kong Mary Kurkalang on stage to moderate the discussion, as well as the speakers, Mr. Kintio Borwar, Mr. Nathaniel Majau, and Ms. Samira Bose. I request the speakers to kindly come up and take your seats. Mary Therese Kurkalang is the director of the Shillong Literary Festival since its first edition in 2021. She has been working across art, culture, publishing, and the social sector since 1995. Born in Shillong, she was based in Delhi for over 2 decades, working in international cultural centers, publishing houses, non-profits, and an international book fair. Her work took her across the country and continents, including Australia, Germany, France, the Middle East, Korea, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Bangladesh. Since 2012, she has focused her work in the Northeast region in India. She is the regional consultant for the Himalayan Fellowship since 2022 and the co-founder of the Rachna Books Writers Residency, launching in the summer of 2024. She lives between Shillong and Delhi. I now hand over the session to you, Kong Mary.
Thank you, Adrian. Is the mic on? Yes, no? Thank you, Adrian. So delighted to be here with 3 people and initiatives that I so admire and I'm learning from. And I'm sure that so many admire and learn from as well. So thank you so much for being here, Bakinti World, Nathaniel, and Samira. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of the Literary Festival. And people have asked me, some people have asked me, why an archive in a literary festival? I think why not actually? Because there is so much to unpack, and that's why this session is also called. Initially, we thought we'd say writing the archive, but actually, we're going to do a session which is saying unpacking the archive instead, because perhaps there is everybody perhaps thinks of our archive in different ways. It's all valid. There are many, many different ways in which to look at archiving. And I think that these 3 people sitting here with me today will also really expand that for me, for all of us, and for the city and our country and everywhere else too. So thank you for being here. I think before we start, so what we have is I think all three of you will do a little presentation, whether visually or talking about something. So to just save a little time, I'm going to quickly give introductions to all our three conversationalists here, really. I don't really like the word panel because it sounds too, academic. And this is really for everyone, academics included, young and old, and everyone, because I think to make an archive, it involves everyone, past, present, and future too. So, with no further ado, I will introduce first Mr. Kinte Borwar, established the Ever Living Museum in the year 2015. His passion for collecting the rich material culture of the Khasi, Jaintia, and Garo communities began as a hobby in gathering unique stones and pebbles at the age of 10. The museum collection stands as testimony to Mr. War's dedication to exploring the countryside, caving, and documenting the region for decades. Most of the artifacts and plants in the museum premises consists of donations from from countless well-wishers and village elders in gratitude for Mr. War's service as an engineer in the PHE department. I just find that so fascinating as well. Then we have Nathaniel Majau, who really doesn't need perhaps an introduction. You have a huge community. We have an exhibition just across from the Northeast Archive as well. Is an assistant professor at the Department of Mass Media, St. Anthony's College, Shillong, and teaches filmmaking, graphic design, and photo editing. He is also the project director of the Northeast India AV Archive, which is supported by the Tourism Department, Government of Meghalaya, and the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Japan. And last but not least, we have Samira Bose here, who's joining us from Delhi. She is a curator of Asia Art Archive in India. Alongside her colleagues, she activates archival collections through discursive programs, workshops, and exhibitions. Her recent projects include two exhibitions of Mrinalini Mukherjee's archive in New Delhi and Hong Kong, AAA's presentation of Documenta 15 titled Translations, Expansions, a mobile library project in Kathmandu 2021 and 22, and an ongoing talk series called Inter Archives Conversations. Currently, she is preoccupied with the varied forms and infrastructure of archives in the region and speculative and artistic methodologies of engaging with them. Thank you, each and every one of you. And may I have a round of applause for them, please? Because it's just incredible work that they all do. Thank you. War, I think we'll begin with you, if that's all right. Can we have the presentation on, please? Ba, you can see it there, so you have a point of reference. Ba will talk to us about the Ever Living Museum. I invite you to talk. Can we have the presentation on? Yes.
Good evening, everybody. My passion for all the things of beauties and natures, cultures, and anything which make me passion to create a ever living museum and most with. So that is my house, my museum, which house many things. The main museum is that the ones which I with house the handicraft in miniature forms, then the antiques from all over Meghalaya, especially of the Khasi, Jaintia, and Garo tribes, and the musical instruments, then the weapons, and not forgetting about the what called the these woods, we call it driftwoods, which I train the poor people of the one village near Williamnagar. So I create employment for them. So now they are continuing with that business. So below that gallery, there's a, I'm having the mini touch hut of Lankadam. With the real touch hut, I've taken the trust from Koti to do the documentation of that hut. Now it's gone to the book of uh, indigenous habitats of Northeast, and it's going all over the world. And you can see that inside is beautiful things. And now I'm trying to construct a real touch hut, which people can go inside and experience the what called the life of our ancestors. And in that gallery, you can see that the coins also. The coins, I'm having the coins right from the British times, then Indians, and even the coins of the world. And you can see also the pots, earthen pots, and all the what called wooden plates, especially wooden plates of Meghalaya. There's only, I'm having only 3. That's only wooden plates in Meghalaya. So coming down to the stone museum, that stone museum, it housed the fossils of Meghalaya, the gemstones, the raw gemstones, then the crystals, treasure stones, and not forgetting about the seashells of India, collecting from all over India. And then the photograph is actually is the space is very small, because that is a space for my vehicles, cars. So I convert it to a stone museum, because I have to run after times. So, and then I'm having the photograph, only 150 photograph showcase in that stone museum, out of the 20,000 photograph to be displayed. Then you can see now the stones, the gemstones, the fossils, then the Stone Age tools, then even the richest stone, that is the only richest stones of the Khasi, that is called Maukan, which is available only one in my museum only. So then I'm having a garden of 90 species of wild orchids of Meghalaya, 44 species of wildflowers of Meghalaya, and 19 species of ferns of Meghalaya, apart from the fruits, wild fruits of Meghalaya, and the local fruits. And especially the orchids, renowned orchids of Meghalaya, we call it what called the jewel orchids. In Khasi, we call it Ki Tiu Domau Laipon Arjimut. I'm having about 6 species in my garden. And if you translate a Khasi name into English name, will be stone kissing flower with 28 minds. And we used to compare a humble wise man like Mahatma Gandhi, Rabindranath Tagore, and Susotham to that flower, because it survived only in a jungle far from the prying eyes. And it's only few quantities are there in Meghalaya. And now you can see the what called the Nokpante, or the bachelor dormitory of the Garo tribes. Actually, in Meghalaya, we should have a big one, either in Tura or in Shillong, but since nobody has started, so I constructed with the help of people from Garo Hills. When I was posted in Garo Hills, then I could put in my museum and above that beam, you can see the like a snake. Actually, is a creeper. A creeper climbing up, surrounding the tree trunk. But since it's nearly die, so I cut it and I shaped into a python squeezing the small snake. And you can see the what is added pot for making rice beer by the Karo tribes. And on the right side, you can see the basket from the Lingam area in miniature form. And these are the very pathetic because now they are, because a lot of people are using plastics. So now it's a dying culture. And you can see that those shawls, these silk shawls of the Garo tribe, and the one shawl with the ivory beads, I mean, sewing on the edge of the shawl from, they collected the ivory from the elephants. So it belonged to the head of the clan, they call Nokoma. And below is a belt made from the ivory beads worn by the ladies. And on the right side, you can see the bag. They made from the tree trunk. They peel the bark of the tree trunk and they made it to thread, and then they sew it as a bag for carrying the fruits. Because our people, because they believe that the airy bags uh, can protect the fruits from being rotten. So you can see that one big stone, the biggest stone in Meghalaya, that is a weightlifting stone of the Garo bachelors. It's ancient times, I think more than 1,000 years. So it's weighed about between 80 to 100 kilo. And it rolled down from the second settlement in Garo Hills near William Nagar. And above you can see the uh, gemstones, polished gemstones collected from different parts of the world. And below is fossils, the wood fossils of Meghalaya. That the biggest wood fossils I got at the age of 14 from my relative who was SDO. So at the time, so it made me very happy because it incite me that I should collect more and more and find out more and more stones. And these are the beautiful flowers of Meghalaya with having legends. That the green orchid, they call it Tevlingsier. Now it's growing in my garden. So, and you used to compare the villages, I mean, who scattered, their houses scattered. So they call it Tevlingsier from the village. Tevlingsier Nanongkendong. And that on the other, the red yellow flower, that is Tivlalingi Pepshad. Tivlalingi Pepshad actually is having a legend because the color of that flower is just like the Khasi female dancer. And there, there was a legend that a lady dancer who took a lot of time for dressing up, when she went to the edge out to the dancing ground late in the evening, she found no more dancers. So, and then some boys were standing near the dancing ground. They asked her why you were late. So she didn't say anything. She just went to the edge of the dancing ground. Then she committed suicide. Then at the very place, this flower came up. So it reminds us not to be late for any functions. And then you can see on the top these two beautiful flowers, especially the leaves. They call it Tiudamau Lipona Jumud, that jewel orchids. I've told a story about those. See the lines, because It looked like a brain. So that's why they compared a humble wise man, not boasting about their wisdoms. And then the ferns, that is finger ferns, I got from the two places in Meghalaya, only two places. So because when I travel, I used to open my eyes. They used to call me eagle eyes. So, and then on the right side is Tiu Lamadyong. Tiu Lamadyong, I mean that's orchid, and it's just like the dark eyes, two dark eyes.
Thank you, Ba. I think he deserves a big round of applause as an individual's effort to do this. What incredible collection, Ba, and all, that you've done this on your own for so long, no? I think I let this sink into you, this presentation that Ba just made, and we'll go on to the next presentation before we have the conversation. So, can I invite Samira now? Yeah? You want me to do the... Next presentation, please. I think we're at the first.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. I want to begin by sharing an exercise I did, which is to simply type archive on Google and see the kinds of images that come up. And what you see are these long halls and vaults, stacks and stacks of materials, and not a person in sight. This is the algorithm's imagination of what archives are like. And it's true that historically archives, especially large-scale ones, appear like this. But as the work of my fellow panelists have made it clear, as well as the incredible kinds of documentation work that we have learned about in the last few days, the imagination of what archives can look like and can be has shifted. Next slide, please. So I am part of an independent not-for-profit called Asia Art Archive, and I'll very briefly introduce the core of what we do and how we approach archiving. As our blown-up logo here makes it quite evident, we build archives of art from across Asia with a focus on recent art histories. Asia Art Archive started in 2000 in Hong Kong, and my colleagues and I often discuss how perhaps our logo should have question marks in front of each of the words: Asia, question mark, art, question mark, and archive, question mark, because these are immense and complex terrains. And in the last 23 years, we have barely scratched the surface. And as we search for documents, we are constantly complicating our own view of what these terms mean. Next slide, please. Yes. Throw in another complex area into the mix, and we have Asia Art Archive in India, which is where I work. Asia Art Archive in India opened its office in New Delhi in 2013 with the ambit to look in a more focused manner on India and participate in discussions on materials from South Asia. But here, of course, we can have another giant question mark after India, especially as we start our work after independence, and this region was sort of formed and defined so recently. Next slide. So while we mainly work with primary materials or archival documents, we also collect books and writing on recent art. We have an extensive library space in our Hong Kong office and a modest reading room in New Delhi, where we also host programs. So around these clean, neat libraries are our messy archive desks, because while we work on the recent past, we are deeply invested in being in dialogue with the present. Next slide. So the researchers at Asia Art Archive mainly inhabit the personal archives of artists, but also of curators, writers, historians who have been practicing for decades. And this is what artists' personal archives look like. We work in personal archives for the reason that institutions have not been collecting these materials, or there hasn't been a concerted effort by them to make them accessible. Next slide, Mary. So these may look like files and folders that I showed you in the previous image, but they're filled with a lot of interesting and curious materials. So in an artist studio, when you go in, there are artworks, which are of course the core of their work. But around their artworks are documents, sketches, notebooks, manuscripts, letters, photographs, and a lot of the material where the artist has gone beyond just their own work and participated in political movements or have shaped policy or education curriculums, all of which constitute an art archive. We're interested in how an artist's personal archive can give us a wider view of history. Next slide. So what we do is we take this burst of material and we organize them in a way that can make them retrievable by people who want to access the material. We tend to do the categorization case by case, depending on the archive we find. And I also observed that there's been some very interesting conversations on categorization that started with Janice and have sort of continued in the sessions. So I realized this image is a bit like the images I showed at the beginning of Google, but here are some of my colleagues, so at least there's some human activity in the archive. Next slide. So after these materials are organized, we digitize them. We sort of translate analog materials into digital files through scanning and photographing, and we don't actually keep the physical materials, and we return them after digitization. Next slide, maybe. Then we upload the digital files on our website where these materials are available for free to either view or download, and you all can access them. Next slide. So that's a very brief summary of our process, but with the vast ambit that we have set out for ourselves, how do we select the archives that we prioritize to work on? I'm aware of the time, so I'll speak about these very briefly, which is that we have evolved what we call a set of content priorities. And we didn't actually have these when we started out, but they came out of the patterns that we started seeing in archives across Asia. So for example, innovation through tradition became an initial focus because modern and contemporary artists were drawing on historical art forms and reworking them into their practice. And again, Parismita Singh spoke about this very well earlier today. So these content priorities also emerged to address the lacuna in our collections. So for example, about 7 years ago, we realized that and were made aware of how many collections in our archives were of cis het male figures. And we have very consciously since then tried to be more gender diverse in the materials we have collected. Next slide, maybe. So in conclusion, we do research and we do research so that we can actually have stakes in the materials that we put out in the world. We build collections and attempt to make them accessible through free reading rooms and online archives. But we also don't want the materials to simply lie there waiting for a curious researcher to come and work on them 20 years later, but attempt to activate them through exhibitions, workshops, talks, and also collaborate with educators in the arts to think about how recent histories from our region may become relevant in art curriculums. So that's all for me for now, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Samira. That really gave us a rather very quickly, a very deep insight into what an archive could look like. Thank you for that. And now we have Nathaniel's presentation. Nathaniel is the lucky one who's sitting right in front of the screen.
Firstly,
Can we change the presentation, please?
On behalf of my team at the Northeast India AV Archive, I would like to thank Kong Mary Kurkalang for inviting us to this panel. Also, it's quite an honor. It's an honor to be with Mawar and Samira here. I'd just like to talk a bit about the Northeast India AV Archive and what we do. So the Northeast India AV Archive is in St. Anthony's College. We operate from a very small office. As you can see in the photo, we also have these cubicles where visitors, scholars, academicians, hobbyists maybe, film enthusiasts can come and access the material that we have. So over the past few years, what we've been doing is been collecting documentary films of the Northeast. So we've been actively doing this, engaging different researchers in Northeast India. But most of our everyday work is mainly digitizing a lot of photographs, cleaning tapes, legacy media tapes like mini DV tapes, VHS tapes. And we also deal with a lot of old negative formats, even 120 negatives. We've been also fortunate to access some of the archives in local archives in Shillong. For example, PCN, Petngor Cable News, A lot of us grew up watching local news in Shillong, and also these wonderful features that PCN made in those years, which they continue making. And I'm sure some of you here don't even know what the right image is. I see very young people here. It's a VHS tape. And here my colleague Adele is cataloging a lot of these photographs that we have in the archive. And archiving is not a very glamorous affair. It's a very tedious work, but it's very exciting for us. And I'm also here partly because to get young people excited into visiting archives and using them. We have a website, and in our website we have two catalogs. One is the catalog of the documentary films, and the other catalog is a catalog of films made by a department, a government department. And we have roughly about 1,500 documentaries and also newsreels and footages. Now, when I was sort of having discussion last evening with Kong Mary, and of course we were also reflecting on our work and looking at the challenges. Of course, one of the challenges that we have is making the material that we have as accessible as possible. Unfortunately, with agreements with filmmakers and producers, we cannot have all of the material online. So that's why we conduct a series of lectures, a lot of exhibitions to take the archive out to the public. And I'd like to just share a few slides on that. What we've been doing for quite a long time is organizing exhibitions and taking the material that we have into, of course, the public domain, into spaces which you don't usually would think of an archive. For example, this is in Juai in a football field, and we took one of the oldest photographs that we had of Juai and also Meghalaya, and invited schools to come along and watch and look at these films. After that, we even had a quiz on these photos. So it's just an amazing experience getting to interact with children and sharing about the history of Meghalaya and even the Northeast in these exhibitions. In the archive also, we've had contributions of postcards, and here is a postcard exhibition which we had in St. Anthony's College. So this exhibition titled Postcards from the Past has also been exhibited in other places and also in Delhi. And most of these postcards are from the Northeast, but most of them were from Shillong and taken by photographers from the late 1800s to the early 1900s. One of the ways that we think that we should be relevant and accessible is, of course, not only through exhibitions and reaching out, but also conducting workshops. Since we have the expertise of digitizing legacy media, we've also had teams from the government coming in and learning about their material, because you may know that quite a few government departments, especially their information and broadcasting departments, public relations departments, have a lot of material with them. So we have had workshops like these where we're imparting sort of the knowledge of inspection and digitizing to these teams. Another way of reaching out to people what is collaborating actually with different institutions. So far, we've signed MOAs or MOUs with 3 organizations. One is in Sikkim, one is in Nagaland, and one is in Ukhrul. So essentially the idea is, because most of this material is not available online, those who are interested in accessing our material can also visit these places in Ukhrul, Kohima, and Gangtok and view this material offline. So it's wonderful that Prologue Library agreed to have a small machine which has all these films and photographs that we have here in Shillong. And not only that, they sort of double up as researchers for us, collecting material from that town. In fact, just 2 weeks back, our researcher, our collaborator from Ukhrul, met somebody who had shot this film in Ukhrul in the 1990s, and then he had shot this film in VHS tape And all the footage is there in VHS in 4 tapes, but he did not have enough money to edit it. And as time went by, he sort of forgot his film, and then he finally remembered about this film when Chan met him and asked him if if he could digitize it. So right now we're working on those types of projects. Here's another one in Kohima. There's one computer in the office of Take One, and this is where you can also access material of the archive. In Gaktok, our collaborator there, Dr. Reep Pandi Lepcha, conducts a series of lectures talking about archiving, talking about many things relating to the activities of the archive. And she's been doing this for well over a year on behalf of the archive. So we even have a small computer there in this college. 2 years back, Meghalaya, sorry, 1 year back, Meghalaya celebrated 50 years. And when we heard about this, of course, the celebration, we sort of pounced at the idea of having some of these photographs which belong to veteran photographers of Meghalaya, Mr. Ahmed Hussain, then Ba Ali Shadab, and also late Ba Ashok Elwin. And we took this opportunity to make sure that photographs that went into the calendar were relevant. And not only that, as Junisha, the creator of the archive, said, this was a way of putting out an exhibition to the public in Meghalaya, because as you know, these calendars are circulated in lakhs and lakhs. So this was a great opportunity for us in getting news about the archive across, and of course displaying the beautiful photographs of the veteran photographers. We've also collaborated with another government department. How do I go back? Yeah, to sort of print this facsimile map of Shillong, which is 1925. And this is another sort of conversation starter, this publication. So anybody who comes to our office, we show them the map and says, we've also done this map, and where do you stay? So we're trying to figure out where they're staying, either in a hotel or which locality they're from. So this is another initiative or sort of projects that are quite interested in publishing old material. We've also done a very interesting project called the Memory Crate project. So what we did was, during the celebration of 50 years of Meghalaya, we took the idea of a time capsule and invited the citizens to write letters to us, telling them that it'll be put in this memory crate. And also they sent in photos, they sent in posters, they sent in DVDs, some discs, and we printed out some of these photographs also. And this memory crate is going to be open in the year 2072 when Meghalaya turns 100. So we're quite interested in collaborating with individuals and organizations. This is another collaboration which we had. We assisted Kong Daya Risa Romnong in setting up the website for Speak Your Roots. So if you look this up, Speak Your Roots is actually a page which features a lot of Khasi phrases and words. And she does a wonderful work in curating even folklore and popular Khasi sayings. And of course, the most recent one is actually collaborating with the Shillong Literary Festival in writing the archive workshop. And for us, this was the first time in actually collaborating with Asia Art Archive or another archive in putting together a sort of a workshop to engage with students, and also getting students to sort of interact with the material that we have, and also learn and taking out data from the material that we have. So that's my presentation. I'd like, of course, everybody to invite everybody to visit our website. And if you have any questions, do visit us at St. Anthony's College. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nathaniel. What a great bodies of work from all your different perspectives. May I ask, when did any archive start?
October 2019. We're pretty
So
young.
you're just 4 years old?
Yeah.
4 years old?
Yes.
Samira, when did Asia Art Archive start?
So our office in Hong Kong started in 2000, but the one in Delhi opened in 2013. But we were joking about this because as an archive, 23 years in archive time is nothing.
Very
So we're an
less.
infant,
Yeah.
and they're a newborn.
So you have 10 years in India,
Yes,
right?
10 years.
And you have 3 years here. And Ba, when did you start your collection? The museum itself started in 2015. Yeah, we can hear you, Ba.
I started my collection at the age of 10 with stones and coins at the age of 12. That's mean 1964 when I was 10, then 1966 when I was 12. Then I did caving in my village at the age of 13. I collected stones from there. It's still in the museum now. So then that made me a intentional caver because later on the US caving team I led to the Nongna village where we found about 9 caves, and we did the survey and the mapping of those caves. And one of the caves now is a tourist destination. And then the collection of the antiques has started mostly 1990 when I work in Garo Hills as a PhD engineer, because my work is to go to the interior villages and see that all the people are getting water supply. So at that time I saw the richness of the cultures. So that made me collect all these items. And some of the items donated by people with the would cry. So that's very sentimental to me. And um, then the garden, I saw the wild orchids of Maclear whenever I travel. So I thought that is a challenge for me to put in one place in my garden. So now having about more than 90 species of wild orchids of Maclear, indigenous, that is the only garden in Maclear. This is the main. So, and still I'm collecting things, and still I'm doing my tour to the villages and helping the people to promote the tourist spots, which Maulangmana is the first tourist spot where I gave the awareness campaign, and now it's thriving in a beautiful way. So then the other tourist spot, so I used to give awareness campaigns even up to now. So that's why because my aim in life that we should create implements to the people in the villages so that they won't migrate to the city and towns that would you know would lead them to many undesired elements. So
Thank you, Ba. I think like the experience of also seeing the different objects, but also the living things in your ever-living museum, as it is aptly called, gives us that sense, that you're taking us also, like urban people, into like spaces that perhaps even we who live in the cities have not experienced. So we get to experience a bit of that. Thank you for that. In fact, you're leading me on to my next question because you've in a way given us your intent, the why of why you're doing what you're doing. And I would like to address that to Nathaniel and Samira as well. Why the Northeast Archive? Why the Asia Art Archive? I think in part you've explained to us the work that you do, but can you briefly tell us why is it important? Why do you want people to access the Northeast Archive? Why do you want them? As I've understood, it's also a repository of people's histories or communities' histories, and as well with Asia Art Archive that you're very specifically, I think there's a whole process there with big bodies of work for a very, very long time, less in scale, but sort of very, very sort of deep research that you get into and process. So can you speak to us a little bit about the why? Who would like to go first?
I think first and foremost, before we started the archive, we really try to identify what were the problems when it came to research, and also sort of trying to access films. And as many scholars and students know here, that it's very difficult, especially when you're doing research on audiovisual material. It's very difficult to find material in one place. So that was the main factor of developing this archive. And of course, another one is most of the material that are there of the histories of Northeast India are very sort of spread out, especially in libraries, in museums in the West. So having a space, a learning center in the Northeast, where you're not traveling too far, and being able to access it freely, and having people who know about the different communities actually engaging with that material is quite important. So those were the driving factors. Yes.
And just one thing, Nathaniel, can I just ask you, has there been research done, or do you have a sense of actually what might be available with the citizens of this city, the state, the rest of the Northeast, because you spread? Is there a hope, or has it been researched? Do you have a sense of how much might be available?
You mean the material that's available with
Yes,
citizens?
yes.
Well, a sort of a preliminary research has been taken, especially in Shillong. We know that when it comes to films, audiovisual material, Shillong was one of the first few cities in Northeast India where people had access to cameras. And we've also been getting a lot of contributions from families, photo contributions, and these photos actually date back to the 1930s. So I would say it's hopeful, it's a lot, and there's a lot of work to be done.
I think you've also proven concept in that sense, because you've already collected so much, and yet there is still so much to collect. No? Samira, if we can get to you.
Maybe I can share what I jokingly call the origin story of Asiad Archive. So, our founder, Claire Shu, she was a student at the School of Oriental and African Studies at SOAS. And when she was there, she wanted to, this is I think 1999, she wanted to do her research on Chinese contemporary art. And she's of Chinese descent from Hong Kong, and she was very excited that she got to go to SOAS. But when she went to look in the libraries, there was nothing there. So she got a grant to travel across China to research the contemporary art scene. And what she found was that there was a fabulous, extremely thriving sort of scene, not only in, say, South China, which has more resources, but even in the Northwest provinces, etc. So she came back saying that I would like to set up an archive where I am, which is Hong Kong, and very similar to Nathaniel in a certain sense, which is to be located in the region which you're speaking from. So that's where it started, and slowly it expanded. I guess the intention is that if you look very carefully, actually a lot is happening often, and you have to evolve sort of methodologies to be able to look at that. So that's sort of why we started, but why we take time with what we do and why we do it slowly is because actually we don't want to apply the same templates that we learn in art history, because they do tend to be quite Eurocentric, and that these methodologies have to be evolved contextually. And we often work with local researchers. So for example, if we were to do a project in Shillong, we would think very closely with all of you instead of sort of do an alien landing with our ideas. So yeah.
Thank you. But coming to you, I think that I've been told that we don't have too much time, and I wish we had hours and hours and hours of the session, because I think each of you and your works need so much unpacking in a way. But just to maybe for all of us to end this, can you talk to us a little bit of just a bit of what the challenge has been, and also the hope and the work that you're looking to do in the future for each of us, each of your different initiatives? Start with you, please.
Actually, it's a continuous challenge for me to run the museum, because preservation of the what antiques, especially the the materials which can be is fragile. So then maintaining the garden, so it took a lot of time with a lot of love and passions. So, and I built a museum so with all my saving, and then and with the love from my encouragement from my elders, especially my relatives. So that's why I feel that I should approach the people who can help me. But up to now, no help for my museums. And even we participate in many festivals for showcase spare materials of the museum, but it ended with the festivals and no help. So I hope that now onward, I hope that people who can help us will come forward and support my museum, because I call it not my museum, I call it our museum, because the materials kept there belong to us and belong to our ancestors. So I actually my aim is to build a indigenous hut belonging to the uh, Nongsten Kingdom. So they really they encourage me, and I hope that in near future I'll build that hut which you can come and sit inside the huts near the fireplace and see the lifestyle of our ancestors. So, and we'll make some function, so like dances from the villages which we rarely seen in the city. So, and we invite the performers from the villages which you rarely see, especially that one instrument I found in Ribhoi district, that they call it marangot. They play that marangot in the house of a dead person at night, and one fellow will cry like a son for the dead father, and whoever sat in that house will shed the tears. So I hope I can showcase that one, and we can showcase so many things, and we can have what called the session for the childrens to teach about how our forefathers taught us. So in that way, I hope that things will come forward, and I'm very happy that the government of Meklia, they have included in their website for the tourists to come to my museum. Thank you for that, and I'm thankful to the Foundation of Indian Arts. So they came forward to sponsor for the interns, three groups interns for studying, for documentation, and for catalog the items in the museum, because I'm not written in detail all the items. So I'll help them to write the details from where I got those materials. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ba. I think that was the India Foundation for the Arts that you were talking about. And, you have done as an individual what institutions do. So much respect and a big round of applause for Bakinto War. Nathaniel?
So when I speak to people, they and discuss with people, they say yes, archives, museums, and libraries are very important, and we have to understand that it takes a lot to run an archive. You need a sort of a very robust system of digitization, servers, and also backups. So that's why there needs to be some investment in infrastructure even. And of course, one of the biggest challenges is funding. And I'm so glad that Sir Frederick Roy is also here from the government and listening to us. And of course, the government is supporting, and I hope that they continue to support libraries, museums, and archives. And of course, I encourage everybody to please walk into a library, walk into a museum, walk into the archive. The bigger the footfall, the better funding for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathaniel.
Yes, mine is very similar. I hope for a lot of funding for all of our work. But actually, and my colleagues might not be too happy about this, my hope is not that Asia Archive in India keeps growing into this large concrete institution, but actually that we have a proliferation of archives in the region and that we're all in dialogue with each other and sort of developing ways to also fundraise together.
What a lovely way to end this session. I think with that first image that you presented, which was the cold storage of an archive, that image. And I hope that this session has opened that up for each of you, and as it has, I think, for us as well, that it's warmed up the space and populated it. And it's also like this picture that you paint about, like it's just magical, to imagine sitting there and experiencing it as well. So thank you to each of you. I hope that we can have many more sessions, and thank you for also, we started this literary festival as an outreach activity at St. Anthony's College Northeast Archive with the students. I think quite a few of our participants are here. Are you here? Yes, all right. So, and I've heard such wonderful, reports of how that went. Thank you for being part of that, and it's such a lovely note to have started on it. And we will present you with certificates of participation at the exhibition that we have just next door. Thank you all of you for listening, and I hope that you will visit and contribute to the Northeast AV Archive. And of course, Ever Living Museum, and I hope that all of us will be able to support you more and more as well. Thank you, Samira, for being with us, and I hope that we can also work together in future. Thank you.
I thank Ba Akintubor, Nathaniel, Samira, and Kong Mary for a very insightful sharing and discussion. I would now like to request Kong Mary, the festival director, to present his speakers with Literary Festival remembrances. Thank you. I request everyone to remain seated. We will immediately begin the next session.
We shall now have a rather special session on navigating difficult topics with our children, for which I invite on stage the moderator Bulbul Hassan and our speakers Shannon Masar, Trishita Sood, and Zubin Miller. I request the speakers to kindly come and take your seats. Bulbul Hassan was born in Shillong and later lived and studied in Bangalore and Chennai, where she graduated in literature, psychology, and journalism, and completed a Montessori training as a 326 guide with the Association Montessori International. She has worked in early childhood education in Singapore, America, Mexico, and Spain. Bulbul currently provides support and consultancy to schools, also conducting education-related workshops and courses. Her other interests include exploring new cultures. She currently lives in Mexico. I now hand over the session to you, Bulbul.
Thank you, Wanda. Before I introduce our speakers, I also want to just say that this is really the first time I think all the four of us are in a situation like this where we've been put on stage. I think educators and people who actually go out there and do the groundwork are usually people who only interact with children, parents. We're not used to sitting up on stage and talking to an audience. So thank you for being here. And also thank you for the Shillong Literary Festival for creating this space. As someone who constantly works with parents and supports parents in their children's development, I think creating spaces where we begin to talk about issues that are not commonly addressed, or where we begin to create these sort of safe spaces to talk about uncomfortable topics, right, is so important, because it's only when we begin as adults. I hope there's some parents and teachers in the audience. I think it's only when we begin to create our own understanding and change our own perceptions that then translates to our interactions with children. Um, and also around these topics that may otherwise not be given the focus and attention that they so crucially merit. We're usually so much more concerned with academics, the intellectual side of child development. We don't usually talk about social and emotional learning. We don't talk about child safety. We don't talk about sex education as often as we should. And so it's really, I'm really happy that we've created this space and we have these amazing speakers here to share more with us. I also think that what's special about this session and the work that Zubin and Shannon and Trishita do is that, you know, their work is really providing real tools, right? And so I hope we can all take some of these tools with us. We all interact with children in some way or the other, whether it's in a family situation or in school, or children do form such a big part of our society wherever we are. And so I hope we can take some of these tools with us into our everyday lives and get across to children, right? And so also these tools are being given to us in these spaces which we are only just beginning to talk about, even in this whole dialogue in education and social work with children and families. Okay, so without much further ado, I'd love to introduce our speakers for the day. We have Shannon Massar, who is co-founder and director of Faith Foundation. She has a master's degree in social work. She has extensive experience in child's rights and anti-trafficking in rescue, rehabilitation, and reintegration, and has worked with Justice and Care, Save the Children India, and SOSWA, is that right? SOSWA FHI. She has taught at the Social Work Department, MLCU, and worked as Program Manager of the State Child Protection Society, Meghalaya, under the Integrated Child Development Scheme. Her experiences and her local understanding of the vulnerabilities of girls and young women in her communities led to the inception of the organization Faith Foundation, co-founded with 3 other women in 2013. Welcome, Shannon. Trishita Sood is the National Project Manager for Durex, the Birds and Bees talk program at Plan International India chapter. She holds a degree from Miranda College and an MSW from Tata Institute of Social Sciences. She previously worked with the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation, the Public Health Department, Tata Trust, and Pyramal Foundation, is that right? Pyramal Foundation. Trishita leads the teams in 6 northeastern states, including Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, and Sikkim. And we have Zubin Miller, who works as a content associate at Pratham Education Foundation, an NGO that works towards improving the quality of education across India. His role involves creating and curating educational content before designing initiatives and organizing workshops towards using this content. The primary form of this content are stories and books. More specifically, his professional interests and experience include translation, gender, and social emotional learning. Luckily, children's books reside at the intersection of all these interests. So just also for all of you, I'm so happy to be here with all of you. I think we're all nervous together. I almost want to hold each one's hands, but I think we're going to get through this, and I think it's going to be a really interesting session for everybody. A little shift from everything literary, but also such an important space to hold in everything that everyone has spoken about so far. Yeah. So what we're going to do is Zubin, Trishita, and Shannon have all very nicely prepared a 7 to 8 minute presentation about their work. So I think we'll start with you, Zubin, if that's okay. You need to go up there. Okay. So yeah, they'll just be presenting their work, and then depending on the time, I'll either have some questions for them or we'll open it up to all of you. Yeah. All the best.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Bulbul. So yeah, I'm going to talk about how a team of us at Pratham Education. I'll have to start. Okay. At Pratham Education Foundation have used books to develop social emotional learning of kids. I just want to quickly clarify the phrase social emotional learning. So I'll just define it quickly. So social emotional learning is the process of developing social and emotional skills that are vital for school, work, and life. And these include, for example, self-awareness, self-control, and interpersonal skills. Next slide. Should I get clicker? Oh. Okay, that's great. Thanks. So yeah, just before going into detail about social emotional books and our work, I wanted to just talk more broadly about books and the kind of effect they can have. So the next slide. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I just recently heard this talk, and in it, the children's book writer said that books have powers, but children's books have superpowers. And when I heard it, like maybe some of you, I thought this is a bit of a cliche, but what she said after it, I think really stayed with me, and that's why I kept it here on this slide. I'll try and read it from there. So she says that because you never again love a book the way you do when you're a child, and that most of us remember our favorite book for our entire lives, and that books have this power because reading is a complex activity that lights up your brains. And this is kind of my experience. And then I sort of asked other colleagues, and they were like, yeah, this is my favorite children's book. And we had this long conversation, and I thought, yeah, this would be a good way to start this discussion. Next slide. Yeah, so just to give a context to our work, that this wasn't a planned project. It came from another project and from a lot of conversations with different people. So the project was initially looking to challenge gender stereotypes in content. And for this, we had lots of conversations with parents, teachers, people in our own organization. And in these conversations, we realized that emotions are a really important part of gender stereotyping. They're one of the important themes within challenging gender stereotyping. If I just give you an example, in the conversations we had with parents, we asked them what kind of books they would like to see that aren't there right now. And one thing they talked about was wanting more books about difficult situations and difficult topics. And this was during the COVID pandemic, so I think it was more. It was great that situation brought that conversation into focus. And yeah, I think these conversations just guided our eventual curation, choice of our books, which we later used. And just below, no, that's fine. So there's this concept, bibliotherapy. It's actually not a concept which we use to frame our work, but I thought it would be good to share now, because I think it's an interesting concept. And just the two differentiations, the two different types of bibliotherapy. So you have developmental bibliotherapy, which is sharing books to help with typical adjustment problems. So you can see the example. Book A is about the first day a child goes to school and all the typical difficult situations that happen during that day. And then the second type is clinical bibliotherapy. So that's where you share books to address more significant emotional needs, such as domestic violence. This book over here is about depression. It's a special book. So yeah, next slide. Yeah, so this is about our work that we've been doing over the past couple of years. This is with very young children, which is challenging, and like recently I've been really excited to do it with older children. But I think what's really special about this work is working with this age group on this topic is that you get to interact a lot with parents and other members of the community who are such an important part of children's lives at this age in particular, and who are really the ones, even though I can try and other people try in the class to talk about certain things, talking to them in order for them to talk with children feels almost like the most important part of the work. So yeah, in the photos, there are examples of where we use the books in class, in mothers groups, mothers of Anganwadi children who meet every week, take the book home, read it, discuss it with their children. Yeah. Next. Yeah. So yeah, these are 4 really special books that we've used over the past couple of years. The first one, Angry Aku, is it's a book about anger, but it's really about the experience of anger. So it's not about just a small incident being quickly resolved. It's like you can see in the image. This is one page where the father gives the child milk and the anger slowly reduces. But as you can see, it goes from red to pink. It doesn't fully reduce. So it's a series of efforts by the father to talk and get them to express their anger in different ways. The second book is called The Girl Who Could Not Stop Laughing. This is a really unusual book. As you can see from the image, it's a story, but it's also a child just actually exploring, trying to understand why they laugh so much. So they go to a scientist and they ask them, "Can you create a machine that stops me from laughing?" And they go to a historian and say, "Have people always laughed?" And this image is them talking to someone and the person saying, "Oh, everyone laughs, even animals laugh." So yeah, I think this is also a book which was great with adults, and it was somewhere where we started to understand the curiosity and laughter of children is a challenging thing for adults and parents also to manage, and they're often disciplined and misunderstood for that sort of laughter and naughtiness. And yeah. The third book is Maya the Warrior. This is a story that I kind of lean to when I go to an Anganwadi and want to read a book. It's about a child who's bullied by some boys for wanting to play with toys which are supposedly not for them. And like with Angry Aku, it really takes you through the depth of the emotion, in this case, sadness, and also the importance of parents or adult figures who we can really listen to the child and support them. And then the final story is Anand. It's the story of a community, I would say. He's a garbage collector, but it's just about different people with the community and sort of daily life in the community. What was special about this is that parents and teachers were very resistant to it. But when you did it with kids, you really got amazing reactions because it's just about respecting and enjoying the normal personal relationships in your daily lives.
And all these books are available.
Yeah, all
right?
these
At
books
your-
are
at
available
your-
online, free of access, in multiple languages, and also to buy also. So yeah. Next slide. So yeah, just to finish, this is a wider context, just to say that books in this area, there are more and more books in this area, and there's more and more demand for this area. It's just an example of a publisher who reported on this, and also to say that while I work at the moment with younger children on developmental bibliotherapy, you could say. There are a range of books on more serious issues for older children. The first book, The Lesson, is about sexual abuse. This book, Who Stole Bhaiya's Smile, is a book about depression, and then the last book, which is, I mean, they're all special, but it's a book about grief after the death of a loved one. Yeah, that's it. Also, I think these books are for adults too. Like, they're children's books, but you should all read them.
Thanks, Zubin. That's just fascinating, right? The detail with which you work in this area. And also, what better way to change the paradigm, right, than through books? Thank you so much. We're going to go on now with Trishita. Trishita, I don't know if you need, if you, yeah.
Hello. Yes. Hello. Good evening, everyone. I'm so happy. Thank you, Bulbul, to making this very comfortable. To start with, definitely, yes, the topic that we are discussing today and Zuben's presentation was very helpful, and especially working in this sector, working with young kids and adolescents all over Northeast specifically, has given me a lot of understanding on the requirement, on the way the changes that we have, how different the changes that has happened over the years, what are the complex situations that a young teenager, young boy, young girl goes through. So, and then basically this project, Durex, the Birds and the Beestalk project, deals with all, talking about difficult things, which is, I think, the whole this panel discussion is about. Me along with my team across all the Northeast states, we talk about making difficult things simpler to young kids, to teachers, to parents, to communities, so that there's no we people young kids don't, they have a platform, they have a right kind of knowledge, I would say, to take the right decision. And it's very, very important. And there I will, along with my presentation, I'll share instances also which has come from the ground level, how they deal with situations. So yes, slide. So no, yes. So basically, this project is, as mentioned, we are spreaded in 6 Northeast states. We almost, this is a project we are working directly with schools. This is a school implementation project. We have a curriculum book which is on growing up life skills. We deal with different topics like body changes, emotional changes, then sexual and reproductive health, peer pressure, mental health, internet safety. So we have chapter wise. There are different topics that we deal with chapter wise. It has been taken very, what I would say, very welcome. We got a very good welcome from the Department of Educations all through the 6 states, and the schools are very interactive. They're very they want us, they have invited us, they want the project to go through, the curriculums to be taught to the young kids. And especially starting with, when we started with this project, when we talk about difficult topics, when we talk about body changes, when we talk about things like say um, mm, uh, sexual orientation, I would go with, when we talk about when a young boy or young girl, when how they change, the body changes, maybe growth of mustache, pimple, all these are topics that they hide, they do not share. So we try to bring out these things, that it's a normal thing, it should be talked about, where we should not be, not the young people should not be feeling ashamed, or they should not hide away. And then when they, especially, they should have a proper mentor. So we try to make schools as safe spaces. So we have safe corners that we will be we create in schools, which gives them a platform. We have where they get, we have our curriculum books, we have our reading materials and all, which is accessible to young kids in schools and community centers, in libraries, public libraries and all. So they have a platform, they have a safe space where they can go and communicate. Also, we try to take this project through teachers. Basically, we have a belief that teachers are the most building block for any young kid. They spend a young student from 10 to 19 years, they spend the highest time in schools. So the school should be a safe space where they can go, they have a confidant to talk to someone who can give them, show them the right way, and they are not influenced by decisions that might harm them. So it's very, very important, I feel, for me, that we talk about growing up, how basically the changes from growing up from a 10-year young kid to becoming the young adult, and the choices they take, and especially looking at the schools and the experiences that we have on the ground. Initially, when we talk about periods in menstruation and why they charge in young boys when they sleep, they giggle at us. They like start laughing in schools. It's very funny. They hide themselves. But that was the initial thing. Slowly, when we started going to these schools, we have reached out to more than 30 to 40,000 schools all over Northeast. So when we now our schools, they come up to our team when our volunteers, when our state teams go to school, they actually come up and share. And even the teachers, they have accepted it in a way that is very very, I would say it's very exciting at the same time, and then was unexpected. Initially, we had faced a lot of backlash because of the topics that we deal with. You can just, yeah, next. Yeah, not this, next one. Next one. Yes. Okay. So when we take our tools to the school, so they have accepted it in a very very nice manner. And also we have developed many different tools for the young kids, for communities. We have because Northeast. When we are talking about Northeast is very much influenced by culture, music, and uh, and traditions. So we try to bring this into the way we take the project to schools. We have our own music album, conscious music album, which talks about these difficult topics. It's all available online. It's free to access. We have a chat bot where young kids can ask their questions, and then it's Android based, and it's even available on internet, on more computers also. So they can ask questions, and then there are informed replies that they can information that they can gather. We have different materials, like we have books, magazines like Outlook issues and all, which many respected people, especially people from the Directorate of Education, have also given their views about the project, have talked about things openly. And also, I would say, keep when because we have 5 keywords, which is we focus on inclusion, equity, protection, consent, and awareness. So our whole project, the Birds and a Beanstalk project, is basically is around those 5 keywords. And then when we talk about inclusion, we talk about equity, we don't leave anyone behind. We have reached out to special schools. We have reached out to schools with uh, rehabilitation centers. We have reached out to different orphanages and homes and all. So we have tried to take it to make it accessible to everyone, so that there's a increase in the awareness and increase in the knowledge about things which is very difficult at times, I feel. So
Thank you. Thank you, Trishita, for that rather extensive presentation and the work that you do, which seems to be reaching out really widely. No, sounds like, and it'll be interesting to look at how that works on the ground. But hopefully, we'll have time for questions in a bit. Let's continue with you, Shannon. Do you want to stand up? No, right there. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Bulbul. Thank you, Gong Mary, for bringing me here. And especially for me and the organization and the team who's here to be able to speak about the work that we do. And of course, our focus is very much only in Meghalaya. So the work that we do actually is we work with children. We work on the prevention of child sexual abuse, a topic that I think many are not very comfortable with to speak. And for us, we understand that eradicating child sexual abuse would be impossible, but preventing it could be something that I think each one of us adults as parents and schools can actively, take part in the prevention. So since I've been called here to speak about navigating difficult, topics with children, and it's going to be a small little session on how we actually teach our children, and it could be a start, I think, for all of us here who are parents, adults, brothers, sisters, and children themselves. So as an organization, we've been in existence, I think, now for the past since 2013. And when we first started, the main challenge that we received, I think, from many schools and institutions was like, it does not happen in my school. It is not happening in our homes. It's not happening in our communities. But we forged ahead from one-time sessions that we've had, which is like about half an hour to 1 hour. We were able to move to about 3 to 4 sessions. And now I think as an organization, that is 10 years old, now we've been able to have like 9 sessions per class. And I think that's a big achievement for the team, because the fact that speaking about these issues are so, so sensitive, and many are not really happy about speaking about this. So the program that we run in schools is called the Personal Safety Education Program. It is about teaching children personal boundaries. So the Personal Safety Education Program is just a small part of what we call the sexuality education. We've not really moved into comprehensive sexuality education, but we're very much focused on the prevention of child sexual abuse, which is also part of sexuality education. So what we do first when we start with children, when we work with children, is we always tell them that they're special. It's about, building their confidence. It's about them understanding themselves. I think that is the key that we do whenever we go to schools or to communities and work with children. That's the first thing that we do. And I think we realized that over a period of time that, we need to look at creative ways and means of how can we, actively engage children. When we started, we were the ones designing the programs and the activities. And I think over a period of time, we were able to, look at, could we, engage them, understand what children need, what children want. And I think that was how we were able to also develop our curriculums. So building self-esteem, we look at it as a way, to reduce the vulnerabilities, to abuse and harm, because child sexual abuse is the issue that we work with. And the other thing that we really focus on, and I think we also speak to parents and teachers, that the beginning to start conversations with children, on sexuality, or on understanding safety, is by teaching them, the proper names of the private body parts. And it's rather sad to know that many of us actually we do not we're not so comfortable with, naming our private body parts. And I think, of course, we've had the challenges in schools as well when schools have said, oh, you know what, you should not be actually teaching children these. But we know that this is the key. It's the key to starting a conversation on how children can make informed decisions, can actually safeguard themselves from any form of abuse. So we've moved also into looking at, are there other ways beyond just classroom teaching? We've introduced visual art, and look at colors, and could children learn through art, and learn about safe and unsafe touches. And I think for these, whenever we conduct these sessions, it's the children themselves who actually come up with them understanding that this is safe and this is unsafe. Another thing that we do, and I think for all of us, I think even as adults, is that we do have these body signals that we feel, right? If a dog is barking, or if there's an earthquake, right now I think I'm like sweating. So that's like, it's not a warning sign per se, but then, so certain things, simple things that we can actually teach our children. So for example, you look at, when a child, you could speak to a child and say, if you're feeling that your heart is pounding, or you feel like, your hands are sweaty, and those are the body signals that your body is telling you, that you should listen to, and especially when you are in unsafe situations, or if someone is actually touching you in a way that makes you feel uncomfortable. And very explicitly, we would tell them that touching of private body parts is a big no, unless it's for health reasons, unless it's for reasons that, for hygiene reasons. So the other thing that that we like I said, that we've tried to look at various ways and means of how could we engage with children. So we've come up with comics, on online grooming and safety. And when you look at that, we've named that girl Thay Thay. Of course, we knowing that maybe children could relate to this. The other work that we do is, we do workshops with children on how they could create comics stories, and based on what they think, what they feel, they've been able to come up with a lot of comics and materials, wherein we are then able to use these for our campaigns and awareness. Yeah. Yeah. So these are the the curriculum that our team has, designed, and we have a lot of other, things materials that we also have produced, for children. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shannon. Thank you for the work that you do here in Meghalaya. It's, I think one thing that comes to me, and this question was supposed to be specifically for Zubin. We only have a few minutes to wind up, but I think I'm going to put this question out there to all the three of you. If you can just answer very quickly. What comes to me a lot is, what do we as adults, I know we've spoken about children and taking these issues over across 2 schools, but what do we as adults, how do we need to equip ourselves? What changes do we need to bring about in ourselves as parents, as teachers, and as adults in society, which can further impact the work, the really important work that all three of you do? If any one of you want to.
I believe that the values and the attitudes that we have regarding sexuality education or sex education, that is something that that should not deter giving the right information to children. We may believe that maybe giving sexuality education would be only for adolescents, and only talking to them about sex would be only when they're ready to get married. But I think we should actually start early and find early as so early in the sense, like I can share that I started speaking to my child at 3 years old. I mean, when she was at 3. So it's about giving age appropriate information and knowledge, so that they're able to have the skills and to be able to, safeguard themselves, make proper decisions, informed decisions regarding their life. They can lead happy lives.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
again, also understanding what age appropriate information is and getting that information first for ourselves as adults, right? Zubin or Trishita, would you like to comment quickly? Because I think Wanda is standing here. So
Adding to Shannon, I definitely agree that it's very, very important to bring sensitization among the adults. And especially we have a feeling that young kids do not know. But when I'm going out on the field and meeting young kids, going to schools, I have realized, and I'm sure same goes with you all also, that they have idea about everything. Like, so very,
Absolutely.
very important that we do make sense, like, to them age wise what they should know. But yes, they have a lot of ways to get the wrong kind of information nowadays, which is very, very harmful. They get it in a wrong way, they feel, and they share it among their friends, and they never reach out to adults. They're always ashamed, they're always afraid the way we will accept them. So I think that has to come from us. It's very important that we have faced that, we have come through that time. So it's time that we change ourselves and give that freedom and that space to young people to come and talk it out.
absolutely. And I think that also touches upon something that I harp on about a lot, which is creating relationship and real relationship with children. Zubin, please conclude.
Yeah. Okay, I think it's fine. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, something I was thinking about, which has been a big feature of conversations with like teachers and parents, is they do openly communicate that we find this difficult. Like we find talking about these issues or dealing with this kind of behavior difficult. So I think what I learned from this conversation and what like we try to talk about is that first of all, to say, yeah, it is difficult, and also the way the sort of impatience you feel when your child is upset or something might it also be connected to how you feel about when you get upset, the impatience you have with your own feeling of upset. So yeah, that's just
Absolutely. So also not just putting it all out there on our children, but also contacting our own emotions and our own sort of centers, right? When we work with children, socially and emotionally. Thank you so much. I'm so proud of all the four of us, because I think this is the first time for all of us being up on stage talking about work that we hold so dearly and which is so important in all the spheres that we are in. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Trishita. Thank you, Zubin.
I thank Shannon, Trishita, Zubin, and Bulbul for an important conversation, which I think has given each of us much to think about for ourselves and our children. I would now like to present the speakers with mementos.
I just want to briefly say a word. The reason why I felt that this was so important is that we started off on the 14th for Children's Day. And, after we had so many lovely children's literature, I know that each of you are working on with children, but on difficult subjects. And actually, it was through that lens that each of you were invited here to talk about how you're using books and writing actually to also to be able to as a tool for your work in this difficult space, which is actually really also part of our normal. So thank you so much for agreeing. I know it was, like you said, everyone was nervous who was on this panel, and there was a lot of conversation that we had before this, but thank you for sharing your work, because that is it's so important what you're doing, and deep respect to each of you. Thank you. Also, Shannon, I want to say, has brought from Faith Foundation, has brought a couple of tools for all of us, adults and children, and to use with our children also for us. So they are the
So we have this tool that was created by the team, tip tap toe, what color do you want? And I think, the team is there behind. We can, they can share some of the comics. We have batches and these, and you could use them for yourself.
our
One
children
example.
too.
So for
Yeah.
example, tip tap toe, what color do you choose? Blue. Okay. BLUE. What number do you choose? 4. Okay. So safety rule number 4 is it's never my fault.
Thank you for that. What a lovely, lovely note to end on, Shannon. I'm also part of the advisory board of Faith Foundation, and you're very, very dear to my heart. Your organization, your work means so much. Thank you, each of you. And to pick up any of to interact with the team, we'll just be right here outside in the chair. Yeah?
Thank you once again to each and every one of you. Please remain seated. We will immediately begin the next session.
Important announcement. The open mic has moved to the bookstall area. I request all the participants to gather down there, and one of our team members will lead you there.
I think that. Huh? You sit and speak. That is. Little back. Sit on the chair.
Yes.
All right. Thing about the open mic. For those of you who are here for the open mic, are there many of you? Can you put your hands out for the open mic? Oh, lovely. So, Jakstram, can I see where you are, please? Jakstram? Anis? Yeah, so this is my colleague, Anis. Can you please collect together, and Anis will take you to the open mic venue. The venue for open mic, because we've had such a lovely response, we had to shift that to another venue. So open mic people, please collect with Anis and you'll be taken to the open mic venue. Yeah? Sorry, thank you.
I'll start. We now have a launch session of the book, Tears of the Dragon, for which I invite the author Ankush Saikia as well as Aaron Lingda on stage. Ankush Saikia was born in Tezpur, Assam in 1975, grew up in Shillong, spent more than a decade in Delhi working in journalism and publishing, and has been back in Northeast since 2011. He is the author of several crime thrillers, including The Girl from Nongrim Hills and Tears of the Dragon, and the fourth book in the Detective Arjun Arora series. Aaron Jan Lingdor is a lifestyle journalist, fashion creator, and television host and producer. He is currently the host of Doordarshan Meghalaya's Shillong Bus, a talk show that highlights the journey, efforts, and achievement of people and communities from the region. Formerly, he was the assistant news editor and anchor of Northeast Live. He has worked at several media houses, including India Today and Z News. I now invite Kong Mary on stage to unwrap the book. Another round of applause, please. Congratulations, Ankush. I request everyone to take their seats. We shall now commence with a conversation with Ankush and Aaron. I now hand over the session to you.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the session. First of all, I see happy faces in the audience, familiar faces. That means it's a good time to start the conversation. The gentleman to my right certainly doesn't require further introduction, hence I won't dive into that at the moment. What we'll do is we'll get straight into the conversation. Right, Ankush? Let me remind all of you that Tears of the Dragon is Ankush Saikia's fourth book in the Detective Arjun Arora series. And this session, we're celebrating the book and, of course, the author. So I was thinking we will start the session by asking Ankush to read an excerpt and then have him explain to us what he's reading, just so we get a taste of the book, all right? And then we'll sort of take it forward from there. Ankush, welcome to the session. Over to you.
I had forgotten I'm supposed to read a excerpt from the book. So anyway, just a brief introduction. It's about is the fourth book in the series, and so it's about this detective based in Delhi, and so this is set in Delhi, Calcutta, and in China. So the China setting I thought was interesting because I have an interest in the country, and I was fortunately there for a fellowship some years back, and so I used that experience for the book. So this bit is when he gets to a place called Shaoxing. He's traveled there from Shanghai. I'm not a very good reader, so please, excuse me if you don't understand a couple of things. Anyway, the driver got in, and they set off at the road intersection from where Arjun had gone north earlier. The taxi now turned toward the west. Arjun looked back at the intersection, remembering the man on the scooter who'd asked him directions earlier in the day. Now it struck him. Had it been a random encounter, or was someone trying to check whether he knew how to speak Mandarin? As before, it was hard to get rid of the suspicion once it had appeared. The driver turned left off the broad tree-lined road and took a bridge over a small river, the Fengze, according to Google Maps on Arjun's phone, and then passed through the orderly buildings of a university campus as the taxi continued moving west across the city. Shaoxing was a city of canals and waterways and rivers, as he'd seen since. Arjun wondered if it ever got flooded or if the waterways were an ancient method of avoiding flooding. Now they were passing through a flat landscape of warehouses and small factories. He leaned forward to tap the driver on the shoulder. How far? To the school? Near, near, the driver said, pointing ahead. What would he do once they were there? Show people the photo and ask if they recognized the girl? Close to his destination, the absurdity of his plans became apparent. Still, he had made it this far, and who knew what luck he might have. The taxi climbed onto a broad highway, past rows of warehouses on one side and apartment blocks on the other, before crossing another longer bridge over the same river. Across the bridge, on either side, were rows of new high-rises, part of the ceaseless churning of China in its quest for development. The driver slowed down and then halted by the side of the road and pointed outside. Arjun looked out, but all he saw were more high-rises, new and unoccupied housing units, all of them. What's this? He said. These are flats. Where's the school? There, there, the driver said, repeating his words as usual. Arjun got out of the taxi. Cars and trucks sped past behind him on the highway. Before him, past a high fence, were symmetrical rows of dark brown towers with empty steel and glass-clad flats within them. There was a large signboard nearby with the image of a family of three, mother, father, child, with the same towers in the background. A new residential development, maybe even part of the countless empty projects across the country, undertaken only to make use of all the cement and steel and labor too being pushed out into the market. The driver had joined Arjun now, lighting a cigarette. I told you I was looking for a school. Xiao, these are flats, people's houses. Where's the school? Hangzhou Baoshan Se Xiao. The man shook his head. Mayo, Mayo, he said in Mandarin. Then Arjun understood. It's not here anymore, it's gone. The driver nodded. Yes, yes, no more. When? Which year? The driver scratched his head and thought. 10, 20 year? Gone. So that was it. How stupid of him to have imagined that things would have stayed the same in China, of all places. The one country where the past had been turned upside down. He accepted a cigarette from the driver and then took out his phone and called Vivek Call. So, that's it.
All right, you know what? Tears of the Dragon saw the light of day after 4 years. You took to X, formerly Twitter, to acknowledge these glossy covers. What went through your mind at that point in time, and how excited were you when you saw them for the first time?
No, not excited. I think it was more of relief, that it's finally out and I'm done with it. And it took the first three books in the series came out pretty close to each other, 2015, 16, and then 2018. And then this took another 5 years, actually 4, but the publishers sort of delayed it. Part of it was because I was waiting for the China trip, and I knew I wanted to use the setting. And but after that too, it was pretty hard to write it, because it's set in Delhi and then Calcutta and then China, and then to sort of link all these things together. And I mean, writing a series of this sort, it doesn't get easier, it gets, if anything, harder, because there's so much behind which you have to sort of maintain, sort of take care of things, the continuity, as they say in movies and things like that. So yeah, it was more of a relief. I was in Tezpur, then I came back to Shillong, and then the Korea packet. Yeah, they did a glossy cover. Was thankful about that.
Well, fair enough. Let's talk a little bit about the series. Before we jump into the book, because I wanted to know, how did you create Detective Arjun Arora, and what was your inspiration behind it in the first place?
The inspiration, I think, is anyway. I mean, I just met Aaron today itself before the session.
But we spoke over the phone a lot of time.
Yes, we spoke on the phone, and then we immediately discovered a common connection, Delhi, which both of us happen to like. I mean, I think it's got a lot of bad press, but it's one city where I think once you spend enough time there, it sort of grows on you. It's a tough place, but yeah. So I was in Delhi for a long time, and then I came back to Shillong in 2011. So there's always this idea of writing something about Delhi, but I couldn't seem to do it when I was in Delhi. Maybe because I was in the place itself. But once I was back in Shillong, it was easier. At a distance. And actually, the initial idea was to have a sort of a cop, a Delhi police character. But for that, then I would have had to do research, and at that moment in time, just haven't got married, and we had a son, and it was difficult for me to travel. So I thought, okay, let's just make him a detective. Yes, it was about Delhi, because the first book Dead Meat, it's purely set in, it's wholly set in Delhi, and so more than the character, I think what I wanted to capture was this Delhi during the summer, with the heat, and this character who's sort of going round and round in circles and getting deeper into his not just his personal problems, but the crime and the grime of the city. He's sort of slowly sinking deeper and deeper into it.
So, a fair question right now is, what do you have in common with Detective Arjun Arora? Anything? Well, I do, let me tell you, but I won't say it because, that will open up a lot too much too soon. So hence, let me hear it from you.
It's a bit difficult to acknowledge this, so I try and say that there's not, but I think we're both loners in a way. And because the last place I stayed in Delhi was CR Park for 5 years. So I thought, let's just base him over there. So I was in A block, so I put him in B block. So if you ever go to Delhi, there's the park over there, and then there's a house on the left of the park, which I sort of imagined is where he stays.
Fair enough. So, for the benefit of the readers who've not had the chance to read any of the books in the series, can they start with Tears of the Dragon and then sort of go on to read the remaining books, let's say from 1 to 3?
Yeah, definitely. All the 4 books are like, what do you call them? Standalone. You can read them in any particular order. But of course, I would prefer if people start from the first and then sort of work the way up.
Like you said, so you want each book to stand on its own. That's fair enough. However, having said that, what is that common thread, if you will, connecting each book in the series?
There's a sort of a supporting cast. He's got a troubled life. He's divorced. Has an ex-wife. He has a daughter, and then there's a friend of his, a typical Delhiite, Banti Chawla, and so they are like the sort of supporting cast, And there's a journalist called Poppy Barua, who is sort of, there's sort of a attraction between them, but they both hesitate to sort of go further. And then there's a guy who does his computer stuff for him, who stays in Nehru Place. So this supporting cast is the sort of thread that runs through the books.
So, I read the book. I felt that the narrative jumps from one country to cities in just a few pages. London, Calcutta, Bangkok, you name it. Was that attempt, a deliberate attempt on your part?
Deliberate in the sense that I think if you're writing, and especially books like these, or any sort of book, you can't really choose your experiences, what happens to you in life. So you have to make use of what you come across. So the London bit came about because when I was working in Delhi, so I had gone for this office trip. So they put us up in this place, Commercial Road, it was called. It was the east of London. So there was this Pakistani general store just across the road, and I would, pop in sometimes. So there was this Chinese girl over there. I think she must have been a student. So she used to come dragging this suitcase behind her. So what she was doing was selling pirated DVDs. So that sort of stayed in my mind, and I said, okay, there's the girl who he's looking for.
So,
And
Ankush,
yeah, just to sorry to interrupt. So that was just a bit in London. I used that, and then Delhi, of course, is I know Delhi, but yeah, I did go with my family to Calcutta, and I made an effort to sort of go around these places, especially Tangra, Chinatown, and Tangra, and which was the other place? This very weird and old cemetery, which is on Park Street. Many people don't know about it. It's sort of further down. What is it called? I think think South Park Street Cemetery or something. Yes, yeah. So it's got these, I don't know, fantastical obelisks and cenotaphs and things like that from the 1700s and the 1800s. So I just had to sort of have him sort of enter that place, and then of course then you invent a sort of connection that he had when he was in the army, posted at Fort William, and then he visited that place with a girl, and so those are memories that he has.
Right. So give us an analysis of how the process of your writing, how has it changed throughout the series, if at all?
I think it's important to what I realize is important. I think not just for books like these, but for any narrative that you're doing, because I've always been a sort of instinctive writer. I think it comes out of my own stubbornness, maybe. So I just sort of sit down and do what I feel like. But what I think is very important is to have an outline. Of course, you can't have everything. I mean, if you've sort of planned the book out 100% before, then there's no fun writing it. But if you have a rough outline that, okay, these 50 pages, this is what's supposed to happen, and then the next 50 pages, this is where he's supposed to go, and then, so on and so forth. So if you have that outline, I think it helps a lot. Not that it makes the writing easier, but I think if anything, it's, harder writing the older you get.
Well, fair enough. I want you to dwell a little bit on your female characters because, if you read the book, I felt they were fearless, almost independent of other characters. Poppy Borawa, like you mentioned, Ria, Vivian, Talk to us a little bit about their characters and how did you envision them coming into the entire plot?
I thought about that much later, and then I think two things, firstly, having grown up in Shillong, where I think women have the upper hand, and also my own family, where you have, the women are pretty strong, a bit too strong, I might say. So I think that was somewhere unconsciously at the back of my mind with these characters.
All right. Well, give us context. First of all, we know that Indian crime fiction is hotting up with Indian, readers having this bigger appetite for the genre. In your assessment, why do you think that's happening?
I'll be honest, I don't know.
All right.
Because I mean, I write what I somehow seem to have been slaughtered as a crime fiction writer, but all the books are sort of, I think of them as novels, not they happen to have crime elements in them. So that is that. And so about the larger trends, I wouldn't really know, and also being away from, say, Delhi or Bombay, being in a place like Shillong, and I sort of tend to, even this event, I don't think I would have, I try and stay away from, literary events as such. So I can't really say. But no, but at the same time, I think, my own theory is the countries where crime does well, the big markets are like, the Scandinavian countries and the UK, which are rich, developed countries where people have, relatively comfortable lives. So I think they sort of prefer reading about these gruesome events, whereas in a place like India, you have, gruesome events all over the place. So at the end of the day, I mean, I think you'd prefer to watch a Govinda movie instead of, reading a crime thriller.
Fair enough. Then let's talk a little bit about something that you know then. The Girl from Nongrim Hills, it saw the light of day in 2013, and a lot of people, including my friends, still talk about the book, and I'm sure there must be something in there. Why don't you give us a little bit of an insight?
Yeah, some of you might have come across the book, The Girl from Nongrim Hills. So yeah, it came out exactly 10 years back, October 2013. And in fact, I was telling Aaron that, the thought occurred to me later that we should have maybe had something about that book, having completed 10 years. And at the bookstall over there, they said, yeah, I mean, it's not a best, I don't think I can call it a bestseller. None of my books are. But it keeps selling, it hasn't disappeared. With most books, what happens is it sort of comes out in 6 to 1 months, 6 months to 1 year later, they sort of disappear. But this seems to have stuck around, and I think part of it is because it's about ordinary Shillong. I think that's what strikes a chord with people, especially what pleases me the most is I've heard this from a lot of people, non-readers who sort of have picked up the book maybe because of the cover, and then they've sort of appreciated it, which that brings a certain level of satisfaction. Because it's just about ordinary Shillong, the taxis and, waiting at a cigarette shop when it's raining. I think there's a part in Watts Lake too, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere at the end. I think he sits with the girl and sort of explains what has happened. So, yeah, it's about everyday Shillong and the Shillong that I experienced, and also the changes which were happening then, and you still see it now, that old Shillong sort of disappearing and this new class emerging. So that is, I think, there the backdrop. But these that's what I never consciously thought of these larger themes as such, which I don't think you need to if you're writing. I mean, honestly enough, the larger things are sort of they automatically are present.
So, Detective Byomkesh Bakshi, we all know Detective Byomkesh Bakshi. He's very famous among a group of people. How do you envision Detective Arjun Arora, achieve, let me call it, cult status?
Byomkesh Bakshi, I think, is a product of a certain era, and Byomkesh Bakshi and Feluda, I think those two names keep cropping up. And as for Arora, he's somebody who's, I think, he isn't a sort of Sherlock Holmes kind of character. He's more of a everyday man. I think he's just a bit more tenacious in not letting go of things. But how would he achieve cult status? I don't know. But then again, after I wrote Nongram Hills, then I wrote the first book in the series, Dead Meat, which was, I mean, when I was here in Shillong, I think that was in 2013. It would have been, and so yeah, it came out in 2015. So that's 8 years. So even that book hasn't disappeared. So it's around, people are reading it, and then so I hope that once they've read the first one, hopefully a couple of them at least go on to try the second, third, and fourth books.
See, I have a question which everybody would be interested, I suppose. The thing about crime fiction is that the basic framework is set for the writer, and then you have these sub-genres accordingly, right, that have their own rules and regulations. How do you fulfill all those expectations while still coming up with something fresh and unexpected?
Fresh, I think, because like somebody said the other day, someone from Bombay said, well, Dead Meat happened way before things like Delhi crime and stuff like that. So I think the setting was new, and but to answer your question, growing up, I never read much of crime fiction. So while writing Dead Meat, I actually ordered when I realized that, okay, this, like I said, I wanted to write a book about Delhi, but then it just so happened that it veered off into this direction with the detective and, crime. So then I realized that I knew, I didn't know much about crime. So I ordered a couple of books on Amazon and sort of took it from there,
Fair enough. Well, as cliche as it may sound, will you consider writing Tears of the Dragon as a screenplay anytime in the future?
Yeah, I could do a screenplay, but somebody has to approach me,
Already.
Yeah, somebody has to approach me. I mean, the series has been optioned a couple of times, in fact, but nothing seemed to have worked out. Bombay is a different thing altogether. It's so I've sort of stopped thinking about that. It's better just concentrate on the books and hope something happens.
I think we still have time. I can squeeze in more questions. Will there be a fifth book in the series? Anything in the pipeline?
At the moment, I really don't have plans for a fifth one. Even though I would like to have another book out there. Saying that, okay, this is these are the 5 books. But like I said, it gets harder. And also I think there's a certain amount of when you're writing about the same character over and over, there's a certain amount of fatigue that sets in. So let's see, maybe after a couple of years, I might do another one.
Well, before I invite questions from the audience, I didn't tell this to Ankush, but we'll do a rapid fire. I seldom do it on my, with my guests on TV or otherwise, but let's call it the Ankush Saikya rapid fire. All right, they're not random questions, but well thought of. Are you ready? Okay. Morning person or night owl?
Mostly a morning person. I guess.
All right. Plotter or panzer? Plotter or panzer? As in you're right.
Yeah, plotter, I guess. Yes.
Okay. X formerly Twitter or Threads?
Yeah, Twitter.
Fair enough.
Because I opened a Threads account, but I can't seem to log in because I've forgotten the password. Yeah, because it's linked to your Instagram thing too. Now, if I change my Instagram password, Instagram I can log in automatically, but Threads is you have to put in the password, so I forgot. And it's the same for both, so there's a bit of a problem there.
Okay. What's the scariest thing you've done?
I think there's this, not really a hike, but a sort of trek, in the Upper Siang region in Arunachal, right on the Tibet border, where the Siang enters India. So the person in Pasighat who had sort of arranged he referred me to somebody, and he said, "Okay, you go. It's a beautiful trek." And so in my mind, I had thoughts of something like Switzerland, beautiful hill. But when I got there, it's like a 2-hour downhill descent, and then there's a hanging bridge over the Siang, about 300 meters, which is swaying, and then another 3 hours up. And they have those flies called the dimnum, which bite you, and then the leeches, and my shoes weren't appropriate because I was thinking this would be something else. But yeah, that was quite tough, more tough than scary, I would say.
All right, I don't know if you've seen the movies or not, but Oppenheimer or Slumdog Millionaire?
I think Oppenheimer. Yeah.
Okay. Shillong winter or Delhi winter?
Delhi winter, I guess.
I agree. It's Delhi winter any day. AI generated text or human written text?
Yeah, human, of course.
Well, Gen Z should take notes. Your favorite Shillong based band?
I remember watching Great Society long back at the Fates, they were good with Lou Majau.
All right, I just have a couple more questions. And advice to Desi Noah writers?
I think try and develop a style, that's, I think, the most important thing for a crime writer. The plot is important, sure, and the characters, but what you're trying to put across is a particular way of looking at the world, which is a bit dark, and, so you have to sort of, I think for any writer to sort of develop your own voice.
And I did a little bit of research. Jim Beam on the rocks or neat?
I think on the rocks, yes.
All right, on that note, I open this platform for questions from the audience. Who'd like to go first? I guess we don't have time. Do we have a microphone floating in the audience? Can we get a microphone, please?
What should I give?
Hi. About the title of a book, when do you write the title? When you start out or after you finish writing the book?
With the series, the 4 books, the first one, the title was sort of there in my mind, Dead Meat, because it starts with something based on, that Tandoor murder case in Delhi. So that was that. Then the other 2 books, Remember Death and More Bodies Will Fall, I think they were sort of suggested by my editors. I had something else in mind. But this one, since there's a China connection, so I just thought of Tears of the Dragon. Also, there's a wildlife smuggling connection to it. So I thought, this would be appropriate. Also, anybody who knows Iron Maiden might find a connection.
Anyone else?
Here. I want to ask Ankush a very, very sort of intimate question, which is how much is the struggle to complete a book? And do you discipline yourself to write at a particular time of the day, or does it happen, very odd
Yeah, I
hours?
try and no, not at all hours, but yeah, I try and do a bit in the morning, which I find is conducive. But like I mentioned, it doesn't get easier. I don't think it sort of gets harder.
How
You might
long? How
you
long? How long does it take you to complete a book?
well, this one took I think about 2 or 3 years because for some reason it was very slow going. So yeah, 1 to 3 years I think is the time up till now.
If you have one advice to give to wannabe writers, what would that be?
I think just try and write as much as you can. That's I think the only thing that works. And, try and sort of, like I said earlier, I think very important to sort of have your own voice, which is not so much about the writing, but I think it's also the way you look at the world. And so that changes with age. I'm sure you would know that. I mean, you sort of feel that too. So that changes with age, and then so you sort of bring that into your writing too.
Anyone else?
Hi, Ankush. This question is not specifically to Ankush Saikia as such, but the author in you. Okay? So, when you write a story, especially a novel or a story, do you have the end in mind as you start writing? Or does it come suddenly to you and surprises you also as you write?
Uh, with a book, I'll talk about Tears of the Dragon. So a book like this, you sort of have to have the rough ending in mind, sort
Okay.
of beginning and middle and ending. You have to have that rough thing in mind. And like I mentioned earlier, it's important to have an outline. But also, I mean, you leave space to discover things as you're writing, because otherwise, if you know everything beforehand, then it would be quite dull, to sort of.
Okay.
So you have to leave space for these surprises to sort of come out, but at the same time, you have the rough sort of idea about where you want things to end.
Okay, so the ending will surprise the writer himself as much as the reader at times.
No, if it's a surprise,
Like, you have not thought
no,
this is going
if
to
it's
be the
a
ending.
surprise ending, I think that has to be thought out much
Okay.
beforehand. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And to sort of add on, I mean, especially books like these, they're quite difficult because writing crime fiction, or especially detective fiction, past the halfway mark, it becomes very difficult because everything you sort of mention, it has to link back exactly to what's come beforehand, which is a bit different from maybe a bit different from other books.
I think we can take one last question.
Hi, Ankush. Like you said, you've been writing this kind of detective fiction for so long, and especially Arjun Arora, that it's gotten harder for you, and there's a certain kind of fatigue that you've reached with this character. Have you kind of reached a fatigue with this kind of genre, and have you ever thought of tackling other genres out there other than crime?
Yeah, because like I said, even though I mean I seem to be described more and more as a crime writer, but I think it was sort of accidental. I never set out to be a crime writer. I never read much crime except for maybe Sherlock Holmes in school, which is why writing Dead Meat, I had to order a couple of crime fiction books to sort of find out how it goes. But yeah, more and more I find I'm sort of interested in other things. So there's the book I've finished. Let's see when it comes out. Still looking for a publisher, which is set in the 80s in Shillong. It's about a group of kids in a hostel in Nongrim Hills. Mixed, which was sort of, for my own memories in school at that time, you had the boys from all over the northeastern states, which isn't the case right now. I mean, not to the same extent. So that is one book I've written, and the other thing is what I find interesting is reading, old accounts of the Northeast by administrators and explorers and people like that. So that has a sort of that's something I'm working on now, which even with the China connection, so I did up a lot of reading on the whole border issue. So it's pretty interesting because in the 50s, things were they were actually coming closer together. These two, newly independent countries, and then the whole Tibet issue happened, and then people talk about the partition, but this I think is comparable. I mean, there was no. The tragedy here lies in the fact that this whole Himalayan belt from Ladakh to Arunachal, which was sort of this fluid, region, that was suddenly closed and totally closed off, which I think is a great loss for both countries. So yeah, those kind of things, and then uh, China, and then the role of Kalimpong during the 50s and 60s, and Nefa, and then even Shillong in the 70s, and my own memories from the 80s. So I think I'm sort of moving away from that. But at the same time, there's another sort of crime book in mind. So I've started writing a bit. That again is Delhi, which I think is a good place to have your crime novel set because of the extremes in the city.
Right, we still have a lot of questions, but you guys can ask Ankush post the session. One more, all right, just one more, please. One last question.
Good evening. So I just started reading this. I'm halfway through it, and while reading it, I see that your style is very reminiscent of like old 1970s crime thriller movies, and like I want to ask like if that's like a deliberate decision on your part for it to be styled towards in that way, or if it's more of a subconscious way, because
Must be subconscious. Okay, I watch not a lot, but yeah, movies do have an influence. So I think that's something subconscious. Yes.
And also in the beginning of the book, I see that you quoted a song by the Dire Straits. So does like 1970s music really have an influence on your work?
No, that particular song I think is from the 80s. Not a song I'm particularly fond of. I think it's what is it, Private Investigations. But there's a line over there which I think is more than the book is suited to the character, because the song, I think the line goes, what does it say? This is my investigation. It's not a public inquiry. So it's about this one person, following this path.
Yeah, that's thank you.
Thank you. And that does it for us here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me remind you once again that Detective Arjun Arora is back. Pick up a copy if you haven't already. Please give it up once again for the prolific author, Mr. Ankush Saikia.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you. Thank you, Aaron.
Once again, congratulations, Ankush. And also, thank you so much for sharing with us your humble journey. And thank you so much, Aaron, for making the session fun and interactive. We will begin the next session shortly. Thank you. I request the people from the back, if you could please come and sit in front. And people by the hill there, if you could please join us here for the session.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask everyone to kindly take your seats. Those who are still sitting around the lakeside, I can understand that since Shillong is getting quite cold, water vapor will come on your head and you might get a very bad cold. You might just come and take a seat on the stage right here. We have a very prolific author who will be discussing his book. For those who are seated towards the back of the stage, I request each of you to kindly come a little bit closer. It's getting quite chilly right now, and perhaps sitting and huddling closer together in front would help us bring some body warmth to each other. Thank you.
Hello. I now invite Senthil Kumar to the stage to lead the next session, a conversation with Jaya Mohan on his book, The Abyss. Jaya Mohan, from the day he published his first novel, Rubber, in 1990, was identified as a force in literature, even in then small world of serious literature. He hails from Nagarcoil town of Kanyakumari district. The unique landscape of his district language and his mirage journey across the country has propelled him into the most iconic author of his generation. His writing has ranged from history, philosophy, Sangam literature, critique, Indian culture, biographies, research, and so on. He has written over 80,000 pages of published literature, a feast unmatched. He identifies his readers from his first magnum opus, Vishnupuram, in the year 1997. His recently completed rewriting of Mahabharata under the title Venmurasu has 23 volumes and was written over 8 years. He has inspired thousands of young Tamil readers across the world, which has culminated in the Vishnupuram Tamil Literary Forum, which conducts at least 3 literary events annually. His readers, motivated to make his writing travel wide, has translated his work into English. The short story collection Stories of the True and novel Abyss has been published in the last 2 years. Stories of the True has been shortlisted listed for American Literary Translator Association ALTA Award this year. Senthil is an avid reader turned publisher. After close to 40 years in marketing, IT recruitment, and business, he has turned to his first love, books. Senthil is a founder partner of Vishnupuram Publication, which is bringing out writer Jia Mohan's retelling of Mahabharata called Vinamurasa, White Drum, and at around 25,000 pages and 26 volumes, probably the world's largest novel. He is also an entrepreneur and business interest in knitted garment under the label Swag Swami. He is a quizzer, quiz master, sports nut, and loves Scrabble and contract bridge. I now hand over the session to
Good evening, everyone. To the 30 odd people who are inside and a couple of hundreds outside, greetings from Tamil Nadu. Today we have an author who comes from the tip of India. Mr. Jaya Mohan's native is Kanyakumari, Nagarcoil to be precise, but it's in the tip of India. From there all the way up to the northeast, we bring Jay Mohan. Jay Mohan, much has been said in the short intro that has been given already. Jay Mohan is prodigious in his output. He is one of the probably the largest volume of work he has in Tamil. Apart from Venmurasu, which is his magnum opus, like mentioned, 26 volumes. It's a Ramanov law of based on Mahabharata, interpreted by Jay Mohan. 26 volumes, 25,000 pages, 250,000 words. Okay, it's one probably the longest. I don't know which one is the longest. I have to Google that. I haven't done that yet. So apart from that, Jay, and I'm going to give you a small sketch so that you understand the gentleman you are talking to and conversing with. He's a tour de force in Tamil literature. He has broken many molds, opened new gates, set new paths, and then overall set Tamil literature on fire for the past 25 years. During Corona, when people couldn't come out, he used his website, jaymohan.in, which is visited by about 25,000 people on a casual day, and close to 1 lakh if something is brewing, a new story or a new novel, close to 1 lakh. He wrote 139 stories at 1 a day. That is, his blogs have 5 or 6 posts at 12, starting at 12 midnight every day without fail. And he started by writing 1 story each. The idea was people were not able to come out of their homes. Many were depressed. The only way to find solace for readers is to read. And then even if you want to read, you have to order online. Nobody knew when it is going to come. The couriers were affected. So he said, I'm going to write. And he started with 1 story, ended up with 139, which includes a novella, right? Huge following for those stories. They were actually, many of those stories have been made into anthologies. Now we have about 10 or 12 volumes which have been published by Vishnupuram Publications. So that's the gentleman whom we are going to converse with. The novel in question that we are talking about is called Abyss. Abyss is from the Tamil novel called Yelam Ulagam, which means the 7th netherworld in Indian mythology. You have Adalam, Vidalam, Karadalam, like that. The 7th netherworld is what we are going to talk about. It's a world of beggars and people who maintain those beggars, the life of those folk. Okay, and it's an interesting fact that he chose to write this. And I'm going to ask him, the first question today is, how did you come to write about this theme?
Good evening, everybody. I am from Kanyakumari, which is 3,500 kilometers from here. We invited a lot of Northeastern writers to our place, and they are participated in our functions. So I am here to see you all. About this novel, Abyss. This is based on my personal experiences. While I am a beggar living in the streets 30 years back, 30 or 40 years back, I left my home at the age of 22 and I became a mendicant, sannyasi in Kashi, in Uttarkasi and Rishikesh. Later I returned to Tamil Nadu and I was a beggar in Palani. And I know very well the life of beggars, the world of beggars. And I was in a spiritual quest at that time. And I met my guru. And I asked him to give me some way to attain salvation. I asked him to make me as a Vivekananda. And he said, writing is your way of meditation. You can attain your liberation only through literature. That is the way of your personality. So I choose to write. And I write a lot. I wrote a novel, Vishnupuram. and a lot of short stories and a collection of articles. And one day, I was traveling through a misty day. I was suddenly invoked a memory about a person who is a major character in this novel. His name is Timmappan. Timmappan is a Kannada guy. He's a leprosy patient, and he's a beggar. He was a beggar. And I think he is one of a great soul I ever met. He's a highly spiritual person, extremely intelligent and kind. And that memory moved me. So I immediately returned to my home. I started to write this novel. I completed this novel within 6 days and sent it directly to my publisher. And he published it within 6 days. And it appeared in the stall within 15 days. And from that day, that novel is considered one of the classics in Tamil. And it is being made of a movie called Nan Kadavul. I wrote the script of that movie. And that movie won few President's Awards and Best Award for Director. And still, the movie became old. But, novel never became old. So even today, the novel is considered one of the most selling and most discussed works in Tamil. I am happy to recollect and registered my colleagues and my gurus who lived as beggars 30 years back. Thank you.
I'm going to start by quoting a few lines at the beginning of the novel. I can't sleep. I felt a belly when I left at 9. It was moving, restless. It has descended, was heavy like. And there was some water leaking too. She will birth before dawn. I'm sure the signs point to me. Kumaresan is there with her, isn't he? He would be drunk to his gills. He wouldn't know if an elephant carved in front of him. What is it to him if a mongrel made away with a sprog? This is talking about a person called Pothivelu Pandaram. Name is Pothivelu. Pandaram is a guy who is associated as a priest with small deities, and he also does temple work in some of the temples. That caste is called Pandaram, right? You listen to these words, you would think that a cow is going to give birth, but no. Pandaram maintains a group of beggars. One of them is going to give birth to her 18th child, and those are called items in his language. Not people, items. She is going to give birth to the 18th child, and he is talking about that. And he prays to God. He thanks God once the child has been born, and then it is again, right? That lady's name is Muttammai. She is disfigured. She is paired with people who are disfigured so that they could get disfigured children and could be sold for a profit. How did you come out with a character like Pandaram? Was he real, or you had to fill a gap, so you imagined him?
See, in a place like Sabarimala, which is a very popular holy place in Kerala, you can see a lot of nearly thousands of beggars up in the hill, the top of the mountain. They cannot walk there. They cannot come there on their own. So there is a system to bring them there, to place them, and to collect the money. And there is a revenue system working around them. It's very easy to judge. You can see a lot of beggars in Haridwar and Rishikesh. They cannot live on their own. There is a system to maintain them. There is a system to collect the alms. And there is a financial system to manage all these things. There are a lot of people. I mean, there's a lot of wealthy people. Even in Kashi, there are some contractors who maintained these items in the streets and collecting money. And I personally know a lot of these kind of persons, contractors. And this person, Pandaram, is actually a real person. I know him personally. He worked on Parani. Parani is a hill station in Tamil Nadu. It's a holy place. But I changed his identity and I placed him in my place in Kanyakumari district. That's the only difference I made in this novel. And two myths are there. One thing is there should be some kind of guilty feeling among these kind of contractors. No, they are just traders. They have no guilty feeling, and they are actually very devotees of God. They give alms to people. They have children, and this Pothivelu Pandaram in this novel is a very, very, very loving father, and he has a deep affection for his own children, and he's a very good father and a very good citizen, and he has absolutely no guilty feeling, and he have every justifications for doing this. And the second myth is the beggars is always unhappy and they are in pain or in a penury. That's not true. Throughout this novel, you can see the items are very happy. They have their own community. They have fun, and they have philosophical and intellectual discourse among them. That's an entirely different world. You cannot sit in them with them. You cannot sit in the world, but it's an entirely different world. So I tried to depict that world in this novel, and you can see even in the movie Nan Kadavul, you can see the laughing faces of beggars throughout the movie. They used to tease the civilians. They used to tease us. You cannot understand the way they tease us. See, one of a beggar in this novel, he is asking alms to a lady. He is calling him as Lakshmi Devi. Then after she passing at that place, he calls her as Jyoti Lakshmi. She was an item dancer in Tamil movies, and immediately all the beggars began to laugh at her. They have no respect for the civilians who give alms to them. They used to tease. They used to make fun of us, and I am created that world in this novel.
Yeah, that part is in the movie. It had come out really nicely, even in translation. It goes with like generous lady Lakshmi, oh Mata, please give me alms, and then she passes by without giving alms, said Jyoti Lakshmi, Udevi, giving me alms. Same tone. Okay, nobody can figure it out whether he is actually begging or cursing. So that whimsical attitude, that seeing fun in every single thing is unique to this novel. It is not a sad novel. It is a very, very elementally raw novel, but it is not a sad novel. It delves into the people's world, and that is possible because he lived in it once, not because somebody told him, not because he saw it one fine day. He lived that life. So that shades of gray, not 50 shades of gray, come from that his experience. Now we are moving on to the another quote. There is another group of item vendors who are coming into town. They are from Kerala. Like, Kerala is politically aware, where Pothivelu or Pandaram calls his beggars as items. That fellow calls them as comrades. Okay, the guy who's helping them is a comrade. The beggar is a comrade, and every single item on their group is called a comrade. So it's farcical, but it gives you a feeling of how people mask their trade and mask their feelings so that and continue doing the same thing. Here is another quote. They're talking about, if you ever plan to sell the buffalo, said Cochin as they climbed up the steps, you can set the price, I'll buy her. The answer comes, not until a year. It has not been a week since she pushed out the young one. They're talking about Muthammai, who was just given birth to the 18th child. And, that is being used for begging and then probably might be sold for a profit. Now, many times in your work and in many of your novels and short stories, you bring in this, the slant of Kerala into this, and humor that is particular to them. Is it because your town borders Kerala, or half of your people are Keralites? How does it come through?
My mother tongue is Malayalam, and I am writing in Tamil. And my place is the border of Kerala and Tamil Nadu. And we use both languages alike. And we use Malayalam for fun. And there is a lot of funny elements in Malayalam. And in my opinion, Malayalam is good language for making fun of people. It has a deriding note in almost every word. You can see it in the Malayalam movies also. So I use that Malayalam terminology to tease people and to make fun of them. So that's a particular hue in my works. And my readers are very, very accustomed to that kind of fun. Well, not simple fun. I hate jokes because I think in a creative work, jokes has no place. And I have no respect for parody or satire. And even satire is not a good thing for literature. Literature is made up of humor. Humor is a fun with a philosophical or spiritual element is called humor. Humor is something bigger than joke or satire. So there is no satire in this novel. It has a spiritual thing throughout this humor. Say one place, a prostitute is going up to the temple and she is coming back. And one beggar asking, why she is going there? There's nobody there in the temple. And another one says, yeah, no, Sri Muruga is there and he is alone. So this kind of fun is not just a fun, it's something more. So the fun of Mullah Nasruddin is not fun, it is humor. So I use humor throughout the novel. That for humor, I use Malayalam because it's the language of fun and a lot of cultural connotations in that usages. I think they are translated very well in this English version.
Right. There is an exchange of items between this guy from Kerala and Pandaram's items. Okay, some are bought, some sold. Whatever is the deficit is made up of in money. Okay, and there is a little child, not a child, she's a lady called Kuruvi, retarded, very limited faculties, and she is being sold to this guy from Kerala. There is another item called Ramapan, who is a leper, who immediately says, "Sell me too, sell me too." She is like my daughter. Don't separate us. We've been together for 5 years, and that little child weeps in his lap. Do you really think that beggars have this kind of relationships? Do they really become close, nurture?
See, this beggar's life is a small world, small, indigenous, small, unique world. And it is a world which has all character features of the larger world. It's a drop of world. Take every world, is the world of car mechanics, the world of booksellers. Every world has the same drama, the same spiritual and intellectual and social problems in the small bubble. So I narrated the life not to evoke pittiness from the readers. I never tried to do this. I'm writing novels only to evoke spiritual and intellectual enlightenment in my readers. See, I never bothered about selling my books. I never bothered about to promote my books. but still I am the most successful and most selling author in Tamil, because I can talk to my reader. I can change the life of my reader. And I know thousands of readers who changed by me, by my works. So I'm trying to communicate with the soul of the reader. I have to answer the spiritual questions of the reader. And I am here to answer some kind of restlessness which has inside the reader. So in this novel, I never try to invoke any kind of pittiness or sympathy on the beggars. It is a unique world. You can see all problems of humanities in the small world. I remember one novel written by William Golding. The name is, well, I forget the novel. Lord of Flies. A Lord of Flies. And that's a fiction about a small set of students who lost in sea by a shipwreck. They take refuge in a small island. They created a small society in that island. And he narrated that small society has all kind of evils of humanity. And after a few years, the humanity rediscovers that island. They found a rotten society there with violence, sexual abuses, and wars and communal clashes and everything there. That's the story of Lord of Flies. That same story is actually later, few years after 20 years, a person made a research on the original theme of this novel. William Golding got Nobel Prize for that novel. And in that novel, he refers the real incident where a set of students, for both male and female, take refuge in a small island, and they created their own community there. But unlike in this novel, in reality, they created a very healthy, very prospering society there. That's the reality. That's the core of humanity. Throughout the modernism, the modernistic period, I'm not telling about modernity, but the modernism, the modernistic period, writers have a negative feeling on humanity. They always depicted humanity in a negative color. They have an illusion that humanity is doomed forever. As you know, Kafka or Camus or Sartre, they had that illusion that humanity has only id, kama, krodha, mohas only. So humanity cannot prosper. It is going to ruin. And Sartre or Camus never lived as a beggar, but I lived as a beggar. But I know I am coming from the lowest level. I know that humanity is not going to perish, and humanity has higher values that any modernist writer can assume. So in this novel also, there is a spiritual person called Mangandi Sami. He is the core of this novel. In this small world, you can find kama, krodha, moha. I mean, sex, violence, and desire for power. But in spite of all that, there is a spiritual core. There is an element of spirituality in that life, which makes even in this life as colorful and wonderful, really wonderful. I enjoyed that life. Even today, while sitting before you, I enjoyed I can remember that those days with the happiness, because it's a they are very good people. There is a very pleasant days with them, because man can find a good place to live in any place, in any level. So I narrated that pleasant world in this novel. In spite of all the tortures, all the exploitations, and very low condition of life. There's a lot of sorrows and everything, but still humanity can find a place to thrive in any place. That's I told in this novel.
To take this up further, the interest in humanity, let's say a beggar's interest in the rest of the humanity, can take many forms. Here is a quote from the novel. The items have been exchanged from the Kerala team. Pandaram buys a particular item called Ahmad Kuti. Ahmad Kuti has grossly swollen testicles. That is his display item to select men to make their primal urge to donate. Okay, and he is very choosy. He wins every time. He gets a lot of arms. And that Ahmad Kuti has a few conditions before he changes hands. Being a true communist, he says, I want a copy of Matrubhumi every day. That's a newspaper, Malayalam newspaper. I want BDs. I want to be fed well. I want to be treated well. In return, I'll give you earnings. It's a very nice deal. And that gentleman is talking to the rest of the people here, and he says, look here, Ahmad struck the newspaper forcefully with his hand. See what they have done. They are selling Kerala by weight. For a measly 1,000 crore, they are selling our emerald silked Malayalam lands, sons of bitches. Who? I tell you the whole story from the beginning. Do you know ADB? Ahmad Kuti is asking a fellow beggar. So that guy is saying, IDP? IDP is a name. IDP? No, not EDP. ADB, Asian Development Bank. Okay. So this beggar who is sitting on the foothills or the steps of Parni is reaches that much. His way of making fun of the rest of the humanity or to show that he cares is through politics and humor. Where does this humor come from, sir?
I think I already said they have a teasing note on the entire life, the beggars. See, in even Non-Kadavul movie, there is a dialogue. It's a very, very popular dialogue. In it, they named a beggar as Ambani. His name is Ambani. He is a small person. He's a beggar. And his name is Ambani. There's a humor in it. Naming a person as Ambani among the beggars has a humor element in it. And I can remember a lot of thousands of fun, humor from their life. They used to call the person named is Rajinikanth in this.
A small child, Mutamma's 18 child is called Rajinikanth.
Rajinikanth. They used to call Rajinikanth Kushbu, and that's their life. That's the way to express their irreverence towards us, towards us people.
Moving on again, there is an observation, I mean, not in the book, but in the interview that follows with Suchitra, who's a translator of this book, about beggars' relationship with dogs. He said the beggars give half of what they are given to their dogs. Many of them have dogs, rear dogs, and then when food is given to them, they eat and then, at least give half of that to the dog, or they give it to the dog and they starve themselves. It creates a feeling of aversion between the people who give those alms. Could you please explain this kind of a relation? Where does it come from?
Many of the beggars, wandering beggars, are extremely lonely persons sometimes. Some are small communities, some are very lonely persons. These lonely persons usually have a dog. It's a permanent companion. It's the only relation. It's an entire world besides them. You can see dogs with the homeless in US also. In New York, almost every homeless has a dog with them. Last time I was in US 1 month back, I saw a homeless sitting in New York City with a placard before him, 2 hungry stomachs. And beside that placard, there is a dog. There is Labrador Retriever. He is sitting there very happily, and I saw an expression in his face that not really. So I can see throughout the world, homeless and beggars always has dogs with them. And they need a unconditional love. They need a permanent companion with their throughout their journey. So that's why they have dogs with them. And no other human being can be with the leper patient without any expression in their eyes. You may be a kind person, you may be a generous person, but when you are looking at a leper patient, immediately you showed something in your eyes. Within seconds, with a flicker of seconds, you show something. After that, it will not be a good relation between you and them. But not a dog. Dog has no inhibitions with them. So naturally, they have dogs. And I am very satisfied to see a dog with a homeless or a beggar. See, a dog. He is a representative of the entire humanity and the entire universe. And at least a dog is with him. And it is a God with him. It is his personal God. So, and I want to say that word to them that, well, I cannot be with you, but at least there is a dog with you. I am that dog. At least for this moment, I am the dog.
That's a good one. And again, going back to that interview, while discussing the novel, you tell Suchitra, let us have a acid test for people, whether it's a beggar or an ordinary person. You dip people and then see what remains. What remains is a humanism and spirituality. You said, is this conviction that urged you to write about beggars in detail like this?
See, in Western literature, you can see a lot of Holocaust writing, thousands of books. And my favorite author is Prime Olevi. Once he was asked, why you are writing again and again this Holocaust? Do you want to record it as a major human incident? And he said, no. Holocaust or these or hard work camps or torture camps are places, laboratories for acid test of humanity. How humans behave in a particular situation which is extremely negative. In extremely negative condition, how humans behave and what is the residue of humanity in it. So it's a place. So this beggar's life is a place where we can make an artist test for humanity. What is the core of humanity? What is a core of human being? What you can find in a human being in an extremely negative condition. And I'm very contented to say that I saw humanity, love, and generosity in that extremely negative conditions. I saw great people. I saw extremely polite and perfect gentlemen among the beggars, and people with great wisdom. So that's the core of humanity. So you can put the human being in a gas chamber. You can put him in a beggar's place and anywhere. But humanity is always the same. It has a core. It's a basic metal in humanity, which is made up of gold. That I believe.
Thank you. And the relationship between Pandaram and his three daughters, his wife, three daughters. He has three daughters, very fond of the littlest one. He returns from Palni in the middle of the night after bumper harvest of selling, buying, collecting arms and all that. He's made plenty of money. The police beat him up and then steal some of it. Okay, he saves the rest, deposits in his bank, and then returns in the midnight. His youngest one has asked him to buy a set of bangles. It does not mention whether it is gold or not, just bangles. And he forgets. As soon as he enters the home, the youngest one actually searches his bag for those bangles. And once she finds that it is not there, she cries her heart out and goes to sleep crying. This gentleman, in the middle of the night, takes bath, puts on his shirt, travels all of about 100 kilometers to another place, goes to a goldsmith, wakes him up at around 4 o'clock in the night, gets 2 bangles made. It is actually made for another bride. He alters that, pays the money, comes, places them right next to the youngest one's face, saying that when she gets up, she's going to see this. His wife says, "Are you mad? Are you mad? Why you pamper girls like this? Now it's up to no good." She says, "No, she's my youngest one. She asked, I didn't do it. I'm going to give it." How does a man like Pandaram, who treats many people as items, can have the same love for his own daughters?
Few years back, I was in an Austerwitz gas chambers in Austria. See, thousands of people being tortured and killed in that place. They tortured and killed in that place. But who did that murders? Simple employees, not tyrants, not psychopaths. Ordinary soldiers and ordinary employees did all the murders, all the executions in that place. They went through their office at 10 o'clock morning. They signed in an attendance register. They entered into the service. They killed 1,000 or 2,000 people every day. And they returned to their home. They have children. They worried about their bonus. They did everything as we did in our home. They have pleasant houses. So what happening in their soul? In one place, Pandaram is praying with God. He says, what wrong thing I did to others? I'm a pious person. I'm doing right things. So why all this happening to me? That's a natural question everybody asks. So you can easily normalize anything in your life. Any sin, any bad thing, any immoral thing, you can normalize it, even in the course of your life. So Pandara has absolutely no guilty feeling because he doesn't know anything about his sin or his trade. He is doing it with complete faith on it, and he has a goodwill for doing all this. So he is a very, very, very loving and very passionate father, naturally, like all other fathers. So that's the story. That's the actual dichotomy in our humanity. We are killers and we are good fathers and good husbands. That's all.
Which takes me very neatly into the next question I wanted to ask. You're an interpret traveler, compulsive traveler as it is. 20 days a month you're away from home, either on work. He is a very very busy screenplay writer now. Okay, some of the biggest hits in Tamil are being penned by him. Some he lends his name, some he doesn't. But he is one of the most successful film writers. But he finds time for his literary work, literary gatherings. We have 3 big festivals every year for literature. And apart from that, he has his own quest. So he travels to temples, not for the gods in them, but for the sculpture and culture. And then he goes to places of interest. He's been to Meghalaya at least 3 or 4 times by now. He has done the entire Northeast. Okay, you name a place, he's been there. He's been to 30 different countries. When you visit places which were the birthplace of this particular novel, like Tiruvannamalai and Palani, what comes to your mind?
The first thing is the unique character of that place. Every place has its own unique character. So while I am wandering through Shillong, I can see some kind of unique elements in this small city, some kind of fruits. See, almost every small vendors are women. That's the very strange thing in Shillong. Almost every vendors here are women, and we cannot see much women in Tamil Nadu. That's one thing, for example. And another thing is there is a continuity throughout the globe, continuous culture. I saw a lot of graffitis today in Shillong, strange kind of graffitis, There's a graffiti culture which emerged from Philadelphia, and it is uh, invading in every place in the globe. It's a particular moment. I think you know about Banksy, a painter, a graffiti painter. He's not a person, he's an identity only. We don't know who is this. There's a nameless artist. There's a single nameless artist who has a lot of faces throughout the globe. And you can see a lot of strange graffiti even in Shillong. And they had a tendency to react to the power. So that naturally this graffiti is appearing in every place where there is a symbol of power. In the walls of collector office, you can see the graffiti. So I saw the graffiti in Shillong today. I had a feeling that it's a place in the world. There's a connectivity with New York, in Shillong. So I never collect details voluntarily from streets or from books, but I have a memory collection in me while I am traveling throughout the world. I have a lot of anecdotes and more images. I mean, just visual images or sound images of a city or a place. While I'm writing, it emerges automatically into my mind. I cannot remember it while I am telling it, but I can remember it while I'm writing. In a way, creativity is we can call it as enhanced memory. Enhanced memory is called creativity. It's an extraordinary memory only. You cannot say I wrote Mahabharata in 26,000 pages and nearly 2 or 3 lakhs words. But I never referred the original Mahabharata, even once. I wrote the entire Mahabharata, nearly 5,000 characters, from my memory only. I cannot remember it now, but I can easily remember every word, every place while I'm writing. So I'm writing an imaginary city called Hastinapuri. So Karna is traveling in Hastinapuri on a horse. It's morning, or it is in the noon. Where will be the shadow at that time? How can you remember that? Where will be the shadow? And which direction this shadow will be? In which place the building? In which place the pond? The entire city is in my memory. So this enhanced memory is made up of thousands of details I am collecting from the entire India. I began my travels at the age of 18. While I am studying my pre-university, I left my home and made a travel throughout Tamil Nadu. And from that time, every year I am traveling. Actually, the continuous 6 months I made no travel is the days of COVID days only. In the entire my life, I was in a single place for more than 6 months is the COVID period. So I was a avid traveler. I was traveling is a kind of not a as my wife says, it's a mental sickness for me for traveling. So I travel all the places throughout India, US, Europe, Japan, and Australia, and all that places. But I'm collecting my subconscious inputs from the streets of the world. That's the only way I can say that.
That's fantastic. Just to put that into perspective, the Vishnupuram Literary Circle, which was founded by his friends, has readers from close to 100 different countries in the world. Okay, and for 13 years we have conducted a literary festival, and many of the Northeast writers. Now, we don't want to club them as a Northeastern writer, but we thought a focused attempt on discovering Northeast and its culture and its writers would do good. So what we do is every year for 5 years, we brought one Northeast writer. Janice has graced us. Janvi Barua has come through. Mamang Dai has come there. Mary Kakalang has been to our place. And our sessions are, like I explained yesterday, we have a crowd of about 300 to 400 for every session. It's in a Kalyana Mandapam. Okay, it's a marriage hall. A seat marriage hall, 400 people seated neck to neck. 3 months ahead, they are given the syllabus of who's going to come. If Janice comes, we have translated our boats on land into Tamil, called Nelathin Padagugal. 10 people translated that. We made that into a book, made it available. They read and come. Okay. So, and the question and answer sessions are very, very sharp. I'm deviating, but I'm just making a point here. Janice had spoken about how the Meghalaya society is matrilineal, where women have more power. And she was jokingly said, after the church days, men would wait to meet the father and cry and say, my wife has done this, my wife has left me, I'm now jobless, homeless, and all that. Part came a question from a reader. We have not seen that reader often, okay? And he has just come there after reading it. His question was very relevant. He said, I read all your stories. In none of those stories that matrilineal aspect is there. Why? Okay? So that comes from being focused and being devoted to your reading, right? And I don't have the prodigious memory of Jay, so I don't exactly remember what Janice answered, but that was a convincing answer because he didn't ask anything further. So, but this is a kind of interaction that e-masterminds. We have 3 awards every year, and our primary award is going to happen in December 16th and 17th, which is the Vishnupuram Literary Award. Okay, and this year it carries a prize of 5 lakhs, and it doesn't end there. There are going to be 10 panelists, not panelists, 10 authors who will be given 1 hour each. All their works are being read. Okay, when it comes to the awardee, we not only read his works, we collect essays about him and make it into a book. We create a documentary also for posterity. Okay, so tomorrow somebody asks, who was this awardee? They know because there is a body of evidence over there. And strange thing is 4 or 5, this is the 13th year we are doing this. At least 4 or 5 of our awardees, after we declare them as eligible for Vishnupuram Awards, have been given Sahitya Academy. So we can say we are front runners in at least some of that. And every single paisa that comes in is from individuals. We don't have any corporate sponsors. We are proud of it. We want to keep it that way. There's a lot of suspicion about us because we don't collect corporate sponsorship. So anybody who doesn't do corporate has to be for some, some subterranean, subaltern world. No, we are there for literature, and we have enough wherewithal to sustain that. If you people happen to land up in that parts, do visit us. And I'm getting back to with one final observation on the novel. You were talking about ordinary soldiers gassing people and feeling normalized about it. Is it the same normalization? Why doesn't it happen to Pandaram when he meets another group of people who kidnap children and disfigure them? Okay, these guys, there is a difference. Pandaram and others actually create disfigured people. They don't disfigure normal children. But there is another group which kidnaps people, pours acid, beats their faces into pulp using an hammer, and then sell them for a good profit. Pandaram is taken to one such place and he runs out with revulsion. For a person who could normalize almost anything, why doesn't he normalize this?
See, you can meet any person in a street. You talk with him. Immediately he begins to tell a story about him. People have a story for their life. So they used to say, see, I am a kind of person like this. I'm living in like this. I have a life perception like this. Everybody has a philosophy. Everybody has a story, actually. A story, and he is the protagonist of the story. He cannot go beyond the story. Pandara has a story about himself, that he says, I am actually supporting these items. They cannot walk. So I am feeding them. I am giving a life to them. So I am a good person. and doing everything they wanted in their life. It is his story, and he cannot go beyond that story. So that guys who disfigures these young children, they may have their own story. They narrate the story to themselves for ample times, and slowly they begin to believe it. Every story you believe is narrated by yourself to you. That's the limit of Patara. It is beyond his story. That's the thing. Everybody has their own story. See, Israel has its own story. Hamas has their own story. That's happening in every personal life.
Okay, there was a nod saying 10 minutes and we are going to be on time. So I'm going to end with two quotes from the novel and I'm going to open it up for questions. This novel, this is from Jaimon himself. This novel was written by this is not a novel that advocates sympathy or humanitarianism. This novel was written by a man who was a beggar himself, who was a part of that society. It gives the reader the experience of being one of them. It allows the reader to live in the novel as a fellow beggar and makes him understand their jokes and games and their friendship, love and sorrow, their violence and their death from the inside. This is from the author. And this is what the translator had to say. The humanism in Nabis goes beyond any revolutionary conception of man. It gives the reader insight into the essential beauty and nobility of human beings. Being in this novel was an awe-inspiring experience. Through this translation, I hope I've shared some of that experience with the English reader. The success of that novel is the author and the translator being in sync, having caught the gist and the essence of the novel and created it in the first place, translated that into a novel. I think that is where the success of this novel comes. Thank you, sir. Now I open this to questions. Feel free. I'll spot and call. Yes, young lady.
Good
Please,
evening, Sir Jay Mohan. It's a pleasure and an honor to see you here. And good evening, Sir Senthil, as well. It's a pleasure to hear you speak. I'm currently reading your book, Stories of the True, and it has affected. I can see, although it's a translated version, yet it has the power to affect the reader in a lot of ways. It's very philosophical, and particularly this story, palm leaf cross. That is something that I'm relating to. So I just want to understand one thing, that you typically write in Tamil, but when it is translated, a lot of the sentiments, a lot of the feelings, it may or may not come into the picture. Of course, the translators try to do a very good job, but how do you derive satisfaction in the fact that your feelings and emotions that you try to portray while you write in Tamil is also then given to the readers who read in English?
Thank you. One thing I have to say, see, I have trouble in speaking in English, but I am reading in English for more than 40 years continuously. I am a very avid reader. I am a major critic in Tamil. 30 years back, my guru, P.K. Balakrishnan, told me, a good writer always immerse a single language. You should not write or you should not think in two languages. So I usually avoid to think or speak my mother tongue, which is Malayalam. I used to think, write, and imagine only in Tamil. So I have a very strong reservations on speaking English and expressing myself in English. So I express myself in Tamil, which has a lot of nuances, wordplays, and see, not exactly wordplay. Every word is a symbol or every word is a poetic image. Using a particular word means a lot for a writer. But you cannot translate it into another language, naturally. But there is a popular saying that A work which is completely translatable is not a good work. A work which is not completely translatable is not also a good work. There's a middle path. See, I'm reading. I am a very great reader of a very. I consider Tolstoy as my guru. But I read him through translations only. I cannot read Russian. So Mrs. Garnett translated Tolstoy into English, and she left a lot of nuances. Nowadays, there's a lot of criticism on her. That Garnett dismissed a lot of portions. She never considered a lot of worldly expressions of Tolstoy, but she brought a version of Tolstoy in English, which is very universal now. So this stories of the true or the abyss is not exactly the original in Tamil. It's actually a replica of my original work. I won't expect anything from them more than make a replica. For your information, I never read the translations because it is in English, and English is a very, very addictive language. English is a very addictive language, and it has an entirely different sentence structure. And English has a entirely different syntax. So, if you are falling in begin to read the original translations, this will affect your language. So I want to dream in my language, and I have a strong reservations on the cliches of English. See, I never use the word marginalized in this discourse. So easily I can use that word marginalized. This is about people of marginalized. Marginalized is a technical term used by every person sitting in a literary dais using marginalized, third world, and modern, and all the similar globalization, global warming, and and whatnot. A lot of technical terms you may know it. So I won't never use that kind of words because I'm very sensitive on words. So I never use these kind of cliches in my original language. I'm very conscious on that. So as you would say, there's a person which cannot, there's a percentage which can be translated in any good work. Particularly, the storyline can be translated easily. The basic metaphors and the basic images, poetic images, can be translated easily. All other things cannot be translated. Even in poetry, a narrative poetry cannot be translated in any other language. But the storyline, the poetic images can be translated to in any language. So that's only possible in any translation. Thank you.
Thank you. Much as we would like to have a few more questions, I think the Honorable CM is on the way, and I've been asked to, make that the final question. Mr. Jamon is pretty much here. He's going to wait outside. So are his books. We have Stories of the True and Abyss just outside waiting. Ms. Meenambige, you can get it from Ms. Meenambige. Please feel free. And thank you for your time. Thank you for being here on a chilly evening and then, listening to J. Mohan. I'm sure you would have listened to a master. I have that conviction. I've been with him for 13 plus years. I'm pretty sure that after you read his works, you will be convinced too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. I really apologize for taking your time. Yeah, really. And sir, if you could please come back to the stage, we have a token of our appreciation that we would like to give. Sir, even for you, we have.
Remove the mics. Yeah. Anis. Let's have a rap battle. A very good evening, everyone. We are awaiting the arrival of the Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya to the stage. In the meanwhile, you can kindly take your seats. I request all attendees of the festival, you may take your seat. You need not stand around the stage. You can come here and protect yourself from the cold. Ladies and gentlemen, we warmly welcome the Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Shri Conrad K. Sangma. I request everyone to kindly applaud. He is accompanied by Shri Paul Ingdo, Honorable Tourism Minister of Meghalaya. Take your seats. We also have with us Sri Kerman Shilla, Cabinet Minister of Government of Meghalaya. I'd like to request the Festival Director, Kong Mary Kurkalang, to kindly felicitate the dignitaries on stage. Thank you very much. I'd like to request everyone to remain seated. We will now have the address by the Honorable Chief Minister.
My colleague in the cabinet, Makarman Shilla, all our officials who are present out here in this program, and all our authors and different participants who are here, and most importantly, all our young friends, the youth of our state who have come here to experience the entire festival and be part of this program, and to also encourage the different writers and the authors who are here from different parts of the country, and also those who are from our own state. I take this opportunity to welcome each and every one of you, and would like to thank the organizing committee for having invited me here to be part of this closing program. And I won't speak much because we have the entire program ahead, and I would like you all to really be part of the program in terms of the different stalls and really enjoy the moment. But I would like to just add that this is the third edition of the Literary Fest. And we had started this program and the festival a few years back. And it was at a much smaller scale. And in fact, we were still learning and understanding how we would be able to make this into a calendar event in the coming years. And I'm happy to see that through the years and through the past different literary fests we have had, that we are seeing it grow every year. And it was a very pleasant surprise today to see so many people from different parts of the state and different parts of the country here today to participate and to be part of this literary fest. And I congratulate the organizing committee, the Department of Tourism, and all the participants who have participated in the last 3 days to make this literary fest huge and a very resounding success. I also would like to especially thank the different authors who had come here, Karen, Sanjay, Ankush, Rohan, Sam, Nandini, many of our own authors, Karen, Glenn, Kong Patricia, Ian, and Janice, and others who have contributed. And just to also get all of you on board with the objective and the goals of our government, we really would like to see that our youngsters especially start getting into writing, take interest into doing research, and also taking interest into penning down and writing down, jotting down the different ideas and thoughts that they would have and become successful authors in the future. This is meant to promote and to really encourage all of you to do that. And I'm happy to learn that over 60% of the participants in terms of the authors who are here our local writers who have written in different local languages like Khasi and Garo. And this is really very, very encouraging. And I also want to inform you that as a government, I have already announced this earlier, that we are coming out with a special fund and a special program where we will be promoting and financially supporting different researchers and writers and authors to write books in our local language. And this is being done to really promote our own local language and to promote our writers and authors so that we can encourage them to take up writing also as a career, and at the same time, as I said, to showcase the talent and the knowledge that the individuals will have. This is also being done to allow the different writers from the rest of the country to come in here and be part of our festive season. As you're aware that in the next coming days, we have a large number of festivals that are coming up, including the Cherry Blossom Festival, which will start on the 17th, which is day after tomorrow. And I do take this opportunity to invite all of you to come to the Cherry Blossom Festival. It is going to be a really amazing festival. And from the reports that we are getting in, that the tickets are almost sold out. And more importantly, the kind of response that we're getting, we have got feedback that this may be one of the biggest festivals in the entire country that we're having today. So Shillong is really, and Meghalaya is really leading the way. And I really hope that this literary fest would keep becoming bigger and bigger in the future. I can assure you that the state government will provide all the necessary help and support to make this even bigger in the future. And I also want to stress that while we do all of this, this will not serve the purpose at the end of the day if our youngsters and our youth are not involved in this. So I would like to see that more and more of our youth are becoming part of this program. In the long run, I would like to see our youth participate in the Cherry Blossom Festival in different ways, whether it's as musicians or even in terms of having their stalls. These are being done to really promote all of you. This is being done to really give an opportunity to all of you. And I hope that in the days to come, the opportunity will be taken by all of you. And once again, I really would like to thank the tourism department for this wonderfully organized program. And the last 3 days has been very, very successful, with many, many authors having come from many parts of the country. And I do hope that we look forward that in the coming years also, that we will continue to have your support for the literary fest that we're having out here. And more importantly, we would look forward to your suggestions on how we could make this festival even bigger in the future, more meaningful, and how we could support the different authors and the community at large to be able to take this forward. I also would like to acknowledge the presence of our tourism minister, who has been spearheading this entire effort of making this program a success. So thank you very much, Bapal, for taking the initiative. And today we have seen this literary fest almost grow 5 times to about 10 times to what it used to be 3-4 years back. So it's a great encouragement. And once again, I congratulate you and your entire team. And once again, would like to congratulate and thank all the authors, all those who have come from outside, and all our own local authors from our state of Meghalaya who have participated in this literary fest. I wish you all the very best, and I once again invite you and encourage all of you to be part of the next festival, which is a Cherry Blossom, which is going to start day after tomorrow. With these few words, once again, enjoy the evening and wishing you all the best, and may God bless each and every one of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. I would now like to invite the Honorable Tourism Minister, who will now read a short story titled The Reunion, which is very special because it is part of his unpublished collection. So,
Thank you and good evening, friends, our Honorable Chief Minister, our Cabinet colleague, Bakerman, ladies and gentlemen. At most events, you've seen me speak. On certain occasions, you've seen me playing the guitar. But today, I offer a new avatar of me, which is part of the efforts to lead by example and showing the way to the rest of the country. Here's a short story that I believe will find resonance in each one of you. It's called The Reunion. He is familiar with the phrase butterfly in one's stomach. Having majored in English from St. Anthony's College, idioms and phrases are his forte. But he didn't know the feeling until that morning. He felt an unease he could not describe, a sudden rush of conflicting emotions, a quickening of the heartbeat. Flushed and almost stuporous, he was pulled by the gravity of time and tied to the distant shores of yesterday. He must have been 15. She was at most a year younger. Schools have just closed for the winter vacation, and Rupert was with a group of friends discussing their holiday plans. He was happy to have topped the class in the annual examination, something he was kind of surprised about, considering the relative lack of effort on his part this time around. And then he saw her. She was in a peacock green frock and a black woolly sweater, her jet black hair bunched neatly. But what caught his attention was her pair of eyes. There was something ethereal, almost angelic about those eyes. He stopped as if transfixed. The other guys had an uproarious laughter. Seen some apparition or puri belay bird? One of them teased. Then came the moment. What's up, Angie? Meet Rupert, the latest recruit to the gang. They exchanged handshakes, both trying to suppress their nervousness. It all came at once, because it truly can come only once. Rupert fell madly, ineluctably into the warm embrace of Amma that wintry afternoon in cherry blossom cloaked Shillong. He had to tell someone, and Rupert chose Nangtei, his close aide, advisor and guide, a few months older in age. I need her to know, bro. You have to play your game adroitly. Never felt this way ever. Hey gosh. Playing the expert, Nangtei locked Rupert in his gaze. Are you sure you mean it, Bert? Angie is kind of a recluse, and her parents are rather strict. And what if she turns you down? Haven't seen her dating anyone before. Oh, come on, love guru. You can read my face. Besides, here's a short poem I've written for her. This says it all. Rupert took out a well-folded piece of paper. Ah, poet, he teased. By the way, is my letter for Brenda ready? Laureate? Rupert had a fetish for words and was popular in his circle for his letter writing skill. He was in high demand when it came to embellishing the feelings of love strapped Romeos with appropriate words in flowing prosody. It is ready, bro. I'm bringing it to the badminton court tonight. Meanwhile, make sure this reaches NG ASAP, he said, as he tucked the poem in Nante's wind cheetah. She can't say no to someone with those feelings, he said, half in jest. Rupert and Angie met a week before Christmas. The season of love was in the air. For the lovebirds, it added luster to the spirit of Christmas all around. Thanks for the lovely poem, she said, her demure eyes meeting his momentarily. He was shaking like an autumnal leaf, her eyes probing him into the depths of his being. Let's have tea in the cafe, he invited her, his hand clasping hers as the sun turns mellower on the grass of the golf course. Sure, but let's not take too long. May should be home in a bit. It was one of those magical days in their lives. And as they sat sipping their tea, the sounds of Silent Night came wafting from a distance. All is calm and bright indeed. That was Rupert's most memorable Christmas. And regrettably, the last he was to spend in the company of someone he loved. It came like a thunderbolt, and Rupert felt he was its target. I've got to see you, was Angie's terse message through Tom, a common friend. My dad has been hinting at it for months, but we never thought it would happen so soon. He has been promoted and transferred to Dibrugarh, his first outstation posting. It's been finalized. He's got to report to his immediate boss by month end. She paused, trying in vain to combat tears. We're moving to his official quarters by mid-January, and my school admission has already been sorted out. Rupert was tongue-tied and too shell-shocked to react. He bit his lower lip, attempting to put up a brave exterior. His hand reached for hers, caressing them slowly as he enveloped her in a tight embrace, fully aware That time was evanescent. The warmth of the embrace would evaporate into nothingness in no time. But he knew that the moment never would never. They both knew. Life is but a dream, Rupert thought, snatches of an early nursery rhyme playing instantly inside his head as he read the letter on his writing desk for the umpteenth time. Like pleasant company one meets on a train journey, we are wont to making promises of staying in touch. Most of us don't. But Angie, his childhood crush, his first intimation of romance, has proven herself the exception to the rule. Something indescribable stirred inside his heart, a deep longing to reconnect, to travel back in time, to divest his soul of the trappings that age, wealth, and material success have brought over the years, to recapture the lost innocence of childhood. Angie, having brought laurels to herself in academics, had just joined the National Civil Services and was in town for a brief break, during which she intended to meet members of her family and a select group of friends. Rupert, she revealed, topped the list of the latter category. She is currently seeing, quote, a rather interesting man, perhaps a couple of years younger than you, is all she was willing to reveal in the letter, promising to share tidbits when they meet. It took the ever-articulate Rupert 10 drafts and 4 glasses of his favorite red wine before he could settle for the final copy that would find its way to his first crush the next day. She is here at last, Rupert told himself, a beam on his face and the butterflies back in his tummy after a long hiatus. The rendezvous was discussed over phone, and they agreed for high tea at Hotel Pinewood on Wednesday evening. Angie's voice sent Rupert into a tizzy. He was incoherent, ending the phone conversation with uncharacteristic terseness. We will talk when we meet, he stuttered, pushing the 2 minutes of talk time to its abrupt end. Then D-Day came, and the butterflies, the memories, the conflicting emotions refused to leave as the morning ripened into the afternoon. He was as taut as a fishing line on the verge of a big catch. He was as free as a hummingbird flapping its wings to assert its independence. But he was battling certain ghosts. What if meeting Angie would detract the both of us from our happiness without adding to our joy? What if seeing her after a lapse of so many years would disturb the picture I have of her as the ultimate imperfection? What if my trained adult eye notices something that evaded me as a 15-year-old love-besotted kid? What if the years have been unkind to her lucid, piercing eyes? What if I fall in love all over again, but the door to her heart is closed forever? And most important of all, what if the ultimate picture I have freezed in my mind's eye of Angie is disrupted and distorted like a madman slashing a Rembrandt with a knife? He was wrestling with all such questions, and he knew he could not be disappointed. He came to a decision, stood up, and put the phone off the hook. That way, he would at least be uncontactable, unreachable. Angie had her own set of questions and was equally agitated. But she knew deep inside that Rupert would always be her first love, and nothing would change that. Certainly not her latest dalliance with romance. When she finally realized it was more than an hour from the agreed tryst, she ordered a cup of cappuccino for herself, called up home to announce that she would be back earlier than expected. Later that evening, she took a long, close look at the only picture she had of herself and Rupert in the portico of her childhood home before shredding it to pieces. She felt an admixture of pain and peace, of nausea and nostalgia. She also felt the sudden stream of tears welling up in her eyes as she made a clean break with a past that she had so many precious memories of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing that rather touching short story. And I guess most of us here would want for your collection to be published as well. And perhaps one day, as you had said in your inaugural speech, we would have you here not as a politician, but as a literary man himself. So thank you very much. And thank you very much to everyone present here. The dignitaries will now be leaving the stage and will now tour the festival venue.
I just wanted to correct what I'd said earlier, that the cherry blossom starts tomorrow, not day after. So I just wanted to correct that. Thank you.
I request everyone to remain seated. We will begin with the last session of the day, and that too the last session of this year's Shillong Literary Festival. And divine sexual history of the British Raj. His columns, miscellanies, and opinion pieces on a variety of subjects have appeared in many publications, including India Today, The Times of India, Outlook, Open, Tehelka, Time Out, and Hindu Business Line. I will now hand over the session to you, Dr. Ambarish.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, Kublai. I'm going to commence this session by first introducing all my panelists here. Ferdinand Rani, more widely known as Court Freeman, is a Shillong-based journalist and content creator. He's the production head at Forefront Media and hosts the widely popular online talk show Ha Shillong podcast. He's deeply interested in visual storytelling and creates content and vlogs. Rani has worked with several media platforms, including the Northeast Today, the Meghalayan, Kinjat Shai, as chief reporter and audiovisual feature coordinator. Ms. Patricia Mukim is currently the editor of the Shillong Times and has authored the book Waiting for an Equal World, published by Martin Luther Christian University. She contributes articles to different newspapers and online portals and has been a gender activist who critically looks at the paradoxes in Khasi matrilineal society. She was conferred the Padma Shri in 2000, besides other awards for journalism. Sam Miller was born and brought up in London, but has spent much of his adult life on the move. He is a former BBC correspondent in India and continues to work off and on for the BBC's international charity, BBC Media Action. He's the author of 2 books about India, Delhi, Adventures in a Megacity, and A Strange Kind of Paradise, India Through Foreign Eyes, as well as a family memoir, Fathers. His latest book is Migrants, The Story of Us All. Ms. Swati Daftwar is a deputy editor with The Hindu and covers literature and publishing. In her previous role as executive editor fiction at HarperCollins India, she published fiction and non-fiction books across various genres, from romances, thrillers, and mysteries to sci-fi, speculative, and mythological fiction. She is particularly interested in finding new voices and styles that push the envelope and experiment with what fiction can be and do. Swati has worked also with BuzzFeed India as their essays editor and started her career as a feature writer for The Hindu. Please give them a loud round of applause. So, I'm not a journalist, and I'm possessed of absolutely no distinguishing talents that allow me to be here in the presence of such fine people. So I'm going to try and not be a fly in the ointment and basically not come in their way, but allow me to just make some initial preliminary kind of remarks, and then I'll turn to them and we'll start the conversation. I think we seem to be settled more or less on the fact that we are now post-journalism. Legacy media has lost its monopoly on news. The internet has democratized information, both production of information and dissemination of information, and mostly all of this is happening on our cell phones. About a little over 70% of India accesses news on their cell phones. About 45% of women in rural India and about 65% of women in urban India, this is between the age groups of 15 to 49, have access to or own smartphones. And about 80% of the respondents with smartphones said that they access news from online social media platforms. So the social web has fundamentally transformed the manner in which we consume news. Social media has disrupted the traditional news cycle, and all of us, we keep getting updates, breaking news, stories, opinion, commentary, videos on our social media feed. That's what it has become. And this is put out not just by traditional media organizations, but also by individual users, regular people, citizen journalists. Regular people untrained in the conventions of journalism are now doing reportage. They're the ones who are giving us information. They're the ones who are standing in the tumult and documenting our lives and documenting our history as it unfolds before us. It's mainstream media that is actually doing the catching up. Look at the war in Gaza. It's unfolding on our cell phones. It's being captured by local Palestinians who are trapped in the war using their cell phones on stories and reels on Instagram. And some of these images, some of these videos are so intimate and so raw that it's just not possible for journalists to produce this kind of footage. In fact, many of these videos that you might have seen are so graphic that mainstream media would have considered it unfit for consumption. So we've reached a tipping point now where legacy media is competing with individual users for clicks, for the production of news. Sometimes individual users have far greater reach than news organizations. Take the instance of Motaz Azeza, the young man from Palestine who's documenting the war there. On 6th of October, before the war started, he had about 25,000 followers on Instagram. A month later now, he has about 15 million followers. That's almost as much as the New York Times has. So the challenge before anyone in the business of news is, how do you make your product different from 1,000 other competitors? All of them are striving for attention, are striving for visibility. When everybody wants to do everything, reportage, opinion, news, podcasts, videos, what do you do differently? And so I'm going to turn to each one of them and ask them for their perspective in this kind of hyper-connected, hyper-linked digital world where information travels at the speed of light. What does it mean to do journalism? What does it mean to do reportage? And from your perspectives, I'd like to know from each of you about the new landscape of reportage and where do you locate the global and the local in it. We'll start with you, Ferdinand.
Check. Thank you so much, Doctor, for the introduction. And firstly, I'm honored to be here among all the seasoned journalists here. And I feel like I'll be the youngest and also with the least experience when it comes to journalism here. Maybe because of the years that I've been exposed to journalism in the state. Yet I'm honored and I look forward to learn from all of the co-panelists here. Uh, speaking of the rampant penetration of the internet in the society, if you talk about the local context here, being a content creator myself, sometimes it gets me in this in this cross section of of trying to decipher which is news and which is content. So and it is even more difficult for the people, for the audience to decide which one is media and which one is social media. I've heard most of my colleagues are from the rural areas here in Meghalaya. Um, People start mentioning them by social media people, not media people anymore, because what they think of media now is whatever they find or whatever they receive on their phones. It could be via WhatsApp, it could be just a status, a WhatsApp status, and that is news to them, most of them. And one of the age groups that are largely impacted by this is it's the middle age group people who are actually very new towards the internet and who cannot really make a decision if this is media or this is just social media. And that has actually impacted a lot on the consumption of information, because whatever they see, that is the absolute truth. So whoever show it first or maybe show it differently, that way for them it's like, this is it, this is what I need to know, and this is what the world is knowing. So but unfortunately, most of these information are being shared by individuals, and maybe individuals with a special skill or talent to to compile a video footage or maybe a content in such a manner that it looks appealing, looks sensational, and that way it takes away the real information that needs to be given to the people. So from where I stand as a content creator and a journalist at the same time, it's hard to tell, because it's hard to tell how people are taking it. So the only thing that I can do as a journalist is to provide platforms or maybe shows, and also this content to make people aware that what I do in this platform, in let's say in a social media platform, is something that is for entertainment consumption, so to say, and what I do from my news channel, that is for information. That is actually the real media. So I've come up, you had mentioned about the talk show Shillong, which we are doing. So basically, this is more of an interview, a one-to-one interview that we do with prominent people from the state. And that is also not really news, but actually giving people what they want to hear, but not really in a news setup, but in a more casual setup. So this is what I personally would do, trying to bring content, like valuable content for the people to consume, and for them to also know how to decide which one is news and which one is just content.
Ms. Mukim, I have a couple of questions for you, but we'll come to that later.
Thank you. If you look around you here, everyone has a cell phone. Everyone is capturing something, disseminating something, and it travels far and wide. And the beauty, or rather, I don't know what you call it. I don't think it is. It's negative. I don't look at it in a negative way as a news person. Is that everywhere you go, your reputation precedes you. People know you, and they say they follow you. So in a sense, I think it's good that many more people are getting information. But what information they get is the question, because what the media does is it edits out parts that are not good for public consumption. It takes away a lot of emotions from a conflict. I don't know whether that's good or bad, because I think a certain amount of emotion also creates empathy in the listener, in the audience. But in the legacy media, we take all that out. And that is, again, the beauty of videographers. They can take things as they are to the people. This is what the reporter from Israel is doing. So I think it's a bit dangerous though when it comes to conflict, because it depends what lenses you are using to report that conflict. If we are looking at Manipur, it's a completely divided state between the hills and the valleys and the valley. So anyone who reports from the valley, any newspaper from the valley, is only giving the views of people from the valley. The hills are completely blacked out. So do we want that kind of media? And how do people outside of that state get to know the truth? We know that journalists have been transported there, they have been parachuted there. It takes a long time for those journalists to first understand the nuances of the conflict before they report. And then when they send their stories to their desks in Delhi or Bombay or any part of the country, there's a lot of editing being done there. So what finally comes out as news is a lot of edited stuff, and a lot of empathy has gone out of that news. So I guess that there is an advantage uh, in social media content. That is why legacy media like the Shillong Times, our paper, we've also used the internet to better reach people, to reach people across the country, across the world, and they write back to us. So in a sense, we are more connected today than ever before. So I think it depends on how we look at news, how we consume news. It's a little dangerous when that news goes to uninformed people who just sort of absorb everything they see on the video content. That may be a bit of a problem.
Sam, you go next.
Thank you. I've worked for most of my journalistic life for the BBC, and the BBC at this very moment, who I must say I certainly don't represent here today, is coming in for incredible amount of criticism from all sides in the conflict. And that's nothing new. That's one of the things that continues back for 30 years since I began my career as a journalist. What's changed, of course, and you're absolutely right, Ambarish, to set it out in such stark terms, is that the world of journalism has changed out of almost all recognition. The real problem in the old days was the shortage of information. The problem today is there's too much information and we don't know what to believe. And it's worse than that, in my view. It's more dangerous than that, because one of the effects of the way that social media has developed is that we all end up in our own bubble. We follow people who think like us. We are rarely exposed to the views of those who don't. And I think that is deeply troubling. But I do think it leaves space for traditional media. It's something I know that the BBC has tried to do, and tried to do in two ways. One is to provide something that's a kind of default service, that in the end, if you want to know what's really happening and the background to what's really happening, you should be able to go to the BBC or to a range of other relatively neutral organizations. And I don't believe there is such a thing as pure neutrality. A relatively neutral organization which will help you understand the story better, that won't encourage you to support this side or that side in a particular dispute. The other area which I've directly been involved in is in training journalists. And there the word journalist is being used incredibly widely, much more widely than we've ever done so. So I've worked a lot in Sierra Leone and in Indonesia recently, and part of the work there has been training social media influencers, the most popular Instagrammers, Facebook people, the most popular people who do TikTok in the case of Indonesia, and working with them so that they can think about themselves as journalists, to give them a bit of training in what we've all done, so that it's less likely to be just spinning out of control and putting up material which can cause really great damage if it's inaccurate or inflammatory. So I think there is a role, a continuing role for the traditional media, but it's clearly much smaller and it's clearly very different from the one that we've seen till now.
Mr. Thur?
Hi, everyone. I think mine will be a slightly discordant note here, because I am, as a journalist, I've never reported on news. I've covered books and literature and publishing. And I think a lot of what, my fellow panelists have talked about, part of it does have a lot to do with reporting on books and literature. Essentially, 14 years ago, when I started my career, there was very little of social media, especially around books. There weren't, what we call bookstagrammers now. We didn't have essentially what are citizen journalists for books, right? Like people who have created the entire social media personalities around what they're reading. Which meant that a lot of what was being covered in literature and publishing was coming from legacy media, from traditional media. And the space for books was much smaller. So essentially we had, just a few inches of space to fill in paper. And books traditionally have always gotten the short end of the stick when coverage is concerned. So we would handpick and we would be very selective on what to report on, what to cover. So actually social media, as a reader, I feel like social media has been a wonderful part of books coverage and publishing and literature coverage. It's essentially opened up the world, made discoverability and accessibility easier. It's easier to find out about new books now. But on the flip side of things, it's also made the traditional media, journalists who are in traditional media reporting on books and publishing, think more deeply about what they should be writing about. Because if you're going to write quickly about a book you've read, you're going to do a short review, which is going to be covered in maybe say 280 characters or a caption, essentially. It's a different kind of reporting, which means that now we are at least, the conversations that we have about what to report on, what to cover, has to go deeper. We have to ask more questions. We have to do what maybe isn't being done so much on digital media. Maybe think more deeply about the kind of books we want to cover, the kind of socio-cultural context that we want to talk about when it comes to books and reporting around books. But at the same time, we have to constantly ask ourselves how to use that material, but make it more palatable for the audience that's so used to quick content. So actually, even in books and publishing, the conversations have changed over time. Some of it is good, some of it has allowed for more coverage, and some of it has actually pushed us as journalists to kind of think about the different ways in which we can talk about literature. I would like to add, I mean, as I have also been briefly in BuzzFeed India, and one of the things that we used to do a lot there, which I think is a very good example of how it can be, how you have to kind of walk that line, is we would always talk about issues which were larger, more impactful. I remember talking about this article we wanted to do about how Ladakh, being a tourist destination, has become, it's the trash and the way the tourists have been treating Ladakh, the way it's been destroying the environment there. But we needed to give it something that would make it clickbaity. So the headline that I remember they came up with was "How Three Idiots Ruined Ladakh." Now, if you read the article, it was a long form piece on much more. I mean, there were facts and statistics and numbers there, but the headline was immediately grabbing the younger crowd, the people. And back then, Three Idiots was, in conversation. So we were essentially mixing and matching what would work for the audience with what we as journalists wanted to talk about. So that line, that fine line you have to walk to keep yourself talking about things that are relevant and important, and you need to talk about them, but at the same time making sure you kind of stay with the game, or with the language that is being spoken, of that age. That I think is important, and I think that's been part of a lot of what we are doing as people reporting on books and publishing also. So yeah, I think that's
Well, so you mentioned the scourge of clickbait, and a lot of media organizations have had to re-engineer the manner in which they lay out their news to make it clickbaity. And I don't think they should be. I mean, you shouldn't begrudge them for doing that, because if you have to survive, if you're scrolling on your phone, you just have about that 0.5 second to grab someone's eyeballs and suck them in, and sometimes exploit what's known as the curiosity gap. But would you say respected newsrooms are also doing that? Should they be doing that? Would Shillong Times ever consider using a clickbaity headline?
Look, we are all selling content at the end of the day, and I'd be naive to deny that we need to push our content. We need to make our headlines better, more, more eye-catching. So yeah, we are all clickbaiting in one way or the other, and we do that even on our own social media platforms.
I'd like to just very briefly ask the audience, how do you access your news on your cell phones? Do you go to a website, whatever, your favorite newspaper or news channel website, or do you just rely on your social media stream to give you news? Would you raise your hands for all individuals who actually go to news websites? I take it the others are
looking at their phones.
Looking at their phones. All right. So the other thing that, yes, I mean, attention is the new oil, and everyone's trying to mine it, and it's important because you might write the best essay, you might write the best long form piece, but if you don't, if it's not visible, it's of no use. It's not going to go anywhere. So the question is, how do you convert this product into effectively a meme that people will share, that your friends will share, so that it shows up on your feed, and then more and more people can see it. But to just take on a point that Sam alluded to, that which is information overload, and I'd like to bring you in, Ferdinand, as well, and all of you, in fact. Look, we didn't evolve to have, our brains didn't evolve to have so much information. I mean, our brains evolved to kind of survive on the savannah, and basically run away from predators, and we still, our ability to absorb information is not much different from what our Stone Age ancestors would have had. And suddenly you find yourselves in this kind of wonderland with this kind of data smog and this data glut and this information overload. What do you think it's doing to us? And you're in the thick of this because you're in the world of content creation and social media. What do you think? Is it making us dysfunctional? Is it affecting our brains? Is it leading to a dysregulated environment? And I'd like all of you to come in and give your views here.
We need a doctor's view on that as well.
I think you will be the best person to answer that. But I'm taking a personal example. If we look at our screen, let's say, I believe everyone here knows that your cell phone can tell how much are you spending, whether on social media and all the things that are showing on your cell phone. So on an average, from the people that I've come across, whenever I ask them how much time do you take, do you spend on your cell phone, on an average between 3 to 4 hours in a day. That includes social media. Most of it is social media. So if we have 4 hours, let's say, looking at a cell phone, let's say doing nothing but just looking at a cell phone and then processing all the information, from where I think from where I stand, if I look at it, let's say 50 years down the line, I think the the first thing that would affect us, impact us, will be our eyes, and then maybe the way that our thinking process of how we take information, and the attention span of of the people at large. Because it seems that even for example, we have Instagram Reels now, we have YouTube Shorts now, which with just 60 seconds or 90 seconds. So what does this tell? It tells that people, the attention grab of the people, of human beings now, are shortened, which means too much information or a lengthy information will be a little difficult in the years to come. So what do we put out there, and how much we put out there? I think that will be a bigger question for us as journalists going forward.
I'm actually not sure whether my left brain or my right brain is affected the most. Because I think we also invest emotions in what we read. It's not as if we look at a piece of news and we just pass through it. We invest a lot of emotions, especially when we feel connected to an issue. For instance, from the 3rd of May, when we heard of this Manipur conflict, I'm sorry to come back to that again and again. One got involved with it as a media person, but then you also had friends and confidants in both the hill and the valley. And it affected my sleep considerably. So, news, I think, has what kind of news we are consuming also is very important. How much of our emotions are invested in that news, I think, impacts the way we think. And of course, as Ferdinand says, our attention span now is not more than 5 seconds, perhaps. So we are bombarded with news through the day. We get news from across the world, particularly, the New York Times is bombarding your cell phone with what is happening there in Israel. So you don't really know whether your mind is here at this moment and somewhere else at the other moment, and maybe you're losing concentration. And I think that's very dangerous for me as a media person, to be losing concentration.
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed there's a sort of alternative movement to kind of slow down. And I wonder whether that'll take off. I hope so, in a way, because I think huge numbers of us, as we've just heard from my colleagues, and I know from talking to friends, struggle with concentration. And it's like we need to find new ways of finding concentration. I find it harder to read. I will look at my phone. I will sometimes just hide away my phone or read in the bath where you can't possibly have your phone without causing serious long-term problems. Um, there, we all need to kind of build into our lives ways of providing time for which when we can concentrate on what's most important to us. I think most of us would recognize that, but we don't know quite how to do it. And that might be reading novels, it might be spending time with the people who you care about most, but in a way, it's probably not about looking at that little machine, which, you know, I've noticed just as we've been sitting here, not only on the stage, but on the panel, people, we want a quick look just to know what's happening. It's kind of got out of control. And I think we'll all find rather different ways in the long run of dealing with that.
I think most of it has already been said, but one of the things that I'd like to add, and I think maybe just as a user of social media and consuming news via social media, that thing about the emotional involvement that we feel when we are, say, reading news, coverage after coverage of distressing news coming in from different parts of the world. The other thing that social media has also done is made our emotional responses so dependent on it that our distress comes from social media, and then the way we want to heal from it is also social media. So you get to cherry pick what you want to look at, and the moment you want to switch how you're feeling, it's actually equally easy to distract yourself on social media from news. So you don't stay with anything long enough, you don't sit with anything long enough, because at one moment, say, you're posting about how terrible what's happening, say, in Palestine is, and the next moment, I find myself doing it all the time, and the next moment you're probably looking at a video of something that you like, maybe a dog video or whatever it is that cheers you up, and immediately that emotion that bubbled up gets suppressed that quickly. And I don't know if, since I started consuming social media way more than 4 hours, I'd say, I'm pretty sure my digital well-being is going to be off the charts, but I've realized nothing stays long enough to really, unless you choose to, that also is a choice, unless you choose to stay with something long enough. It's so easy now to quickly consume, feel, move on, feel about something else, consume something else. I think that, I don't know what it's done to our brain chemistry, but it must be something, because I don't remember being consistently upset about something where something else has immediately grabbed my attention and I'm upset about that. Or sometimes even choosing to block certain kind of news so I don't feel enough about that particular thing that's moving so much. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, you want to ask something? Would you please give the lady
Thank you. This is regarding the dysfunctionality of usage. I know we are talking of media and social media, but I just, since I'm a doctor, and I have been working on this, and I have found that adults have been using around 4 to 5 hours of, as you have mentioned, and even children are using 4 to 5 hours. So what I do is, when I try to find out what is the interaction time between the parent and the child, then I find that it's almost about 8 hours they are not talking. And when you're not talking, the children are either, it's very visually stimulated and listening to speaker voice and not getting to hear decibels of human voice. And what is happening is the next generation is going to lose speech, because as a pediatrician, and my work has been on 30 years on autism, and I find that there has been speech delay, and people are not coming with symptoms of autism now. They are very intelligent children, precociously doing things earlier, but they cannot speak and they cannot socially relate. So this is something, probably this forum, there's so many people around, I wanted to bring this out, that we have to be very, very careful about the usage, because we are losing conversation, reciprocal conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, I think there is the problem of the algorithm, which is that if you are reading a particular kind of story, or you're reading a particular kind of opinion, and you click on that, the algorithm is trained to supply similar kind of material to you. And therefore you enter, as Sam had mentioned, a kind of filter bubble, and there's absolutely no exposure to any kind of diverse opinion. How does one rectify that? Do you think that's a problem? Because, it's perhaps part of the reason why there's utter polarization, because there's absolutely no exposure to any contrary point of view. Do you think this needs to be remedied? And if you do, then how do you think one should do this?
I think at the beginning of the digital age, and I was very much involved with the BBC at the time, going online, getting our first programs up there, I thought it was all brilliant. I thought this was the beginning of a new age of freedom, because everyone can do news, everyone can do everything. And in principle, I was right, but in practice, I was entirely wrong. Because of this, the algorithm effect, as you were suggesting, this fact that we tend to exist in bubbles that reflect our own existing viewpoints and often make them more extreme. They polarize us further. And in the absence of other platforms where we mix with people with different views to ourselves, probably a good reason for lit fests, because we do, then we're in trouble. The answers are technical. Can we get these algorithms changed? I can't possibly answer that question, but I think it's an issue that will come up more and more. But I think it's also about critically the education of our children and what happens next, and that we put much greater effort into critical thinking and ways of thinking that enable you to understand what people who are different from you might think. And that critical skill to being able to imagine what it's like to be someone else, someone who is different from you, which I think is core to what I learned years ago in journalism, is all the more critical than it ever was. How we get there, I don't know, but I do think education plays a key role in it.
Right. And if I might ask you, there's been a movement in many countries to actually try and legislate the interaction between intermediaries and news organizations. So Canada just passed a law a few months back. I think even Australia passed a law wherein if you are a tech company or an intermediary and a bit of news shows up on your platform, you have to compensate the news organization. So for instance, let's say you're using Instagram to give out news, local news. And if there were to be a piece of legislation in India which says that Instagram should pay you, because Instagram is showing your content, it should pay you to put that content out there. What's happening in Canada and Australia and other countries where this piece of law it has come into effect, is that they're just blocking any news content on social media. So it would put you in a situation where you will not be able to leverage the mechanics of social media, of the social web, to put out news content. How do you think you will function if this were to happen? Because this kind of clamping activity is increasingly, in a sweeping manner, coming across, and there's some evidence that this might even creep up in our country.
I think if there's a law as such, it would benefit because that way we will be able to, put a clear distinction between what is news and what is just media or social. I mean, what is just social media and entertainment. But sadly, I'm not sure how far that's going to be practical with the population here. Take for instance, we have 462 million, give or take, YouTube users here in India, which is the highest in the world. I'm not sure if a decentralized network such as YouTube will, will function differently in a country which has so much of that has so much of users. So I think that having a law will be good, but in a way, I think like Sam said here, we need to educate more. We need to actually educate our people more. From what I see, even our society now are being shaped by, so sad to say, by the comment section in the internet. Let's say if we see a news item on the internet, and let's say if there's a lot of so to say negative comments or any comments that which is different than the other. So people, stakeholders who are involved in the dialogue, of the issue, would be pressurized to take certain decision, not because what the news said, but what the comments are saying. So that is even even scarier. So yes, I feel that way. If we have such a law, it would help us rectify, as you had put it. But I think going forward, what more than the law, I think we will need education. We need people. We need organization that would come forward and then teach people, teach the younger generation, teach them how to to make that distinction about what is good for you and what is not. And maybe okay, let's say YouTube now has YouTube Kids and the other platforms that try to to uh, restrict a certain section of the audience not to watch a certain type of content. Yet we still need education in our society. Our people still need to be educated. Coming to the context of Meghalaya, we're just the first generation of internet users. And now, like I mentioned earlier, the middle-aged people are the worst affected people, are the worst affected lot because they don't know how to take decisions. And most of them are uneducated. And the kind of decisions that they take, these are actually the decision makers in the society. And now if the decision maker in the society are being pressurized by comment section, now you can imagine what kind of society that we are living in.
About local reportage, one of the most brilliant examples of local reportage is this all-women, rural-only media collective called Khabar Lahariya. Khabar Lahariya is an incredible phenomenon. It started its life about 20 years ago in Bundelkhand as publishers of a newspaper in the local language. And it has now evolved into a digital news-only channel on YouTube. This is run, managed entirely by women. All the reporters are women who are going into the Badlands and doing reportage. They have about 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. They have about 10 million views for their videos per month on YouTube. And this is managed, as I said, entirely by women, but Dalit women and women belonging to minority communities. And they're the people who are holding powerful people accountable. And this is something that puts broadcast media, legacy media to shame. I'd like to know if you're aware of other such organizations and newsrooms that are doing local work, and if you would like to tell us about such organizations, I'd certainly like to be educated about them. Ms. Mukim?
We have a lot of independent media persons today. We have them here in this hall, and they are doing incredible good work. You know, I think it's also true that our newsrooms in this state and the region perhaps are much more diversified than elsewhere in the country. We have a lot of women. We don't have a caste system in the newsroom, which afflicts national media largely. And recently, when Khabar Lehriya celebrated their 25th year, I was there because Kavita is a friend. And there was a lot of discussion on the lack of diversity in the newsrooms, which is mainly upper caste, Brahmin reporters, and reporting, representing the people they report. And I think people do not like to be represented. They want to speak for themselves. They want to tell their own stories. And this is why I think the media here is very vibrant. We have all these young YouTubers, a host of them. It's a different matter that there is now a very fine line between news and views. A lot of them give their views, but it's accepted anyway. But what I want to bring in here at this point is about the troll community. you know I think women would be more diffident about getting into the media racket because of the vicious trolling that happens. It takes a toll on your mental health, and you have people who are paid to troll. And we know that in this country there's a factory where trolls are sitting there and constantly trolling some people who have a different point of view, a different ideology. So an all women team is fine if they also have the mental strength to take on those who sort of are very vicious about what they report. And I know what it means because I've been through a lot of these, including court cases and stuff like that. So being in the media is not exactly cakewalk. There's a lot that you're responsible for, and responsible journalism is what we are looking at as legacy media. I'm not sure that YouTubers exercise the same kind of responsible reportage. I'm not very sure of that. I'm sure somebody like Ferdinand, who is much more educated, might be doing that. But somebody in the rural areas who owns a mobile phone and tries to give out news, in one sense, it's good that we do not have a rural urban divide too much as far as news is concerned. But the kind of content that comes from there is something that we need to be really critical about.
Ms. Taftuar, in our earlier communication, you used a line which was quite cryptic, and I want you to elaborate. You said that local reporting on books can help disseminating them globally. What does that mean?
So I think one of the things that, at least when you're talking about books that are being published, the Indian frontlist titles, essentially what we publish here, a lot of it doesn't see reportage globally. A lot of voices that come out of India are not, they don't reach readership outside the country. A lot of the reporting on books for us also today as Indian English mainstream media, we are also actually talking a lot about books that are published internationally. So we actually end up reporting locally a lot of international writing and international publishing. I think one of the things that we can actually push for more than we already do is talking more about the the literature and the voices that come out of India, and how we can manage to make that reach an international audience, because there is an audience for that there. It's just that I think historically we have been an Anglophone, we are reading certain kind of literature, we are talking about certain kinds of translation. Even within books that are published in India, there is a certain hierarchy of what gets covered and what doesn't get covered, what gets talked about and what doesn't get talked about. So I feel like there is a responsibility on the person covering publishing and literature in India to think about how we can look at our literature, our voices, our stories reaching international waters, and not just for books that are winning prizes, not just for books that are getting shortlisted, but writing that's coming out from communities and places that maybe even say the north, even a Delhi centric sort of publishing industry is not hearing about. So maybe that kind of actual footwork and research behind book reporting and literary reporting is an important part of the responsibility that books journalist has.
We have a couple of minutes, so let's throw this open. Gentlemen, yeah.
Yeah, interesting topic that you touched on. And one of the things I've noticed in this country is the Northeast is not covered. Let's be very honest. Even as a young boy till today, I tell people that thanks to Manipur. Why? Because now they know that there's such a thing called a mighty, and then there's the cookies. People are still too low. There are a lot more. There's subdivisions of the cookie. So it's a fervent appeal to you, being away from this place, and to Dan possibly, who's an Indophile, I would say. But our region is a very important. It's got a lot of geopolitical level, which we in the local here we don't understand. There's a country just 300 kilometers away. I've been to those borders, and the kind of coverage that we need to get outside, not forget New York and all that. We need to get it to Bhopal, to Delhi, to Chennai. That we may look different, but we are the same. That our weaves tell a story. These are things which I think the national media need to pick up. That's a little comment, and if anybody, I'd like your opinion on that.
Mary? Yeah.
Okay, hi. Okay, thank you. So you talked a lot about information overload and emotion overload. So it brought to mind something that happens a lot to people like me in the healthcare industry who work with patients. When we're too bombarded with emotions, we tend to just close ourselves off. So something we become fatigued by our emotions basically, and we just close ourselves off. So how do you as journalists deal with that apathy that you might feel from being overloaded with emotions or overloaded with information?
Yeah, we are also humans. We are not just journalists, and we suffer the same kind of plight that the rest of the people suffer. But maybe we are more information overloaded than most, and it does take a toll on our mental health. Perhaps we don't speak too much about it because we think it's good to put up a brave face, but I think we need to take a call on this as well. It's very disturbing at times, also because you're on the front line, you're reporting, and when you report something that people don't agree with, then you had it. I remember reporting about the conflict that happened in May 2018 here in the sweeper lane. So there was some reportage that people didn't agree with, at least the local people, and we were bombarded like crazy. So a newspaper was burned at a particular locality. We can take all that, but up to a point. So yeah, we are also candidates for mental health problems.
uh, it's not about the, I mean, news dissemination or bombardment of information are there already, but more than right now, I feel like as a journalist, I'm sure you will feel the sense of responsibilities for to be on the other side and uh, thinking how to counter react, and what kind of conversation that you are having among your colleagues, what kind of conversation, what kind of dialogues that you're having within yourself to counter react that. Did you understand the questions, or
Not quite. What, in terms of the emotions we feel as reporters?
no? Like right now we are getting the informations and the news are there, like lots of lots of information, and then we need to kind of navigate through it as a readership, as a viewership. We need to navigate through it, and you being there as a journalist, you can put yourself on the shoes of the viewership and readership. How do we need to go through it? How do we need to navigate through it? Like, do you have this kind of conversation among the colleague to, as you said, Sam, about the education?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, yes, everyone who said it, we are human beings. Reporters are human beings. We feel things. We take sides. We feel things. We care about particular disputes. We take sides. But in my training, when we went to the BBC, when we stepped through those doors, we didn't show that. I didn't know how my colleagues thought on a particular issue. It was almost taboo to give an opinion. Different media organizations work in different ways, and there are others where it's perfectly normal to do the opposite. That happens to be the way the BBC worked, and still more than normally does work. I think when there's a major crisis, some of that breaks down. I still hold that as a good example, as a kind of standard of journalism, which is very important. And I think it will help us with what I described almost at the beginning, which is a legacy role for the legacy media, which is the point of last support for someone trying to make sense of a story. That we're so swayed by the stuff that comes to us, and we should know that we are. How can we work out where that stands in the kind of spectrum of news and in the spectrum of the views of other people? And I feel that very strongly at the moment with the Palestine-Israel situation. I have very strong personal views on that. But I know the moment I, as a reporter, have to do something on it, I have to set those aside. That is journalistic professionalism. And it's hard. It can be really hard sometimes. But I do think it's still very important. And it's important that there are some journalistic organizations that continue to do that.
Right. We have just time for one final question, and then we'll.
So, in the context of a literary festival, I want to address this question, especially to our two people, Kongpat and Ferdinand from Shillong, Meghalaya, about what you think about cultural reporting. How even in terms of your own platforms, is it critical enough? For example, the Shillong Literary Festival. Should it be covered as a festival? Should be covered from the point of view of books and writing? What are some of the challenges? What are the ways in which it's being done? What do you think?
It's a big challenge for me. We have our correspondent here. She basically has to cover everything from 11 a.m. and then she comes up with about 1,300 words. Now we don't have that kind of space. So we really have to filter a lot of stuff and put in things we believe are much more critical for the readers to understand. So there are a lot of filters, all the way, because we will need a separate page to encompass this 3-day Lit Fest, and that we can accommodate in our Sunday page. But as a news reportage, we just have to look at the key events of the day. Yeah. And we can't talk too much of culture or literature in a news reportage.
Well, from where I stand, I feel like culture is very important to a society, and like Pat just mentioned, the problem with our reporters here in Meghalaya is that we cover everything and anything under the sun, because we don't have beats. I mean, the same reporter who reports on festivals, the same reporter who reports on sports and music and everything else. So we are short in manpower. We are short in so many things, and our press fraternity are underpaid in so many ways. So I feel like, most of our people from the press fraternity here, we need a recognition. We need to be noticed, because unless we get that recognition, we will not be able to actually deliver and execute. I'm not saying that we don't do that at the moment. Yes, we do. We're giving everything. But like Kong Pat said, when it comes to festival, when it comes to a niche content as such, it will be very difficult for someone who does everything at the same time to give a special report, let's say, on a particular subject or maybe a culture. But what I feel is, personally, is culture is very important. And as an organization, right now, we are trying to put culture ahead of everything else. So I'm not just talking about the local culture here, just Khasi culture, but also the literature culture, let's say, for example, or maybe the festival culture, or maybe the sports culture, and anything as such. So we try to be as niche as possible, but also giving that essence of information, the essence of news in it. So that way, it will also contribute to the community, and it will also help us as journalists to actually learn more and also get to connect with the people more.
Thank you.
I want to say something more here. We've had Abha sitting here all the 3 days from the morning, and that is because we could spare her. But most of the other newspapers, news channels cannot send their reporters for the day. So they come for a particular session and they go back and report that. Personally, yesterday I was very touched by Professor Sanjoy Mukherjee's panel discussion on his book. And if if I wasn't if I wasn't objective enough, I would have gone back and written only that. But then you realize that there were other aspects of the festival that you needed to cover.
Yeah, I just wanted to add here when it comes to culture. Can I just ask one question? How many of us are YouTube users here? YouTube users, yes. I believe you watch a lot of YouTube, yes. What I feel is that when it comes to culture, I think it would be wise for everyone to exercise the judgment to put up all these content, as content creators or wannabe content creators, to put up things that you love in all these platforms. That way, it would help not just yourself of connecting with the people, but also the viewers. Because now, I mean, we can't really deny that everyone now is a content creator, because everyone who has YouTube, who has access to YouTube, also have an access to putting up content on the YouTube channel. So I believe when it comes to culture, I believe everyone has responsibility to share something through their platforms, and that will actually enrich the social media platform. That will actually enrich the kind of content that that people consume from one day to the other. Thank you.
Right. So, unfortunately, that's all the time we have. I'm not entirely convinced that was for us. So, but I'd just like to end by saying this. Uh, as you enter through the doors of the Columbia School of Journalism, there's a bust of Joseph Pulitzer, and right next to it is a plaque which has a quotation by Pulitzer. It's a magnificent quotation. I can't possibly remember the whole thing, but effectively what it says is that our republic and its press will rise and fall together. A cynical, demagogic, and mercenary press will in time produce a people as base as itself. I think that's something to remember. And clearly also, journalism is something far too important to be left to journalists. All right, thank you all.
I thank Ambarish, Ferdinand, Kong Patricia, Sam, and Swati for such a riveting and eye-opening session. I'd now like to invite the festival director to present the speakers with tokens of remembrance.
I'll give a small vote of thanks before we do the tokens. Is that all right?
So the festival director, Kong Mary Kulkarang, will first give the vote of thanks.
I hope you don't mind me making you sit here for just 5 minutes more, because I thought it would be rather strange to actually give a vote of thanks with an empty stage. So will you, please? Thank you. Before I just start a very short vote of thanks, I would like to end with a little piece of poetry, because I just feel it's apt. It's a literary festival. It's a poem by Mary Oliver, and it's called Angels. You might see an angel anytime and anywhere. Of course, you have to open your eyes to a kind of second level, but it's not really hard. The whole business of what's reality and what isn't has never been solved and probably never will be. So I don't care to be too definite about anything. I have a lot of edges called perhaps, and almost nothing you can call certainty for myself, but not for other people. That's a place you just can't get into, not entirely anyway, other people's heads. I'll just leave you with this. I don't care how many angels can dance in the head of a pin. It's enough to know that for some people, they exist and that they can dance. On that note, I would really like, this is the last session, the Literary Festival. It's not the end of the festival. We have music following this. But I thank the Tourism Department, Government of Meghalaya, Meghalaya H Limited, my own program team who for the last 2 months have worked tirelessly with me. I'd like to acknowledge them by name: Jagstam, Anis, Adrian, Bulbul, Badabyang, Ashish, Wanda, Rangchi, Eva, Carrie, who was here for a little while and fell sick, unfortunately, and a very special mention to my friend and my companion in this, who's helped me and advised me so much. Dominic Sangma, thank you for all your support. I thank Circus Entertainment, who's been behind all of the production of the festival and all of the different teams that come with them. Of course, this festival would not exist if there were no authors and speakers, partners and collaborators, of which there is so many. Even just right here, we have an exhibition, and these are all new initiatives. And last but not least, our audiences. All of you make this literary festival, so thank you so much. And I hope you enjoy the music that will follow. We added this new section to the literary festival this year. There's a music stage every evening. To all of our musicians, every evening who's brought music to the stage, to this lake, thank you. Thank you so much for being part of this.
And ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to the festival director as well. She's forgotten to appreciate herself. Thank you very much, ma'am. So it's getting rather cold, but I guess the people in the hillside are eager and excited. They've been hollering for minutes now, or maybe hours, I don't know. So I request everyone to remain seated wherever you may be. We have a wonderful musical evening for you all, which will be hosted by our very own Anis.
Handing over the stage to
So that is all for the literary session of this year's Shillong Literary Festival. A kind request to the speakers of the conclusion session, Dr. Ambrish, Kong Patricia, Mr. Sam, Ba Ferdinand, will have a photo op. I request the photographers to kindly come on stage. All right, go ahead.
Hello, check. I just would like to give a shout out to all the beautiful people of Shillong. Thank you for showing up, and a big congratulations to our festival director here, Kong Mary Kurkalang, for putting up such a beautiful festival. Thank you all. Enjoy the evening.
I request everyone on stage to kindly stand up for the photo op. All right. Big smiles, everyone.
Well, good evening, everyone. Everybody on the hill, y'all are here for the music, right? You ready for the music? Okay, so
Hello, check.
Hi guys, as you can see the dopos are ready to perform. I just want to make one quick announcement for everybody's safety here. If you're here, please restrain yourselves, do not stand up, and please do not dance. This is a very weak structure. You can wave your hands, but on the hill you can have as much fun as you like. Just be careful and don't hurt yourselves. Thank you. Presenting the dopos, everybody.
Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Da 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 da. Hello. Excuse me. Can you give more keys? Yeah. The second one. Tala. Hello, everyone. We are the locals. It's nice to hear your voices. We are happy to be here. I'm getting speechless right now because of you all. Woo. Okay, so the first song that we're gonna do is called Maka. It means rain, okay? So I wanna ask you something about, fantasy and all. Have you guys ever think or fantasize about what if things could talk and all? What if this water or lake or this house or that tree could talk and all? You know? So the song that we're going to do is Maka, as I said, it means rain. So this song is about the conversation between the cloud and the wind, okay? It's about them talking about bringing change to the season. Kayo maka may nawada pa Akram gisame ang chiko may na mitata Sa isi rapana manang na magchiko Dek-dek sawa naman mawari belakang Gana Rikin ang baksa na sa una Sagal kutunan Tawa ang menangan Renggen ang Sildongja biapuna sona alwan Ta rekamaha mekarnama ona Allah sangewa Ngamati aram ranamaha Ngamati aram ranamaha So that was Maka. I hope you guys like it. So for the next song, we have this. Yeah, we will sing that. we will. But for now, we have this beautiful lady over here who will be singing with us tonight. Her name is Cherry Mrong. Okay, I guess you have to wait for a while. It won't be too long. Are you all having fun tonight? That's nice to hear. We have more songs for you
Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello,
And we're
check.
back.
Hello, hello. Hi everyone. I am Cherry Mrong, and thank you. The first song which we'll be singing, it is one of my originals called "A Baby Anma." I wrote this song about talking to myself about my thoughts, whether it's real or was it the voices or the spirit talking to me, or was it just my thoughts? That's what we call it's like thinking out loud. So yeah, Baby Anma. Sana sungidong balwarang balpunggap kenatuk ng kurang ang kukamaku kutakin na ang marangan ni pelakot ang gajimu pausa na ara pausa na ara na ang isang bangma ang naaganing ama naaong kasama ang itan siya sama sa tukatong na bahan askirang tutututu ang mayagit ko rin tingon kanatay tukang kurang ko naang isang bangma ang naaganing ama naaong kasama ang bitan siya sama Naang isang bangma ang naaganing ama manaong tasama ang nitan siya sama Thank you, Nutella. And the next song, which is called Tung, which means photograph. It's a song about capturing every good moments in our life and looking back into it in our sad days and feeling happy or just encouraging ourselves. So that's a tongue. Mamangkon ang bachiriinga saksan sa tangas kapahagis ako matabasan ako tarangan tungdad biantahan syukumakon asak ni balan Cuma sanang ang kita tatap tangrai tunggin ang patas mata ito ang bukanku orangku di tayo ang magcintamu ang katong kagin Tarang gitao Tincian suapo Ang jumango Nabangon jumangci At sing abiyabrang Kasukatapawan Rumahaulo Agertas kako At sawa hawa muna Ang magsaldaw na Tatatanghain Ang patas mata Ito ang kampo Orang pun ikai Ang magcinta mo Ang kakong Tatatanghain Ang patas mata Ito ang kampo Orang pun ikai Ang magcinta mo Ang kakong Thank you. Thank you so much.
Did you like that? We have more. Okay, so for this one, huh? Okay, you'll have to wait for that one. Okay. First off, I want to tell you that you guys, every one of you looks so beautiful tonight. And yes, even though we are laughing and smiling right now, I know that every one of you, even me, has got problems and all, and struggles of our own, right? So, I want to tell you tonight that even though we are going through a lot of stuff, I want to let you know that you'll be okay. You'll be fine. You know, it takes time. So the next song that we're going to do is just that, okay? But then for this one, I want you guys to move a little. So what I wanted every one of you to do is, you know, I'm not much of a dancer, so I know a few steps. It goes like this. It's kind of cringe, okay? It's kind of cringe, but then I hope if you guys like it, then you can do it. If not, then it's all right. Because, you know, okay, it goes like this. 1, 2, 3, clap, and 1, 2, 3, clap, and 1, 2, 3, clap, and 1, 2, 3, clap. Okay. It's only this, okay? Just a few steps. Just 1, 2, 3, clap, and 1, 2, 3, clap. Are you guys ready for this song? All right. Stars begin to twinkle in the velvet sky. Moons of light, a lullaby. Time stands still to dream and to glean. Sunset glow, we'll find a way. Oh, the night takes hold and stars suddenly shine so bright. The world turns dark at night. It's alright to be alive. You look beautiful tonight. Spend some love and let the light be your guide, and I'm a light. I'm gonna love this life. I'm gonna love this life. Please. Woo! Storms of doubts and worries begin to rise. With scars in every flow, it's all that nice. Keep your head high above the sky. It's cold and old, but you will find your soul. As the night takes hold and stars suddenly shine so bright, the world turns dark at night. It's alright to be alive. You look beautiful tonight. Spend some love and let the light be your guide, and I'm alive. I'm gonna love this life. I'm gonna love this life. Oh yeah. The night takes hold and stars suddenly shine so bright. The world turns dark at night. It's alright to be alive. You look beautiful tonight. Spend some love and let the light be your guide in our life. Gonna love this life. I'm gonna love this life. Thank you. Okay, once again, we are the Dopos. Shout out to Shillong Literary Festival. And thank you, Ma'am Mary. I don't know where is she right now, for giving us this opportunity. Thank you so much. And all the managing members of this festival. Thank you. And every one of you who have come here, thank you so much. Okay, so the song that we're going to do is the only song that we have released so far. If you haven't heard it, then you can go check it out on YouTube or Spotify. And yeah, it's called Saubade. Okay. So first, what we're gonna do is, are you ready to sing the song? Okay. 살리를 나고 크라우카 동등 나카드네 비바자종 앙나골포 아간 쿠보네. If you know the words, please do sing along. 앙니주망아게 탈롱 모데 춤바모 아야 살기야 싹아스키자 고름 메뜨겐 춤바야 다알로 자오데 크라라옹겐마 주마
Hello, check.
Hello, check. Hello, check. I hope you all sing the song with me. Saubade ang nakasagapa Dongengin temkon Ang nade ng agandaan Onengin temkon At hambal wajak mo sa temkon Ang inangarap mo din temkon Salirang takot na kapot ng makapdemne Di ba jadong ang nagulpo agad yukone Hai! Ang medyo mga ketalong timba mo aya Salya sa kaskija Orem etilgen çökaya Dağılong yaude Kyalra ongena Tumang kakerong yenma Da-da-da-da-da Da-da Da-da Are you all having fun tonight? Keep it up for Tidy! Thank you, everyone. Have a good night. That's it for tonight. We have other bands waiting for you.
Guys, I know you want to hear more. I know you want to hear more. But we have 3 more acts for you tonight. We have 3 more acts for you tonight. And so, no, guys, next time, come back next year. Come back next year. And we'll make sure that we give them a long set. Okay, so guys, one more time for the dopos. Come on. Come on. Let's hear it for the dopos. And now, hits from the Jaintia Hills. I would like to welcome on stage the one and only Simi Kongtiang. Check.
Hello. I request Mercy Ngamlai, DJ Wanshan, and Kupar Shadab to please come on stage. Hublaya Piwara. A very warm good evening to each and everyone present here. I am Simi Kongtiang, a filmmaker from Jaintia Hills. Jaintia music is a very powerful. The lyrics are so deep that it can change a person. I remember back then when I make the Thelut, many youths come to me and they said that the song have changed their life. So back then we cannot think about writing a film without any song, be it dancing song or be it a sad song. We also preserve our culture and tradition through many of our songs. Music unite us and it gives wings to our mind. Let me introduce to you DJ Wanshan from Joai. He's a very popular musician in Jaintia Hills. His popular song is Kachiti, which is a promotional song from my film. And Paranai, a wedding song. He also promotes a lot of artists. A big round of applause for DJ Wanshan. He is Kupar Shadap from Mokandeng. His love song Wamaya is a very popular song. When the song was released, you can hear the song in almost all the vehicles and also in almost all wedding receptions. A big round of applause for Kupar Shadap. And she is Mercy Ngamlai. Please come, Mercy. Yes, she is Mercy Ngamlai from Mulyang, East Janjai Hills District. She is a finalist in Jaintia Got Talent. Her big break is Kachithi, a promotional song from my film again. A big round of applause for Mercy. And we would like to thank the Shillong Literary Festival, especially Mary Kurkalang, the festival director, and all her team for allowing us to present our songs tonight. So, presenting to you Kenten Paila, the first song from my film Kachithi, which we are going to release soon on Spotify. Ladies and gentlemen, DJ Wanshan, Kupar Shadap, Mercy Ngamlai, Chi Hajar Ngo.
Check, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, 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 check. 1, 2, hello, check. Check, check, hello, check.
Chikatu du hey puy o hidur yong me we are lut ine kan momanda krya o paya hey perkat yong ruam chum kikmat uchna ya le o uwe chang ki o ben wan Mau ki mani long wasati yomi Chan o umi kusep kasi snilura Iman sitwasa ya chelomi Kawa muduragi nadu wasda udap cendera wa iman wa ibadah oh ya oh ya jabla oh ya oh ya jabla Like a rat na drunk to true lutia e Haga khét im y maya yo im sugi uri sendong oye kular wa khoi sati ki jing thao yong mi ki wo yen saki bên bao ki ye man y long wa sati yo mi Chan o umi usep kasin ngilura even sin was a uya chen no umi ya uduri na du was da mandi sakyat hanga udap cendram wa imanu wa ipara Woya wochuya chapra Woya wochuya Chirup wa mi utur udya ok chapran Kampi kular wada saiwam kelayuda Chinan teri jingim duhami ngadarai Kulo pulang jadu wakut betha Kikintin poila wada tomi changa Bên bao kiye man ilong wa sati yo mi ya wo chu yaga chapra wo ya wo chu yaga chapra Thank you.
Check 1, 2. Good evening, everyone. All right, so we just started, okay? So if you feel cool, get ready for something tonight. All right? And right now we are going to sing another slow number, and this one is one of my original song called Wamaya. Wamaya meaning my love. So I'd like to dedicate this song to all the lovers out here. Any lovers out here? Nanpalok is known to be for the lovers. I'd like to see the hands of all the lovers out here. All the couples? All right, check, 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 check. Swinangkong porwayo yapa Wampoy perkat uja kami paya Nadokas ngiwatid kay pertut yung pa Snyasok ijengem iyong nga Daman po kaparalo Kawapat ngan yang nga Lekapwabon na chit o duya pa Pagawaw pandak pagawaw patong yang nga Lechibon wawan ko ay jingim yung nga Paralok mamaya Come on, everybody, give it up for Mercy.
belum ubna Ini maya dapat hidup lai Untuk iwa hidup lai wada buatin di Ya ke love story kayong ayong mi Daman mi ujing maya wapan pengen yang Lakap wabon da uki yang Mi uwaw pendap mi uwaw pentok yang Kuplay cipon teman mi umaya yang Umaya Umaya So ikiri ni kaya Matua dewa kun wasaba Di armun mani kawi Dua kun cinta kisih Demani kajing kaya Mune waro cita Lesuk citong sejawang pen Yang Takawau pendap Takawau pentok yami Kuplay cibun waman kok kemaya yonga Cipon teman di umaya yonga
Thank you. All right. So now we have a very, very popular song in East Khasi Hill on all over Giantia. And this one is called Tang
Mapi
Mapi. And we are going to do this song in a Giantia version because we represent Giantia tonight, and therefore we twist the song into a Giantia song tonight. And sing with us even in Khasi. Come on, everybody! Kasi tama kamjing tikasni
Hawapan oyapi Mensin wakmen Imaya pidache
1.5 Katini Maya Wanda Ching Haduki Kiski Rabun Teaching
Umma teaching la
Tuti Tangwa Teaching Tula Unas happy Too happy Mensin wakmen Too happy when you aging man Too happy Chanya lu Natu donu kuaro 1, 2, 3, let's go
là hồn em đi ô chào vi hay chính em dòng ga Hãy subscribe cho kênh Ghiền Mì Gõ để không bỏ
Are you ready? Come on. Are you all enjoying? You want some more? All right. All right, so right now I'm gonna sing one of my songs. And this one is called Up Cheney. Up Cheney meaning listen to me. All right? So I'm gonna release this song in these days, maybe next month. I'm not sure, but this is a new song, so I'm gonna sing this for you. Are you with me? Make some noise. Hey, 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 hey. Up Cheney, up Chetai, up Kalain so dong kapurtai. Du ka si, du ka sang, du ka si, dap watch lie. Hey, 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 hey. Karan start ka pertai ka te isi nang chlai. Unsa ka beach ni lorni kam tam machnong yong pi. What hari kasi jantya kadap tu kaya beach ni. Katwa istat ng kukate ng si ubru. Hiye ijing mentoy uyo ikam leini. Chisin kasngi upoy changing yap dam hi. Whoa, chisin kasngi upoy changing up down here. Hey, 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 hey. Up Cheney, up Chetai, up Kalain so dong kapirtai. Du ka si, du ka sang, du ka si, wadap watch lie. Hey, hey. Hey, hey, everybody! Hey, 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 hey. Ya peri hakanyam, ya peri hakarukom. Kajo kamen sip kasnam, kajo kala eruring. Dumentok kajo kakenhon, yuki sanguleben. God, what is that nang kukate nang si ubru? Kayi kajing mentoy uyo ikam leini. Chisin kasih boy changing yam he. Whoa, chisin kasih boy changing yam he. Sing with me. Hey hey, hey hey, hey hey, hey hey. Up Chingy, up Chick Die. Up the lane, so don't get the time. Do the see, do the sun, do the see what up watch light. Hey, come on, everybody, make some noise. 1, 2, 3, say. Keringet yang keringet no gatu. I'm Joya Tun para bro. Wato du cisin u ini asla pertai. Hey hey, hey hey, everybody. Hey hey, hey hey. Up Chingy, up Chita, up the lane, so don't get the time. Do the see, do the sound, do the see with the watch light. Hey hey, hey hey, hey hey. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. I'm going to play my guitar right now so that I can sing another song for all of you. And this one is, again, a Jaintia song. It's a lullaby song, but it's not a time to sleep right now. All right. I've got my friends as well who came here today just to listen to me. They're from the NEPCO department. I'm not sure where they just called me before we start this show. So thank you for coming. And thank you for all of you guys. I just want to say, you know, music has no language, right? I remember when I was staying in Garo Hills for 1.5 years. It was back there in Jongsha. What's that place? I forgot. So music has no language, even though we sing a Jaintia song, but we understand the language. Are you ready? All right, we'll do it this way. Oh, oh, everybody. Oh, one more time. Oh, yeah. Open day, segala day. Open day, segala day. Open day, segala day, day. Open day, segala day. Hey, one more time. Open day, segala day. Open day, segala day. Open day, segala day, day. Open day, segala day. Let me hear you sing it one more time. Oh, oh. Ôi, ôi, ôi con, ôi, ôi con, ôi, ôi con, và em xa lần. Ôi, ôi con, ôi, ôi con, ôi, ôi con, và em xa lần. Hiye wa yo ubom mucho ya ulang dong wa mya chen rang. Hiye wa yo ubom mucho ya kalang dong wa mya ken thai. Hiye wa yo ubom mucho ya kalang dong wa mya ken thai. Come on. Working day, sekala day. Working day, sekala day. Working day, sekala day, day, day. Working day, sekala day. Let me hear you sing it. Oh, oh, oh. Now suki e wawan lang ti chay ni chanan palok. Now suki e wawan lang ti chay ni chanan palok. Yat men yar thai ya chat yar wai yoku kari kasi. Yak men yar khai, ya chat yar wai, yo tu me khala ya yong pi. Oh mi le ni yo, wa kor iman penro. Mi le ni yo, wa kor iman penro. Yat men yat thai, ya chat yat wai, yo tu kari kasi. Yat men yat thai, ya chat yat wai, yo tu me khala ya yong pi. Everybody sing with me now, come on. Oh, oh, oh. Working day, sekala day. Working day, sekala day. Working day, sekala day, day, day. Working day, sekala day. Working day, sekala day. Working day, sekala day. Working day, sekala day, day, day. Working day, sekala day. Come on, one more time. Hey. Oh, oh, oh. All right, make some noise for the Literary Festival. Give it up for the Literary Festival. Are you all enjoying? You want some more? All right, we're gonna give you a few more songs and get ready to dance. All right, we're gonna sing you another song, and this one is DJ One Chan's original, and it's called Min Sim. Are you ready? Linya kya, linya chon, manda da pam sin day mon manda emwa dub lut men sin yong na, lucky waro, jinglong yong na, do to kasi wachem wa pa da skem na ho no. Katuchiro guapa, hana emi hachitong saja, hana emi hey ching bakla, arngut joy jingun, emi day jingun, nam sin trauri apa, wa I jingun yanga, chawi chaan, ye o xiao kam xiao apa, come on. Ngap say ya come and sim jong atin it bashisha pinyo itang nana hey ngap say ya come and sim jong akular ya pi ngan it malakas ni. Are you ready to make some moves? 1, 2, 3, let's go. Woo! Come on. Everybody make some noise! So hinupaya ka pa kayong na, jingawat ko lang na, siyawat o wiling a, Maria mahajan sukimin se majay, umemore ukurkat, umemore ukusla, to hinupaya ka pa kayong na, jingawat ko lang na, siyawat o wiling a, Maria mahajan sukimin se majay, umemore ukurkat, umemore ukusla. Linya ye kya, linya ye chon, manda at ham sin day on manda emwa dub lut men sin yong na, lalot paro, chingim chong na, dun kong kasi wan siya nga hadu good, ngan it etang yapi, hana emi chay tom saja, hana emi hey ching bakla, arngut hijo jingmun, emi te ching ko, nam sin trauri apa, wa ching hun yang na. Chawi chaan, ye o xiao kama xiao. Everybody sing with me. Ngap say ya come and sim jong, jing it bashisha, pinyo itang nana. Ngap say ya come and sim jong, kular ya pi, ngan it malakas mi. Are you ready to jump? 2, 3, go! Hey! Come on! Yeah! Hey! 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 Come on! Hey! 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 All right, you guys make some noise one more time! And for the previous band who played from Garo Hills, can you make some noise for them as well? All right. Now we give a big round of applause for Kong Simi Kong Tiang. She is the director from Jaintia Hills who produced lots of Jaintia movies. Can we give a round of applause for her? And as well for the literary festival. Because of the festival we are here. Can we also give for them? All right. So right now, all right, I'm going to sing one of my original song, and this one is called, by the way, you guys, I have a YouTube channel called Kupar Shadab, and you'll find this song in that channel. Holy Day. Are we in the holy day mood? All right, this one is Holy Day for all of you. Hey! Kupsha DJ One Shot Kapor cuti kapor wamuja Kapor siyaw bang cipuyu para Ilok hijau layak bangkana Cidung cisemu yak men siyaw ba Dikena college, dikena school Waro uya chat hey sir The men can rock, he can load him now. Chiro big man, who you touch now, ma. She said, she snapped, who you tell county. When hoy it's me, when hoy you yataja. Kapor chuti, kapor muja. Alewa rock and men lang wanga. Happy, happy, holy day. Come on. Happy, happy, holy day. Happy, happy, holy day. Happy, happy, you and me. Happy, happy, holy day. Bikin natin lang. Hey, hey, hey. Bikin natin tay. Why happen the shot? Pagkanahat lang silong. Iyak wire sung hapon dito. Hey, spend your time with your loved ones. Play some games, play some song, make some noise and sing along. Let ý chính khu sai, độc let ý chính ngồi đeo. Oh ho 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 ho. Tô map iwe, tô lệ ý cảm sân ấy. Hey 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 hey. Tô ya rap ý cảm hai ye. Có mùi chính sneng ý ba ime. Pretty things will see borrow. What you do, Tinkerman? For to be the forward man. Supporting in the sunken night. Happy, happy, holy day. Happy, happy, holy day. Hey, hey. Happy, happy, holy day. Happy, happy, you and me. Happy, happy, holy. Let's go to party. Pop, 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 party. Let's go, you and me. Oh, oh. Let's go to picnic. Let's go to party. Let's go, you and me. Hey! Deep in natin lang. Hey, hey, hey. Deep in natin tay. Why happen the sky? Pagkanahan lang silong. Iyak wire sung hapon dito. Make some noise! All right, thank you guys. You all are enjoying, and you guys are rocking. All right, we have another hit song from Jangja Hills, and this one is Sumar Sendong. Are you ready to dance? Make some noise! Louder! All right, follow after me and say, hood, hood, hood. All right. This one is mixed by DJ Wanshan. Come on. Sumat sendong sute jalani hampe uyap sep ai. Jar jar lekor yong na yong pi ya siletam dir ihap pertai. Sumat sendong sute jalani hampe uyap sep ai. Jar jar lekor yong na yong pi ya siletam dir ihap pertai. Me uyi Pagayi Ngauyi Warosa manlangi. One more time. Me uyi Pagayi Ngauyi Warosa manlangi. Are you ready to dance? 1, 2, 3. Hey. Come on, come on. Si iroyong kapertai Panawale panachnahi Sendong yung iya imanru Chaprang yo iku Atabwabon ladu samen Dos nyau pa dokmen Atabwabon ladu samen Dos nyau pa dokmen Hamle kende Hamle salajong Hamle muhor Hapsyao sarong Hamle kende Hamle salajong Hamle muhor Hapsyao sarong Beruyi Padayi Ngauyi Warosaman lari One more time Beruyi Padayi Ngauyi Warosaman lari. Are you ready? 2, 3. Thank you! Make some noise! All right. Now we have a final song, and this one is from the movie Kachiti, and the song itself is Kachiti. And you will find this movie next month, releasing in Jawai from 1st to 6th December. If you want to watch it, come to Jantia. All right, guys, sing along. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Sing along. You know the song, right?
Yung china api ni wachi wachi gachi ti jinkermen wan hawa hagi skor over one rakwata dagi jupan sia jupan rupa kon pintang no yes yao yong na
Gachi ti, oh gachi ti, gachi ti, oh gachi ti. Hey,
gachi ti, oh gachi ti. Kachiti, oh Kachiti.
Everybody get ready to jump. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Come on, come on. All right. Come on, come on.
You want to meet simply what about sing your don't head no cha cha. You want to boy the customer now.
Are you ready? Hey, 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 hey.
Wapen kelai sing im yong na Kachiti kermen wan hanga haki chor owa wan rakuna daki juban sia juban lupa wapen tam no yes yao yong na.
Everybody else, sing it, come on. Kachiti, oh Kachiti, Kachiti, oh Kachiti, Kachiti, oh Kachiti. Everybody, come on. 1, 2, 3, go. Hey, hey. Come on. Hey, hey, hey. Guys, one more time, say. What? All right. Thank you, everybody. See you all next time. And good night. This is Kupar and DJ Wanshan Messi signing up. See you all next time. God bless. Do remember to follow us in YouTube channel and in Instagram. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you guys. You've been awesome tonight. Come back next year.